We didn't spend all our birthday money on magic books, but we did power the light that helped Grandpa make sure he never stops believing.
There are those who are up before the birds, before the sun. Yet there's no celebration when their day begins. Some businesses have an opening. At Chase, we believe small business deserves one too. So we want them to ring their own bell every morning, 7 days a week. And we want you to ring it with us.
I want to ring the bell for ringing the bell for ringing the morning.
This is the morning bell for small business.
met. Tammy was real outgoing, outspoken, fun. She was real fun to be around. Me and Tammy had 3 kids together, 2 boys and a girl.
She's a great mother. We got to go like shopping for girl clothes, and she did my hair and painted my nails. It was pretty fun.
She was a good mom. She was real fun, outgoing. She loved to go hunting and fishing and camping.
Tammy and I, when they first got together, was like wine and strawberries. They were beautiful together. She was a stay-at-home mother. Every day he got up and went to work, provided for his family. They never wanted for nothing. You know, but not to say they didn't have hard times, but they went through the hard times. And how do you say it? Like gravy flowing down a river. It just flowed off their back because they deal with it. So.
Let us take you. Let us show you around. This place where wonder grows. Let shores of gold greet you. And islands lead to lakes. Where spirits of the land tell you tales. Let us take you by the hand and lead you to secrets hidden beneath green hills, where fruits of the land thrive, and your next close by. We will hoist
A little bit of flattery out of it because people were paying attention to her. Ron didn't like it. There was nothing he could do about it because he was unable to work. And that's what she chose to do. Even I couldn't change her mind. Because she says, I'm doing it for my family, and there ain't nothing you can say about it.
She's not trained to do anything. She's always been the stay-at-home mom. She's always been that housewife. She can't get a job and she becomes a stripper. Hard to imagine, but it was the way to pay the bills, to pay the mortgage, to pay for the groceries, and that put her into a different lifestyle, something that she had never been accustomed to, and that was the beginning of the unraveling of their life.
And then we separated, and I started seeing other people, and she started seeing him.
Tammy met William Greer in a strip club, and he wooed her and gave her money, moved her into a nice house. He seemed very nice. He invited us to the house for a couple of beers and to go four-wheeling.
William Greer is actually pretty good with us. The only thing I didn't like about him, I feel like he was always trying to buy us because he had a bunch of money. So every time we went over there, we was always doing something. And on the weekends, there would be his 2 sons. When all the kids were there together, we always had fun. We always got along.
When I went over there to stay with William and my mom, We had a good time. You really never could tell that he was like a bad person. He got angry sometimes, but he never took it to extreme in front of us.
But shortly after that, it all turned tragic. He started beating Tammy. She comes to my job site. She had a big black eye, black here, and he had beat her. And I said, okay, well, maybe it was just a one-time thing. But it wasn't. And I told her, why don't you call the police? No, Mama, he'll kill me if I do that. And then the next day, he went out. He paid $400 for her to get her hair weaved and took her on a cruise. So, you know, he would like beat her and then buy her off. And she would accept it.
She stole his truck and came down to see us one day, and she had like bruises and blood all over her, and we had no idea what happened. And my dad didn't at first either, but she told my stepmom Lindsay what he did.
I guess she had one of his trucks, and he come over there, and I come out and met him outside. And when I confronted him outside, he said he was just there to get his truck. And I told him that it was fine that he could get his truck and for him to go. He fired a couple shots in the air when he drove off. I wish I'd have called the police. I mean, I kind of regret it now. I came in from work, I guess 3 or 4 days later, she had left. And that's I think the last time I had heard from her.
Liberty County Police called me, told me that they had found a pickup truck and described it to me. And I said, yes, that sounds like my daughter's boyfriend's truck. I said, where is my daughter? And it says, we don't know. We just found this truck in the middle of the field. I said, I'll bet you he's killed my daughter.
Вот поэтому так получается, что за нами постоянно кто-то ходит.
Я спрашиваю того, кто снимает.
Вы даже не...
It's here, but it's going by fast. The opportunity of the year is back. The Mercedes-Benz Summer Event. Get to your dealer today for incredible once-a-season offers and start firing up those grills. Lease the CLA 250 for $299 a month at your local Mercedes-Benz dealer. Mercedes-Benz, the best or nothing.
What is a successful first date?
We want to see each other again.
So you know what? We should try it again.
Want to go on a second date?
Match has led to more second dates than any other dating app. I like the second date part.
I could see myself downloading it.
Match. Start for free today.
Love drama? Don't be a yes man.
It is a very smart plan.
So we're all on board?
No, this is a stupid plan.
Hate drama? Go to cars.com. Research, price, find. Only cars.com helps you get the right car without all the drama.
Tokyo-style ramen noodles. Freshly made in the Japanese tradition. Each batch is small, special, unique. Every bowl blurring the line between food and art. When you cook with incredible ingredients, you make incredible meals. Fresh ingredients, step-by-step recipes delivered to your door. Get your first 2 meals free at blueapron.com/cook.
The new Atkins Lift protein bar is packed with 20 grams of whey protein and keeps carbs and sugar in check. Steady energy? Yes. Sugar carb crash? No. And now you can also fuel up with new Atkins Lift protein drinks.
Trying to do too many things at the same time just doesn't work very well. That's why Trivago focuses on comparing hotels and works very hard at finding your ideal hotel for the best price. Hotel Trivago.
Fight heartburn fast with Tums Chewy Delights. The mouth-watering soft chew that goes to work in seconds to conquer heartburn fast. Chewy Delights, only from Tums.
Scorching heat today. Stay cool out there. Walter!
Stop suffering with hot AC. Cool it yourself with AC Pro. In just 3 easy steps, enjoy the comfort of 2 times the cooling boosters from the #1 selling coldest air. Nothing cools like AC Pro.
Oscar Menevar Herrera, a horrible monster.
Oscar used this 12-year-old boy as kind of his pimp to meet young girls.
She thought that she was going to have her first boyfriend who would give her a kiss.
He is like the really evil bad guy that has 9 lives.
They took something from her that she will never get back. Life goes on for him, though. That's real fair, isn't it? He should have a right to have a life.
He has to be caught right now.
An all-new episode of The Hunt with John Walsh tonight at 9 on CNN.
It was December 2006. My partner and I, we received a call of a vehicle in the ditch.
When we arrived on scene, the truck was running. It was parked. It was in the water, in the ditch. Driver's door open. Windshield wipers were turned on. It was pretty odd to us. There was a driveway next to where the truck was in the ditch. Walked down there and heard a voice. Saw a man coming out of the trees. Noticed that he had no clothing on other than a button-up shirt, which I thought was pretty strange. It's 40 degrees outside.
Okay. Oh, that's be great. Hang on just a second. Yeah, you're good. Oh, I mean, look, right here. Weak. You don't have none of your cigarettes, right? That's it. I didn't even have a lighter off it. All right, can you tell me your full name? Those William Joseph Greer. I can't. William Joseph Greer.
He seemed very panicked, wild-eyed. We put him in the back of the car, try to keep him warm, try to figure things out.
Got any idea how you got here in the ditch? Oh, yeah, I exited at 50 miles an hour. I was going to see my wife. It was an accident, and I love it with all my heart. I'd give my life right now in 1 second to have her back. What was the accident? The gun just went off.
He kept repeating himself. Off. I think he even mentioned I watched her die or something along those lines.
I love her so much. I love her so much. I can't believe it, but there's a divine reason for this. She's in heaven. She was ready. But I'm not ready for her to go. I love her with all my heart. What is her full name, sir? Tammy Marie Myers.
If you watch that tape, it will break your heart. You can see him coming to his senses out of that alcohol and whatever else stupor that he was in. So he starts.
I went through the address book looking for anything that signaled maybe a family member. I found a listing for Mom, called that. I told her, I said, well, I have Tammy's phone. Found it in this truck. I described the truck. Her mother stated that that was William Greer's truck that I was describing.
And I collapsed. I even told my husband he killed her. He did it.
The lady I was talking to on the phone was very frantic, very upset. She started telling me that there was a history of abuse, extreme abuse, physical, emotional abuse between the two. So at that point, I got with Paul, let him know what was going on. And we just kind of put the scene on hold at that time. I had dispatch contact Harris County Sheriff's Office to go out and check the address that the truck was registered to. They did go to the house and didn't find anything suspicious.
William Greer was charged with public intoxication and also some outstanding warrants from Montgomery County, which was the only thing that we could come up with at that time for him to be charged with. In order to charge somebody with a crime, you have to have some sort of evidence that they actually committed the crime. We had a confession, obviously, but without some sort of evidence, mainly a body, DNA, crime scene, something, there's nothing you can do. I believe he bonded out for everything. He may have paid a fine for the PI, for the public intoxication.
Liberty County gotta let him go on a damn PI? Even if you're not sure this man's telling the truth, you think he's on drugs, aren't you gonna find out the facts first? And if it hadn't been for that sergeant up in Liberty County, Dewey, I wouldn't know a damn thing. Because he's the one that called me and told me, you know what, I think the son of a bitch is telling the truth.
I got a call from her mother. Said she had got a call from the police that they had found William, found him in his truck out there, and that he had confessed to murder. To murder.
What we learned is what they heard on the night that Tammy died. The boys were obviously traumatized by what they had seen and heard.
I'm the company Data Hog. I do the sales, the marketing. I have to do that from my phone.
We use tons of data, and I don't really have to worry about it.
I need data, and I need it now.
Done. Get 3 lines with 6 gigs of data each for only $40 per line. And your 4th line is free. So switch your business today, and your 4th line is free. Only for a limited time, and only at T-Mobile at Work.
You know what sounds better than me? Prime rib for $13.99. Slicing the endless prime rib, teriyaki sirloin, jumbo butterfly shrimp. Dinner's $13.99. Only at Golden Corral.
I am rich. With fans clamoring for our next hit album, we return to our extravagant private studio, where we turn gold into platinum. Yes, I am rich. That's why I drink the champagne of beers.
Every day you read headlines about businesses being hacked and intellectual property being stolen. That is cybercrime, and it affects each and every one of us. Microsoft created the Digital Crimes Unit to fight cybercrime. We use the Microsoft Cloud to visualize information so we can track down the criminals.
When it comes to the cloud, trust and security are paramount.
We're building what we learned back into the cloud to make people and organizations safer.
Meet GoDogs, the fastest food truck in Brooklyn. Meet Mylanta tonight. It's also fast, but unlike GoDogs, it makes heartburn after dinner history. New Mylanta tonight. Faster than heartburn.
Wix makes it easy for me to create a beautiful website. I can add a gorgeous gallery, drag and drop everything into place, and show off my products exactly how I like them. Create your stunning website today at Wix.com.
Closed captioning brought to you by Koseman.
Scientifically proven to improve joint comfort. Effective at a cellular level. Koseman. For joint health, it's time to start believing again.
In 2003, the U.S. set out to capture Saddam Hussein. What really happened in the search for the world's most wanted man?
Or it's more fun to drive.
I wouldn't know about that.
Well, did you know it also comes with a standard rear view camera and best-in-class rear legroom?
That's cool. But not as cool as a turbocharger.
He likes turbos.
Hurry in and lease this 2016 Passat S for just $169 a month. Visit VWDealer.com today.
Are you tired of the noisy lawnmower waking you up or climbing the ladder to paint?
Put away the paintbrush forever with one call to Renewal by Anderson. Our patented advanced glass and Fibrex technology keeps your home quieter, more efficient, and maintenance-free.
This month, buy 5 windows and save $1,000. Buy 9 and save $2,000, plus flexible finance options.
Renewal by Anderson, today's technology,
combined with timeless craftsmanship.
Renewal by Anderson, we love our new windows.
An all-new episode of The Hunt with John Walsh, tonight at 9 on CNN.
William Greer lived in this house, and he had a living girlfriend. Her name was Tammy Escobar Myers. William also had 2 juvenile sons that lived with him, but he shared custody of the 2 kids with his ex-wife. Her visitation time was the Christmas break, which began on December the 19th of 2006. On that date, she did pick up the 2 kids after school, took them to her house for the entire break. When she brought them back on the 30th, they started getting scared. When they arrived at the house, she told them, go ahead and go see if your dad's at home. Well, they were just terrified to go up to the house. So they told Mom, okay, Mom, I don't want to go up there because Daddy shot his girlfriend. Once the boys told their mom about the shooting, she then drove away from that residence and drove to the Harris County Sheriff's Office and told them what her sons had told him.
They were typical boys to the extent that they didn't want to talk about it. But what we learned is what they heard on the night that Tammy died. What they reported is that in the early morning hours of that Tuesday, before their Christmas break, as they lay in their beds, they heard an argument going on between William Greer and Tammy.
One child says that he heard Greer grab Tammy and slammed her against the wall and drug her back into the master bedroom. And he said moments later, he hears the gunshot. And he hears his dad say, "Oh my God, are you dead or are you alive?" And he then heard Tammy gurgling.
The next morning, the boys said that they woke up, and as they were going to school, not knowing what to say or do, asked their father where Tammy was. And the explanation in the early morning hours of that Tuesday was that she'd gone to get her nails done.
After the murder, which happened on the 19th, they stayed with their mother for 11 days. They hadn't mentioned anything about it during the break. But when it came time to come home, now they know I've got to come back in the house where I know Dad has shot someone. It's like it's now or never.
Then the case went full bore. Maybe we don't have the body. Maybe we don't have any witnesses. Maybe we don't have the smoking gun. But we've got two little boys who have helped turn in their father. We better get busy. Finding Tammy and finding William Greer.
So I drive to the scene, start gathering information. And I saw blood spatter on the wall. And looking in the opposite direction of that, I saw a bullet hole in the sheetrock above the closet door that led into the attic. I observed the blood on the floor as well as on the sheets. I also saw blood in the living room. There were spotches in the carpet that appeared to me as if they had been attempted to clean up. We saw bleach bottles there, and carpet freshener, and a carpet shampoo machine.
One of the things.
Ladies, it's showtime. You've got soccer practice, swim meets, drum lessons, but you know what matters? The healthy stuff. That's why you've got Lando Frost Premium Lunch Meat, a simple, protein-packed, good-for-'em lunch. Lando Frost, that's how you get a mom groove.
It was swipes of blood. This made me believe that the body was taken out through that direction.
We found some, to best describe it, as plastic wrap, the kind that when you're moving, you wrap up your furniture with, and a roll of that was found at the scene.
Just an overall view of the scene, it appeared to me that somebody had been shot and killed there, wrapped in that cellophane wrap, and removed from the house and taken somewhere. With all these facts, that was enough to file murder charges on Greer, even though we hadn't located the body.
The circumstantial evidence and the physical evidence in this case, I absolutely believe is enough to prosecute him and convict him. He is going to pay for this terrible crime, whether they find Tammy or not. The hotline lit up, the web lit up. People did the right thing and said, this guy is in our town, but he always was one step ahead of the cops.
Oh, looks like we missed most of the show.
Yeah, and there's no way to restart it.
DirecTV, there is.
You see, we got the power to
turn back time, so let's restart the show that started at 9. And while we're at it, let's give you back your due and give her back the guy she liked before you. Hey, that's the power to turn back time.
Get the ultimate all-included bundle. Call 1-800-DIRECTV.
Congrats on the new car.
Thanks. The dealership reviews on cars.com made it easy, but
We thought it might be a little more tense. You missed the drama. Yeah.
Ask him whatever you want.
okay. I think my sister's prettier than me.
Research, price, find. Only Cars.com helps you get the right car without all the drama.
Same hotel, same price? No. There's a bunch of different prices out there all over the internet. Trivago instantly compares them to find your ideal hotel for the best price. Hotel Trivago.
Phazon doesn't just treat gas, it attacks it. Phazon 250 milligram strength, with twice the amount of medicine per tablet as Gas X Extra Strength.
The new Atkins Lift protein bar is packed with 20 grams of whey protein and keeps carbs and sugar in check. Steady energy? Yes. Sugar carb crash? No. And now you can also fuel up with new Atkins Lift protein drinks.
The heirloom tomato. Intensely flavored, colorfully diverse, beautifully misshapen. Cultivated for generations, it's the unexpected hero of any dish. When you cook with incredible ingredients, you make incredible meals. Fresh ingredients, step-by-step recipes delivered to your door. Get your first 2 meals free at blueapron.com/cook.
This is technology. Eventually, I want to be able to carry my Mac around with me and walk away with it in my pocket.
Experts tell us all of this is just the tip of the iceberg of what's to come.
Detective on the 80s, Thursday at 9 on CNN.
You can use whipped topping made with hydrogenated oil. But real joyful moments are shared over the real cream in Ready Whip. Ready Whip. Share the joy.
Shark Week, it's just not the same without sharks. Starts tonight at 8 on Discovery.
Share the joy of real cream with Ready Whip.
CNN Special Report, Inside the Chase for El Chapo, Tuesday night at 9.
So at this point, I had no idea where Greer was. I knew about the show America's Most Wanted. So I decided to contact them to see if they were interested in this case. When the show first aired, several tips came in saying that William Greer was actually living in New Orleans and was working at a deli on Bourbon Street. So we drive there, we meet one of the tipsters that says Greer had been living with him, but had moved out 2 weeks prior. And all of a sudden he just left and he didn't even pack all of his things. So after I left New Orleans, I didn't have any leads as to where William Greer was until America's Most Wanted featured him a second time.
Every time we ran William Greer's case, the hotline lit up, the web lit up, and every time they missed him by that much. But he always was one step ahead of the cops. But the people and the public did the right thing.
I began receiving tips that Greer was now living in Georgetown, Kentucky. I then coordinated with the local law enforcement in Georgetown. They decided to go and make entry into the apartment. Again, Greer was gone. So the next tip that I got on William Greer's whereabouts, the tips said that William Greer was actually living with a female and this female's son.
He was a real ladies' man. I mean, he had a pretty smile. He was a real gentleman. Just everything seemed to be perfect. You know, everything. I guess I misjudged it, but you know, he was a real charmer. He was a real charmer.
He really has a cunningness to him. It's an almost a coyote style cunning to him. He can go somewhere and change his entire demeanor. And he's right there, hiding in plain sight. He's the guy you get your sandwich from the deli. He's the guy that works for the roofing company. He's the guy that sits next to you at the church revival and gets baptized in the river. He's that guy.
I was working at my dad's bar, and he started coming in as a customer. He always called himself Billy, and he said his last name was Reneker. He was working for a contractor like a block up from the bar, and they all, when they would get off work, they would all come down to the bar and drink, and that's when he started coming in. We got along really good, other than my son didn't take to him too well. At the time, my son was around 24, 25 years old. My son collects knives and swords. He's got like an arsenal. He's a big collector. So he felt that this guy was taking advantage of me, and he wasn't going to let anybody take advantage of his mother. Billy had started coming to the house like as a guest, you know, and he would leave and go to wherever he was staying. And then it progressed to where he was starting to spend the night with me. The first night, my son didn't like it very well, and he barged into the bedroom with a sword and was gonna cut him, was gonna hurt him. But it ended up okay. I mean, it all, thank God, it didn't get bad.
People who love you have a great radar. And that son had that gut feeling. He knew one thing. He thought the guy his mother was dating was a creep, that he should make sure that that creep knew that if he touched his mother or did anything to her, there'd be consequences. If you touch that woman, my mother that I love more than anything in the world, you're going to pay for it. I think it was brilliant.
Everything just seemed so perfect. And then he started getting really nervous when I would like go through a yellow light, or I didn't come to a full stop at the stop sign, or if I started speeding, he'd get real nervous.
In order for William Greer to elude apprehension for this long, he is driving the speed limit. He is not getting involved in bar fights. He may not even be abusing women anymore. He's doing whatever he can so that there is no record of him for a police officer to come in contact with him.
You can only put on an act for so long, and I knew something just wasn't right. It just didn't sink in, like, why is he talking about capital punishment? They ain't gonna kill him for owing taxes.
Have you ever tried Match?
I haven't.
I have the app here. Tell me if there's anybody you're looking for.
I found 2. I found 3.
How long have you had the phone?
5 seconds.
Imagine what could happen in 5 minutes.
That'd be insane.
Stephanie joined Match. When will you? Start for free today.
David, you have one of the worst cavities I have ever seen. Okay, have a good day. Aren't you gonna fix it?
Well, I'm not a dentist. I'm a dental monitor. I just tell you when you have a bad cavity.
That's bad. Lunch?
Oh, yes.
Where are you going?
Why monitor a problem if you don't fix it? That's why free credit monitoring isn't enough to protect you from identity theft. At LifeLock, we not only use proprietary technology to detect and alert you to a range of identity threats. If you have a problem, we have a US-based team of specialists who will work to fix it. We'll even spend up to $1 million on lawyers and experts to set things right. Considering how often you use public Wi-Fi, shop online, and give out your social security number, it's no wonder that 1 in 4 people has experienced identity theft. It's not too late to get protection. LifeLock memberships start at $9.99 a month. Join now and get LifeLock risk-free for 60 days using promo code DENTIST. Protection begins immediately. Call 1-800-LifeLock or visit lifelock.com.
You need a website. Why not do it yourself? With Wix, you can create your own professional website. Choose from hundreds of templates. Drag and drop to create your site exactly the way you want. Change your text. Choose one of our backgrounds or upload your own. Add popular web apps and services like Google Maps, contact forms, and so much more. Just like that, you've got your own stunning website that is fully optimized for every device. Create your stunning website today. It's easy and free.
Scorching heat today. Stay cool out there.
Walter! Stop suffering with hot AC. Cool it yourself with AC Pro. In just 3 easy steps, enjoy the comfort of 2 times the cooling boosters from the #1 selling coldest air. Nothing cools like an AC Pro.
What a lovely home you have. Is this your family?
Yeah, that's my daughter, my son, and that's my husband.
Hey, at least you got your homeowner's insurance through Progressive. By bundling it with your car insurance, you saved a ton.
Yeah. Do you want to see the rest of the house?
I can actually see a lot of it.
Fight heartburn fast with Tums Chewy Delights. The mouth-watering soft chew that goes to work in seconds to conquer heartburn fast. Chewy Delights. Only from Tums.
I'm really into this car, but how do I know if I'm getting a good deal? I tell TrueCar my zip and which car I want, and TrueCar shows the range of prices people in my area actually paid for the same car, so I know if I'm getting a great price. This is how car buying was always meant to be. This is TrueCar.
Closed captioning brought to you by Mesobook.com.
People who have been diagnosed with mesothelioma have many questions. That's why we offer this free book. Call 1-800-400-5415.
Declassified tonight at 10 on CNN.
You can only put on an act for so long until pieces start falling and people start picking up on it and realizing something's wrong here. Eventually told me that it was because he was wanted for tax evasion. I can remember the day he was telling me about it. We was getting ready to get on the interstate. And I had went through the light. He was freaking out. I was like, what is your problem? And he's like, well, and he started to tell me and because I really started questioning him. And he told me that he was wanted for tax evasion and he owed so much money to the government that they were after him hot and heavy and that he was going to go to Canada and then they couldn't get him up there. And I can remember him making the comment, well, Canada will not extradite on capital punishment, which it didn't, I don't know why, it just didn't sink in. Like, why are they talking about capital punishment? They ain't going to kill him for owing taxes. And I knew something just wasn't right. It probably wasn't even a month after that he disappeared. I was in a good mood. It was my birthday. I had to work though, so I got off of work at midnight and I come home and I was expecting a birthday gift and boy, I got it. He wasn't there. He was nowhere to be found. He wasn't answering his phone. He had stolen some money that I had saved. I was saving to buy a new couch with. He stole some of my jewelry. I noticed it gone. And that's when I knew something was really bad wrong. My son did tell me that somewhere around 9, 10 o'clock, he heard some mumbling and stomping around and noises up in the bedroom. And I guess that must have been when he realized that he had seen himself on America's Most Wanted and realized that he would be turned in once we saw who he was. So he took off. Billy was never, ever violent. Never violent.
Oh, baby. I'm so sorry.
Always calm.
What you do? Good,
always optimistic.
I hope she's pouring up and happy. Looking down at me.
Always. He'd always tell me it's okay. It's going to be all right. It just goes to show that whatever he was telling, whatever story he was giving, was all lies. I feel so bad for those children. I feel horrible. It hurts me inside to think that I was with someone that killed that woman and left them children like that. Sad.
First, I commend Kelly for having the courage to talk about it, to warn other women, to say to other women that may be watching the show, if you are being bamboozled and fooled and manipulated by William Greer, get away from him, number one. And number two, do the right thing, turn him in, make the call to the hunt. We'll take care of it before he kills somebody else.
One of the main things that we've done is try to find the body of Tammy, not just for the prosecution of the case, but so that her family, her children, and her ex-husband and her mother can all know that she is in the ground where they can mourn her. We have had the use of cadaver dogs. We have had satellite imaging. We have done everything we know to do.
I knew that there was a field, a clearing beyond the backyard of that residence where Greer lived with Tammy. I did have the cadaver dog go out to that area and search with negative results. Didn't find any bodies. I then decided to go to that scene where he was arrested. Due to the fact that he told the Liberty County officers that he was going to Tammy's grave to lay on her grave and pray. And I thought maybe that area was close to where he was arrested. So I then set up for the same canine cadaver dogs to search that area as well. Now, there was also bodies of water there, so I had our dive team to come out. We didn't find anything in the water. We didn't find anything in that whole area that was searched. To this date, we've never found Tammy's body.
It's the hardest thing about it. I mean, I had nightmares about her body. She's out there rotting away. That it could be torn apart by dogs. It could be worms crawling in and out of her. That I can't talk about.
Every victim I've ever met has said the same thing. I need to have my loved one home. I need to put that cherished person to rest. That's what her family wants, is to find Tammy. The not knowing is still killing him. I went through that for 2 weeks looking for my son. And when they finally found a part of him, at least I had somewhere to go and to pray for him, to honor him. That's what Tammy's family is looking for, to find her remains and put her to rest, really to put her to rest. She wants justice. She wants the man that took her daughter away to pay for it.
And it's only by putting him in custody that we can take him to trial and have him take responsibility for what he's done.
Meet Owen, the fastest delivery guy in Chicago. Meet Maximum Strength Mylanta. Like Owen, it works fast. Unlike him, it makes heartburn go away. Strong and soothing. Mylanta, faster than heartburn.
The new Atkins Lift protein bar is packed with 20 grams of whey protein and keeps carbs and sugar in check. Steady energy? Yes. Sugar carb crash? No. And now you can also fuel up with new Atkins Lift protein drinks.
They live in a nice neighborhood. They thought it would never happen to them. Everyone thinks their home is safe until trouble shows up. That's why you need me, ADT.
A break-in occurs every 18 seconds, even in nice neighborhoods like yours. So now's the time to get ADT to protect your family with our free installation offer on ADT Pulse Video, including a wireless security camera. And if you already have security equipment, activate ADT service now and get our special low price offer. With ADT, you can now keep an eye on your home when you're away. Plus, arm and disarm your system, manage your lights, even lock and unlock your doors from any smart device. All backed by ADT's 24/7 fast response monitoring. Protect what matters most by getting the offer that's right for you. Call for free installation of ADT Pulse. And if you want to activate your equipment, we have special offers for you too.
I'm ADT, and I am always there.
You think you've already found your ideal hotel? Well, before you book, check on Trivago to see whether you can book it somewhere else for an even better price. Hotel Trivago.
Tokyo-style ramen noodles. Freshly made in the Japanese tradition. Each batch is small, special, unique. Every bowl blurring the line between food and art. When you cook with incredible ingredients, you make incredible meals. Fresh ingredients, step-by-step recipes delivered to your door. Get your first 2 meals free at blueapron.com/cook.
Oscar Menevar Herrera, a horrible monster.
Oscar used this 12-year-old boy as kind of his pimp to meet young girls.
They took something from her that she will never get back.
An all-new episode of The Hunt with John Walsh, next on CNN.
Try the superior hold of Fixodent Plus adhesives. They help your denture hold strong, more like natural teeth, and you can eat even tough food. Fixodent, strong, more like natural teeth. Fixodent, and forget it.
I take Prilosec OTC each morning for my frequent heartburn. Because you can't beat zero heartburn. Ah, the sweet taste of it.
Prilosec OTC. 1 pill each morning, 24 hours. Zero heartburn.
It can be hotter than Death Valley in your attic. Take these boxes. They're not only perfect for storing old yearbooks and pictures, they're also a perfect food source and nesting material for roaches. That's why I use the latest scientific methods. Orkin. Pest control down to a science.
A promise was made to America's veterans that they and their families would get the benefits and support they earned. We fight for all veterans, so that promise is kept. DAV. For help, visit DAV.org.
Aaron Burnett out front. Tomorrow night at 7 Eastern on CNN.
Since Tammy died, I've had seven mini strokes. I can't work no more. I'm major depressed. I've been in and out of psychotic hospitals. I tried to commit suicide once.
She will always be heartbroken. She will always be the parent of a murdered child. She wants one thing, justice. She wants the man that took her daughter away to pay for it. Until that person is found and held accountable, you can't move forward. And she is in limbo right now, in that limbo, waiting for us to catch this creep.
It's been several years, but I've lost no interest in this case. And it's one of those cases that kind of stick with you. And I want to catch Greer. And I don't plan on stop looking for him.
I don't think that Tammy can rest in peace or her family can properly mourn her until we have him in custody and until he accounts for his deeds. And it's only by putting him in custody that we can take him to trial and have him take responsibility for what he's done.
I really, truly have been covering this case for too many years, way too many years. And he has to be caught. He needs to be caught tonight before there is another Tammy, because there will be another Tammy. Somebody out there knows him. Somebody out there will recognize him. And that person needs to do the right thing, because this lowlife needs to face the music. Everything starts the day he's caught, and I hope that happens right now.
I don't want to say that I wish he would be done the same as he did my mom, because that is a sin. But I really hope that he gets life in prison and that he don't have an easy life, because he put me and my mom and my whole family through a lot.
This tattoo says Tammy is to have my daughter close to my heart. It's over my heart every day to have her close to my heart till the day I die. She will always be here, heart.
William Greer is missing a toe on his right foot. He has a history of smoking, drinking, and frequenting bars. He's well-mannered and often charming, but he can be aggressive when intoxicated. If you've seen William Greer or have any information as to his whereabouts, remember, he may be armed and dangerous. Please call 1-866-THE-HUNT or go online at cnn.com/thehunt. We'll pass your tip on to the proper authorities, and if requested, will not reveal your name.
If Greer is watching now, I still want him to know I'm not going to stop looking for you. I want you to turn yourself in. You want to say that this was an accident, you didn't mean to kill Tammy? If that is true, come and tell me that. Tell me where Tammy's body is. Give some closure to Tammy's mother and her kids. If you have any sympathy, at least give us that.
Back in 1981, I had the American dream, the beautiful wife, the house in the suburbs, and a beautiful 6-year-old son. And one day I went to work, kissed my son goodbye, and never saw him again. In 2 weeks, I became the parent of a murdered child, and I'll always be the parent of a murdered child. I still have the heartache. I still have the rage. I waited years for justice. I know what it's like to be there waiting for some answers. And over those years, I learned how to do one thing really well, and that's how to catch these bastards and bring them back to justice. I've become a manhunter. I'm out there looking for bad guys. As children, we are exposed to all kinds of fantasies, fairy tales. I read stories to my beautiful granddaughter. We talk about Prince Charming and Cinderella and all those wonderful fantasies. But in those fairy tales, there's the wolf and different monsters always lurking in the background. And in this story, there is a guy who presents himself as the charming prince, but really, he is a real-life monster. A horrible monster. Oscar Menavar Herrera.
We're a very old-fashioned family. None of the kids, boys or girls, were allowed to date until they were 16, and we had to meet them. It's just the way we are. I noticed my 14-year-old daughter had been on my cell phone texting someone, and I questioned it because you just get that gut feeling that something isn't right. She told me she had been talking to him on the computer. I said, pull him up. I want to see who this person is. And I said, honey, that is not no kid. That is a grown man, and he's got to be 30.
There are so many ways for the sophisticated predator to get around the parent. And there are so many kids that think that they're bulletproof.
I got called to assist some parents who wanted me to caution their daughter, almost a stranger danger type talk. I began speaking with her. She just seemed very upset. So I then asked if we could talk in private, and she began shaking and she began crying. And then at that point, she told me what had actually happened.
He messaged me on Facebook. But he told me his name was Tony. He kept telling me I was gorgeous and that he wanted to meet me. It made me feel like I was special and important. He told me he was 18. I told him I was 14. He said that I didn't look that young. I thought it was a compliment. He kept telling me that we should meet up and just hang out. I kept saying no, but I wanted to meet him.
Every teenage kid on this planet is curious. What's the next step? What's it like to be a little bit older? And this guy is so cunning that he preyed upon that. He presents himself as not 32, but as 18. Worldly, sophisticated, but not threatening. Cunning guy.
I asked her what she had thought was going to happen, and she thought that she was going.
This woman owns this house with new cabinets from this shop, with handles designed here, made here, shipped from here, on this plane, flown by this pilot who owns stock in this company that builds big things and provides benefits to this woman with new cabinets. They all have insurance crafted personally for them, not just coverage, craftsmanship, not just insured, Chubb insured.
Kissing me. He started to take my pants off and I told him no. I was scared.
Suddenly, we realized that there has been as bad of a sexual assault as there can be, short of her having been killed.
When he was done, he stood up and said that he had his friend waiting in the car and just left me there. It was scary. At first, I didn't want to tell anybody. I just went in the house and I was bleeding. And I started to cry, and then I just went to bed.
How could this happen? This is something I can't fix. He took her childhood away. He took it. I can't give it back. Him coming to my own house and getting her to meet him and do this to her in her own yard. I mean, the audacity of that man. That person really has to think he's something and has to really think he's really sly and real sneaky.
We started doing everything possible to locate this person.
We went to the victim's house. We took their computers as well as cell phones, which she had used to contact the suspect. We just had a screen name of Tony Menahar. We were able to obtain the phone number of our suspect. The subscriber was Oscar Menahar Herrera.
He lived in South Omaha. He came from El Salvador. We think he came up on the rail system, kind of worked his way into the country illegally.
Strangely, he was using his own name on Facebook and his own actual picture.
Looking at Oscar's Facebook postings with my 14-year-old victim, found out that there was something more to the story. Oscar indicated that he was bringing a 12-year-old boy along with him as his friend.
That if the cops or her parents found out they were seeing each other, she would have to say she was seeing his friend.
This 12-year-old boy would be his scapegoat, basically.
And after we realized that, we talked amongst ourselves and said, hey, we need to talk to this kid.
Oscar used this 12-year-old boy as kind of his pimp.
He knows no boundaries to the way he gets at little girls.
The Hunt with John Walsh is brought to you by ServPro, helping make sure your home or business is ready for whatever happens.
From restoring damage in just one room to an entire building, turn to the cleanup team that's here in your community and here to help at 1-800-SERVPRO, like it never even happened.
Get up, get on up, get up, get on up, stay on the scene, get on up, like a sex machine, get on up. Hit it! Shake your money maker, shake your money maker, get up, get on up, get up, get on up, get up.
36 hours ago, you were Jeff and Susan. Now, you're mom and dad. But you've got this. You read the baby manuals, you baby-proofed the house, bought yourself a safe SUV. You're totally ready for this. Right? The Mazda CX-5.
I'm the company data hog. I do the sales, the marketing. I have to do that from my phone.
We use tons of data, and I don't really have to worry about it.
I need data, and I need it now.
Done.
Get 3 lines with 6 gigs of data each for only $40 per line. And your 4th line is free. So switch your business today, and your 4th line is free. Only for a limited time, and only at T-Mobile at Work.
Thanks for the ride around Norfolk. And I just wanted to say, Geico is proud to have served the military for over 75 years.
Roger that. Captain's waiting to give you a tour of the Wisconsin now.
Could have parked a little bit closer. It's going to be dark by the time I get there.
Geico, proudly serving the military for over 75 years.
Don't go to Tokyo. Live in Tokyo. When you Airbnb, you have your own home. So live there, even if it's just for a night.
In 2003, the U.S. set out to capture Saddam Hussein. What really happened in the search for the world's most wanted man has remained secret until now. Declassified, tonight at 10 on CNN. CNN Special Report, Inside the Chase for El Chapo, Tuesday night at 9.
Oscar had driven to the victim's house with a 12-year-old boy in the car. We were able to find out that this 12-year-old boy was actually the neighbor of the suspect. Talked to his parents. When we found out Manohar Herrera, he would buy him clothes. They believed he was maybe supplying him alcohol or marijuana. We talked to the 12-year-old boy. The 12-year-old was able to drive us to the victim's house. Had me park the car exactly where the car was had been parked that night. That really solidified the case for me. Left no doubt in my mind that Oscar was my guy. The 12-year-old told me straight up that Oscar had had sex with our victim and bragged about it once he came back to the car. The 12-year-old's demeanor was that this is a normal thing that just occurred and wasn't really that big a deal to him. I don't think he understood that it was even wrong.
So the 12-year-old boy up front, we thought might even have been just along for the ride. Wasn't involved with the assault, was just kind of there. As time went on, it became apparent he had a significant role.
Oscar used this 12-year-old boy as kind of his pimp to meet young girls, 12 to 14-year-old girls. In all my years, I'd never seen such a case where a grown man was using another child to help lure other victims in.
Right away, police started to develop the pattern. They start looking at social media links that Oscar was using and the manipulation by this 12-year-old boy reaching out to friends over the internet, and they come up with, not surprising, victim number 2.
I didn't investigate the second victim's case because that occurred in a different jurisdiction.
Our detective unit is housed out of this child advocacy center. It's called Project Harmony. We're not at a typical police department. It's just a much more comfortable environment for these children. I interviewed the second victim at Project Harmony. This young girl is 14 years old at the time. She had friended Tony or Oscar Manohar Herrera through Facebook. And it wasn't just a contact between this young girl and the suspect. There was actually the 12-year-old boy right in the middle of this contact.
Most kids have a generic fear of adults, but what he does is he disarms those radar detectors by using a 12-year-old child to breach the gap, to go out and do his dirty work.
This 14-year-old girl, along with the 12-year-old boy and Oscar, they meet up and go to a house in Omaha. Oscar gets this girl inside of his bedroom, begins to have physical contact with her. She tries to fight him off. He tells her to be quiet, not to scream, and she wouldn't get hurt. Oscar proceeds to sexually assault her inside that bedroom. During the assault, the 12-year-old was downstairs in the basement playing video games.
Menivar Herrera, he had given a message to this young boy to give to the police in Omaha. To be clean about it, it was like, you're not going to find me. We did research into the background of Menivar Herrera. We know he has an uncle who lives in a trailer park not too far from the Tampa Bay area. Our Florida task force partners started watching the trailer. And sure enough, Menivar Herrera pops his head out one day and they see him walk out of the trailer. And at that point, it was a pretty straightforward arrest.
We were absolutely ecstatic.
I was so excited when I heard they arrested him. I was so excited. I thought, yeah, they got him, they got him, they got him.
Sarpy County Sheriff's Office handles our transports on extradition from other states, and they had used a private transport company.
There are a lot of private companies who ferry prisoners, who basically load up different prisoners from different agencies that caught them, put them in a secured van, and drop them off state to state, back to places that they're wanted.
In this case, they started in Florida with 10 or 11 prisoners, and they worked their way up the East Coast through the Midwest. They were actually in South Dakota. Late one night, that secure van had some kind of breakdown. So they worked out a deal to get a rental van, a non-secured rental van. At some point, they pulled over near Sioux Falls, South Dakota. During that brief time that they stopped at the gas station, one of the guards went inside to go to the bathroom, grab something to drink. The other guard was asleep. Menivar Herrera worked his way out of his handcuffs, out of his leg irons, we think maybe with like a paper clip or something like that, and ran out the van.
Around 2 a.m. Saturday morning, Oscar Antonio Menivar Herrera fled from a prison transport van while it was fueling up at Spencer's Fuel Mart.
How can this man escape? Somebody explain this to me, because I really want to understand.
Like, that can't happen.
He was lucky that van broke down. He was lucky that they put him in a van that they should have never been transporting criminals in. And he was lucky he had whatever he had, a safety pin to get out.
Members of law enforcement from 5 agencies are involved in this search. Authorities believe the man is hunkered down in this cornfield or moving slowly in the heat.
We started getting some tips from people who said, I think I met this guy. I think I gave him a glass of water and let him use my phone. We started saying, okay, where is he going to go next?
This 12-year-old boy, he knew what he was doing.
I wanted him to be held accountable.
Hello. Today we're going to talk about the all-new 2016 Chevy Cruze. But here's the catch. You're only going to answer me in emojis. So this Cruze has built-in 4G LTE Wi-Fi with 24 gigs of data. It also comes with 24 months of Sirius XM satellite radio.
Like word, Chevy. That's the way to go.
Now pick the one emoji that sums up the car.
Crystal ball. I can see the future.
That was deep.
I am rich. In my gentleman's quarters, we sip champagne and peruse my art collection, which consists of Renaissance classics and more avant-garde pieces. Yes, I am rich. That's why I drink this champagne of beers.
Oh, looks like we missed most of the show.
Yeah, and there's no way to restart it.
With DirecTV, there is.
You see, we got the power to turn back time, so let's restart the show that started at 9. And while we're at it, let's give you back your due and give her back the guy she liked before you. Hey, that's the power to turn back time.
Get the ultimate all-included bundle. Call 1-800-DIRECTV.
Fight heartburn fast with Tums Chewy Delights. The mouth-watering soft chew that goes to work in seconds to conquer heartburn fast. Chewy Delights. Only from Tums.
One coat? Yes. One coat guaranteed marquee interior. Bear's most advanced paint. Come find our top-rated paints only at the Home Depot.
Whopper. Fries. Soda. $10. Someone's gonna get fired.
Fired and Flame Grilled. Get 2 100% beef Whopper sandwiches, 2 fries, and 2 drinks now for just $10. It's the 2 for $10 Whopper meal, only at Burger King.
Closed captioning brought to you by Ultimate Flora Probiotics by Renew Life.
With the ultimate high-potency probiotic, life feels a little lighter, livelier, a little more you. Ultimate Flora Probiotics.
I'm all about my bed.
This mattress is dangerously comfortable.
When I get in, I literally say, ah.
Introducing the Lisa mattress. A better place to sleep.
This bed hugs my body.
I'm now a morning person. The Lisa mattress is designed to provide strong support, relieve pressure, and optimize airflow to keep you cool.
Hello, bed of my dreams.
Order online. We'll build it, box it, and ship it to your door for you to enjoy. Sleep on it for up to 100 nights and love it, or you'll get a full refund. Shipping and returns are free and easy.
I love my Lisa.
Today is gonna be great.
Read our reviews, then try the Lisa mattress in your own home. Order now and get $75 off. Go to buylisa.com today. You need this bed.
Anderson Cooper 360. Tomorrow night at 8 Eastern on CNN.
They started a media blitz in the wake of all that to alert everybody in the area, hey, there's a guy in the run.
Around 2 a.m. Saturday morning, Oscar Antonio Menjivar Herrera fled from a prison transport van.
One day I was watching the news and they had said that this guy, he had escaped from the cops, and I recognized that it was him.
After Oscar Menjivar Herrera escaped, we had a third victim come forward. It was a 12-year-old girl. She was friends with the 12-year-old boy. That was this connection between these girls and our suspect.
I met Oscar through one of my really close friends. He used to tell me to sneak out with him.
My daughter at first said no, but my daughter had a puppy love with this 12-year-old boy. He pretty much peer pressured her into sneaking out.
He would meet me at my window and we would go to the alley. The first time I met Oscar, we were just sitting in the alley. We just sat there and we were talking. He told me that he was 15. He was like kind of cool. The second time we were hanging out, we just started going to his house. He tried to flirt with me. He would like grab on me. I wasn't comfortable with doing that.
She tried to tell him no, that she didn't want him to touch her. And the 12-year-old boy was insisting that it was okay and trying to get this 12-year-old girl to allow Oscar to touch her.
The guy told me to move closer and I was getting scared. and I was yelling. And then the boy grabbed me. And then the other guy had like pulled down my pants and like started to like, yeah. Can we stop?
The 12-year-old girl is still trying to get him away from her, and so she's struggling with him. He actually yells out to the 12-year-old boy and asks him to help.
The boy held my daughter's hands down so the older man can sexually assault my daughter.
I was screaming, and I was thinking in my head, why can't nobody hear me?
Knowing that I wasn't there to protect her just really bothers me. She trusted that 12-year-old boy. She loved him. That was her first love. And to have him participate in such an evil act, they took something from her that she will never get back.
This 12-year-old boy is street smart. He's worldly. He's been around and he's been involved in other things. Although he was manipulated by Oscar, he knew what he was doing.
I think at 12 years old, you know right from wrong. Or at least you should have some idea of right from wrong. I wanted him to be held accountable for his actions and his participation.
It's one thing to take drugs and alcohol and gifts and clothes to be the procurer. It's another thing to hold a little girl down while a guy 32 years old is raping her while she's screaming and crying and begging for mercy. That's a kid who's gone off the rails.
I did arrest this 12-year-old boy for first-degree sexual assault, specifically with the sexual assault of the third victim. Unfortunately, we just didn't have everything we needed to continue with the court process. I absolutely think it's likely that Memento Herrera will offend again. We could have more victims in Omaha that just never came forward.
So hard to overcome the belief of victims that they somehow had something to do with it, that they have guilt about it. Absolutely not. There is no equal power base. There is one bad person in this scenario, and that's Oscar Memento Herrera. He's a dirty bastard.
We got a call, and it was very short and sweet. It was, he's here right now. Let's go ahead and try to grab him.
Direct from our imagination. The Civic Sedan from Honda.
There are 2 billion people who don't have access to basic banking, but that is changing.
At Temenos, with the Microsoft Cloud, we can enable a banker to travel to the most remote locations with nothing but a phone and a tablet.
Everywhere where there's a phone, you have a bank. Now a person is able to start a business and employ somebody for the first time.
The Microsoft Cloud helped us to bring banking to 10 million people in just 2 years.
It's transforming our world.
The Verizon Win-Win-Win event is back with the iPhone. Win number 1, you get America's largest, most reliable, most consistently fast 4G LTE network. Win number 2, we'll pay up to $650 when you switch and trade in your phone. And the third win, when you buy a 16GB iPhone 6S on the best network, you'll get a second one free when you add a second line. Now you can have it all at the Win-Win-Win event at Verizon stores and VZW.com. Offers end June 30th.
Real milk versus almond milk. Ingredient spelling bee.
Lecithin.
Lecithin. L-E-S.
Your word is milk.
M-I-L-K.
Milk wins. Ingredients you can spell.
Meet Go Dogs, the fastest food truck in Brooklyn. Meet Mylanta Tonight. It's also fast, but unlike Go Dogs, it makes heartburn after dinner history. New Mylanta Tonight, faster than heartburn.
He's a notorious Mexican drug lord with a taste for fame and a billion-dollar empire. Now CNN's Chris Cuomo takes you inside El Chapo's hideouts.
Looks like a bathtub, right? Check this out.
CNN Special Report, Inside the Chase for El Chapo, Tuesday night at 9.
You can use whipped topping made with hydrogenated oil. But real joyful moments are shared over the real cream in Reddi-wip. Reddi-wip. Share the joy.
Shark Week continues tonight. It's all shark and awe on Discovery.
You can use whipped topping made with hydrogenated oil. But real joyful moments are shared over the real cream in Reddi-wip. Reddi-wip. Share the joy.
New day. The most news in the morning. Tomorrow starting at 6 Eastern on CNN.
We learned about the 2 new charges on Minivar Herrera. It's sort of added to the investigation that he's done this multiple times. Now we're dealing with someone who might try to relocate and do it again. Some of the research we did on Minivar Herrera, he's going to come back to Omaha, possibly because there's people here that can get him out of the country. We interviewed everybody we could that might have had contact with him. There's a gentleman named Tio. We talked to Tio on Saturday night, talked to his sons. He said, hey, if I hear anything about him, if I see him, I will call you. Not 24 hours later, we got a call from one of Tio's sons. It was very short and sweet. He's here right now. It was very late at night on a Sunday. We alerted as many people as we could. Grab your gear, get in your car, and get here right now. Let's go ahead and start moving in on the house and try to grab him. Things happen very quickly. We missed him.
He slipped through the cracks so many times. He is like the really evil bad guy that has 9 lives. But one of these days, those 9 lives are going to run out.
Later into 2012 in the fall, we learned that he had re-entered El Salvador, had updated his identification card. It's very tough to say exactly where he might be right now. I tend to think he's in El Salvador. I also think given enough time, he might try to come back to the U.S. with a new identity and try to start life over.
My biggest fear is that he's going to come back and try and do it again.
Can you imagine how terrified that girl is? Wouldn't you be terrified? Wouldn't you be afraid? I can't say enough about her courage.
He's over there in El Salvador or wherever, living the life he wants to live, while my daughter
was going through therapy, having to deal with that, all the medications, all that. Life goes on for him, though. That's real fair, isn't it? He shouldn't have a right to have any life.
My daughter sees a psychiatrist that specializes in people who are victims of a sexual assault. And she has to take medication to help her sleep and for anxiety and for PTSD.
It still haunts me. Like, I'm scared. I'm scared to go places. I'm scared to be in a car with the mail. When I go to my bus stop, I'm always watching, making sure nobody's behind me. I feel like he could come anytime, that he's still here and he still watches me. And so I get really scared. When I'm in the shower, I can't even keep my eyes shut for longer than a couple of seconds.
You have to be a really horrible person to get close to the top of my personal most wanted list. And Oscar is right up there at the top. He knows how to manipulate other children to help him exploit children. He is never going to stop until he gets caught. Oscar Menevar Herrera has a small tattoo on his left bicep. He has frequently used social media, such as Facebook, under various aliases, such as Tony Menevar, Tony Montana, and Montana Neke. If you have seen Oscar Menevar Herrera or have any information as to his whereabouts, please call 1-866-THE-HUNT or go online at cnn.com/thehunt. We'll pass your tip on to the proper authorities, and if requested, will not reveal your name.
It replays in my head over and over again. I'd actually dialed his number and talked to him for 3 seconds. If that 3 seconds would have changed where he was standing, if it would have changed what he was doing, would I have been able to prevent this? I thought about that forever. It's, what if I dialed? What if I dialed?
The Hunt with John Walsh is brought to you by ServPro, helping make fire and water damage like it never even happened.
From residential to commercial, from large loss to emergency response. Whenever damage strikes, call on the cleanup team that's faster to any size disaster at 1-800-SERVPRO, like it never even happened.
Being British, it's not in our nature to boast. Fortunately, we don't have to. Introducing the critically acclaimed Jaguar XE. Experience the XE for yourself at your Jaguar retailer.
I'm the company Data Hog. I do the sales, the marketing. I have to do that from my phone.
We use tons of data, and I don't really have to worry about it.
I need data, and I need it now.
Done. Get 3 lines with 6 gigs of data each for only $40 per line. And your 4th line is free. So switch your business today, and your 4th line is free. Only for a limited time, and only at T-Mobile at Work.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks.
I just want to know for sure that I'm going to like the paint color once it's up.
I told Kelly we have color samples so she could try a little bit of it on her wall first.
Ace is the place for a taste before you buy the whole meal. That's a metaphor. Don't eat meat.
You make it sound easy.
Wish me luck. Good luck. Find your perfect color with sample paints from the Paint Studio at Ace. Get a coupon for $5 off a gallon for every sample you buy. Only at Ace, the helpful place.
You know what sounds better than me? Prime rib for $13.99. Slice into Dinner's prime rib, teriyaki sirloin, jumbo butterfly shrimp. Dinner's $13.99. Only at Golden Corral.
If you have moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, isn't it time to let the real you shine through? Introducing Otezla, a Premolast. Otezla is not an injection or a cream. It's a pill that treats plaque psoriasis differently. Some people who took Otezla saw 75% clearer skin after 4 months. And Otezla's prescribing information has no requirement for routine lab monitoring. Don't take Otezla if you are allergic to any of its ingredients. Otezla may increase the risk of depression. Tell your doctor if you have a history of depression or suicidal thoughts, or if these feelings develop. Some people taking Otezla reported weight loss. Your doctor should monitor your weight and may stop treatment. Side effects may include diarrhea, nausea, upper respiratory tract infection, and headache. Tell your doctor about all the medicines you take and if you're pregnant or planning to be. Ask your dermatologist about Otezla today. Otezla. Show more of you.
Closed captioning brought to you by Cosamin.
Scientifically proven to improve joint comfort. Effective at a cellular level. Cosamin. For joint health, it's time to start believing again.
L.B. Hars did only about 3 months for molesting his own 7-year-old daughter.
He's a monster. I feel very certain there are other victims.
He has to be caught right now.
An all-new episode of The Hunt with John Walsh next Sunday night at 9 on CNN. He's a notorious Mexican drug lord with a taste for fame and $1 billion empire.
El Chapo. When you hear the nickname, what comes to mind?
Evil genius. Now CNN's Chris Cuomo takes you inside El Chapo's hideouts.
Looks like a bathtub, right? Check this out.
And his talent for evading the authorities.
Once again, Chapo, a.k.a. Harry Houdini, escapes.
CNN Special Report, Inside the Chase for El Chapo, Tuesday night at 9.
Aaron Burnett out front. Tomorrow night at 7 Eastern on CNN.
I always thought that Grand Rapids, Michigan is a very good place to raise a family.
We were a typical family.
And we did everything together. Known him my whole life. I mean, since I can remember walking, I can remember Ryan.
He was a good brother. Happy all the time. Pulling jokes and trying to make people laugh and kind-hearted.
He was not a perfect child. But he turned into a pretty decent human being.
My son had attention deficit, and when you go through something like that, you get labeled. He was conscious of other people's feelings. He stuck up for the people that couldn't stand up for themselves.
He was engaged to be married, had a great job, great family, everything ahead of him.
The crime here in Grand Rapids is kind of like an offshoot from Chicago and Detroit. We do have a little bit of gang activity.
Most of our gang problem has to do with youth in our lower socioeconomic part of the city.
Majority of kids getting into gangs are probably from single-parent homes. There is not a sense of community there. Juan Reyes and Eric Santiago were brothers. Eric also goes by Eric Reyes. Eric was 23 years old. Juan was 19 years old.
As far as we know, they came to Grand Rapids from LA, and they lived with their mother, Maria.
Angel DeLuca was a friend of theirs, and they formed a small gang, and they named themselves the LA Boys.
Juan and Eric, as they grew older, they became to have more and more troubled youths, more and more arrests.
There was a felonious assault, there were some alcohol violations, some driving violations. After a while, Angel split from the LA boys. He didn't want to be with them anymore, didn't want to hang out with them for some reason.
Things started escalating from that point.
It's a scenario that's played out all over the world. It's that young, disenfranchised, testosterone-driven male that doesn't have a life and thinks he's going to take out his anger, frustration on the world by being a tough guy.
911 emergency.
Drive-by shooting at my gas station.
Is everybody okay there?
Yeah.
Yeah? Did it hit the window?
Yeah. It came right by the window by my cash register.
Angel, he had been at a party with his girlfriend and the girlfriend's brother. They had left to go purchase some more alcohol.
He was in the store. He came out and noticed the Cadillac, which is Eric Reyes's car. From the Cadillac, somebody said, "We're going to get you."
As Angel DeLuca passed in his red minivan, he observed the gold-colored Cadillac turn around and start to follow him.
He proceeded into the BP gas station from the North Drive. 4 shots were fired from there. He went around the pumps and came next to the building with the Cadillac directly in back of him.
To try to shoot a guy while he's at a gas station in front of 50 witnesses is the stupidest thing. Even the dumbest gangs don't do that.
Angel drove around the pumps. The Cadillac then proceeds out to Clyde Park. Angel drives all the way around the BP gas station, turns east on Cutler.
The brothers had lost Mr. DeLuca for a second, and then they ended up going down on Cutler to try and find him. They end up seeing a group of people that appear at this house at 751 Cutler.
There was a party going on there. 20-year-olds, almost the same age as what the Reyes brothers were.
The people at the party had no association whatsoever with Juan or Eric.
Ryan was not even supposed to go to that party. It wasn't part of the plan.
Ryan went to the party that night because his best friend broke up with his girlfriend. And Ryan wanted to make sure that he was okay.
The brothers, they stopped in front of this party.
Asked, where did the red van go? Nobody knew what it was about.
The owner of the house didn't know what was going on, and he came out and told the brothers to turn the music down because they were blaring music.
The verbal exchange escalated.
Ryan leaned around his buddy to see what was going on. Mr. Inquisitive Ryan.
Juan Reyes steps out, points a Tech-9 type weapon.
And one of the bullets went through the sweatshirt of the guy that he was leaning on and into Ryan.
One. 51 caller, please come quick. Okay, stay on the line. The ground dying.
It breaks you. It totally breaks you.
You still had color, you know. There was still my son laying there.
To showcase the impressive Infiniti QX50, we could have imagined it on a winding mountain pass, or somewhere even more cliche, like a downtown street. But what distinguishes the Infiniti QX50 isn't where you can take it, it's how you feel taking it there. With generous cargo space, extended second row legroom, and coupe-like handling, the QX50 from Infiniti. Lease the Infiniti QX50 for $319 a month. Visit your local Infiniti retailer.
Get up, get on up, get up, get on up, stay on the scene, get on up like a sex machine, get on up, Shake your money maker. Shake your money maker. Get up, get on up. Get up, get on up. Get up.
What are we eyeing about?
My money, it's gone.
You know.
I know. The new PCs are so secure you can use your face as your password.
You know about it. Now do something about it. Upgrade to a new PC.
Oh, looks like we missed most of the show.
Yeah, and there's no way to restart it.
With DirecTV, there is.
You see, we got the power to turn back time, so let's restart the show that started at 9. And while we're at it, let's give you back your due and give her back the guy she liked before you. Hey, that's the power to turn back time.
Get the ultimate all-included bundle. Call 1-800-DIRECTV.
You know, we said we'd take a look at our retirement plan today.
Not now. Cleaning the oven.
Yeah, I'm cleaning the gutters.
Washing the dog.
Washing the cat.
Line running Snap Champ.
Chat.
Chat.
Changing the oil.
It's surprising what people would rather do than deal with retirement.
Pressure washing that roses.
Aerating the lawn.
Though with Nationwide, it's no big deal.
Okay, your retirement plan is all set.
Nationwide. Awesome.
Nice neighborhood.
Nationwide is on your side.
In 2003, the U.S. set out to capture Saddam Hussein. What really happened in the search for the world's most wanted man has remained secret until now. Declassified, next on CNN.
Go for a walk. Kirby! Kirby!
Some things work better when they're connected, like your HD DVR, connected to the internet now, and you can restart shows already in progress with one click, even reverse time, and watch shows you've missed in the last 72 hours. Connecting your HD DVR is easy and it's free. Go to directtv.com/connect to learn how.
Won't miss that. Won't miss that. Won't miss that. Won't miss that.
I will too miss that.
No, you won't miss that. When you move with DirecTV, your favorite entertainment goes with you from coast to coast on all your devices. Now keep moving. The DirecTV Movers Deal, now with bundles and equipment upgrades too. Call and ask about all the benefits today.
CNN Special Report, Inside the Chase for El Chapo, Tuesday night at 9.
About 2 in the morning, I got a call from the hospital. They wanted to know if Brian Pollock was my son. And they asked me to come down to the hospital. And they let me go in. And he was still on the gurney. But he still had color. That was still my son laying there.
My Uncle Doug, he said, "I'm sorry."
June the 26th, 2016. Guys, you're looking at carbon monoxide surface concentrations. These are satellite images. This is the null wind speed site. 2 places that are the strongest on the planet right now. One is Yellowstone, and one is Southern California. Now, guys, we know we have fires in Southern California, but that's not the only place. But we do have that gas concentration there and up here in Yellowstone. Remember the videos earlier in the year where we had the big gas leaks there? I'm not sure, and I have not seen if there are any more of the infrared cameras that had been put in place. I don't know if they've taken those down. Guys, let us know here on the channel what you know about that in California. Let's change the perimeters here and look at the carbon dioxide at the surface, guys. Again, the strongest on the planet is over Yellowstone. That lets us know that we're probably getting some kind of leak from one of those fault zones in that area. Again, we've had about 40 small quakes, nothing large in the last 7 days, a couple of concentrated areas. And this particular map is hard to locate the exact area because it does not give that information. You can see the rivers, you can see the Great Lakes. I'll lay a semi-transparency over it and it'll give you kind of an idea, guys. You're seeing the northeastern section of Wyoming. It's not an exact match overlay, but very close. So you guys in that area, let us know, do we have geothermal activity that far east of the park? Just again, I've never been to that part of the nation. Some of you guys are very familiar with it. I've seen it from the other videos. But again, that area has high concentrations. I'd like to see what we're dealing with there. We're going to look at the USGS earthquake map. Again, if you look around the planet, nowhere else are we seeing that type of concentration. You see the blue dot again up there. I'll kind of pan around. You can see this. You're looking African continent, Europe. We'll look down under, look at Asia. Nowhere are we seeing that concentration. You guys down under, you don't have that problem, whatever it is. I'd like to find out, though, because it seems to be very strong. Now, again, I appreciate the heads up on that, but nowhere, again, South America, anywhere else on the planet, do we have that particular area of concentration right there, carbon dioxide. You see some in Southern California, it's heavily populated. See some in New York, but very lightly. Now, while we're here, we're getting out of June, we're getting closer to July, and that's when the hurricanes start forming further out. The June hurricanes and storms usually form there in the Caribbean, but we're starting to see this shift, and you're looking at that basically sand in the atmosphere coming right off of Africa. You guys in the UK, you're getting a west wind. You're not part of that sand. Again, that's high atmosphere, and that's measuring it. But guys, we've had a pretty good coronal mass ejection. Just started about midnight universal time. Now it's passed over the ACE satellites. You see those two spikes? That's measuring electrons and protons. So we need to kind of keep an eye, since our shields are weak, on the tectonic plates as far as earthquakes. Now, this is what happened, going back again to just coming into midnight UTC time, Earth-facing images from the Solar Dynamics Observatory. And you'll see this. I'm going to back it up. We're going to slow it down. I'll back it up a few extra hours, but that was right at midnight. So let's go back into the 25th, a few hours, and take a look at the entire thing right here. Check that out. Again, I'm going to stop it and go through the motions. We've got a sunspot coming around, actually two of them that seem to be quite active. Look at that feathering flame, guys. You could encompass many of our planets in that semicircle you just saw. But we've had another couple of days of a spotless sun. It's been years since we've seen it like that. But here, going back, this is the eruption, and that's what we're seeing crossing the ACE satellites right there. It's a side blast, but it doesn't matter. They go out in all directions. Again, the ACE satellite is set up between the Earth and the sun as an early warning system. If it wasn't spiking there, it wouldn't be striking our planet. And this is another satellite that gives us the same viewpoint as if we're looking from Earth, but it's called SOHO LASCO C3. Now, the sun is the size of the small white circle inside that dark occulter disk. That is there to block out the glare of the sun so we can see the outside. You're seeing Venus come from behind the sun, and you see that coronal mass ejection that comes out from that filament release. We're getting the side blow of that. It's very intense. Think of the size. Now, in the last week, we've had a lot of activity right here on the mid-Atlantic plate, guys. It's the largest split on the planet, and it has one of the greatest sliding points, and we'll look at that ever as far as the slip in one of those large faults. Again, I'll take a look at that. 40 quakes in this area. And this is east of where we're seeing the gas, guys. This is right in the center and left of the main Yellowstone area. So we're getting quakes in this area, but again, probably 100 miles or so to the west of there is where we're seeing that gas release. Now, this is 7 days worldwide. And the large one that started it, we had 3 coronal mass ejections last week, 3 large quakes on the Mid-Atlantic Ridge. This stretches all the way in through the Jerusalem fault line, like we talked about the other night, right through the Mediterranean. But this area, guys, I want to pull it up and show you. Just in this area, 16 quakes. You can see they're all at 10 kilometers, except a couple of them, and that's strange. But right below those quakes, that used to be a straight line. You see that red line right there, guys? It slipped. One side moved east, one side moved west. Tremendous distance. Now, it didn't necessarily happen all at one time. The records don't go back that far. But that's where you're talking about large tsunamis. You think the Canary Islands, if one of those split, it would cause a tsunami? It's nothing compared to if this area right here has a large slip and a drop. You can drop down, and that will cause the tsunamis. Remember, if you see a tsunami or if you see the water run out rapidly from the beach, very unusual, go out real far, you know to hit high ground because those large tsunamis will pull that water out as the large waves are building. But then when they get back, that's the trouble. But I'm not saying we're going to have one. We're just watching that area because that's a lot of activity, starting with that 6.2 on this great fault zone. Now, guys, we're watching this. It's a heads up. Be safe.
Wake up, people! The Olympic Games.
This is Dabu7. Want to share with you here some exclusive footage sent to me by a subscriber on the ground during the chaos that erupted in Sacramento. Now, apparently, at the Capitol building, there was a mass stabbing here. At least 6 people, they're saying officially 5 people, have been stabbed. And as you're going to see in this footage, just all kinds of hell breaks loose. Now, as it's being described in mass, this group representing white supremacy or the Nazi movement was trying to hold a rally. That's how the other group is explaining it. They came up there to make sure that they could not do that. Well, the counter group charged in with sticks, and anyone that they saw was Nazi. They started pummeling and started beating them down. You're going to see one man catch a couple knocks of the stick, and you're going to see members just running around with sticks, beating anyone down that they think is a part of the Nazi party.
Oh my God.
And as you can see, they're just running around, whacking people with sticks. Individuals getting back up, they're getting knocked back down. And in this melee, people were stabbed. And as of right now, we're still waiting to get the solid details. As I get more information as to who was stabbed, by who, this and that, I'll update. But other footage showing here that the group went charging, stampeding toward the other group. And this is where it all went down. I'll leave links. And until next time, this has been Dabu7.
Oh my God.
At least 6 people were stabbed Sunday when members of right-wing extremist groups holding a rally outside the California State Capitol building in Sacramento clashed with counter-protesters, authorities said. Sacramento Fire Department spokesman Chris Harvey said emergency crews transported 6 people who were stabbed, some critically wounded, and that many other people had cuts, scrapes and bruises. There was a large number of people carrying sticks and rushing to either get into the melee or see what was going on, Harvey said. California Highway Patrol officers managed to break up the large fight, but some members of both groups remained in the area an hour after the fight first broke out, Harvey said. The victims were all present while the protest took place, said Sacramento police spokesman Matt McPhail. He said it was still unclear whether and how they were involved. The Traditionalist Workers' Party had scheduled and received a permit to protest at noon Sunday, in front of the Capitol. McPhail said a group showed up to demonstrate against them. The Southern Poverty Law Center has described TWP as a group formed in 2015 as the political wing of the Traditionalist Youth Network, which aims to indoctrinate high school and college students into white nationalism.
Oh my God.
Hello, America. This is Call of Duty Goddess. Today is June the 26th, 2016. I'm at Refugee Resettlement Watch at an article titled, Idaho, Obama-appointed U.S. Attorney attempts to stifle free speech relating to sex assault case. And that's dated June the 26th, 2016 from Ann Corcoran. I did a video a couple days ago about the refugee children who sexually assaulted the 5-year-old girl. Well, it seems Obama has put his truth ministry on it, aka the DOJ. The Obama-appointed U.S. Attorney for Idaho has taken a highly unusual step of intervening in a local criminal case involving an alleged sexual assault by juvenile Muslim migrants and threatened the community and media with federal prosecution if they spread false information or inflammatory statements about perpetrators. Well, talk about the truth ministry. Thank you, Obama. Gotta have only your truth and nothing but only your truth, right? Here in a small portion of what Eric Holder's pick for Idaho U.S. Attorney said in her press release of late last week, this is a very clear attempt to silence anyone, not just in Twin Falls, who may speak critically about our refugee admissions policy. The spread of false information or inflammatory or threatening statements about the perpetrators of the crime itself reduces public safety and may violate federal law. Oh my. We've seen time and time again that the spread of falsehoods about refugees divides our communities. I urge all citizens and residents to allow Mr. whatever his name is and Chief Kingsbury and their teams to do their jobs. So, shut your mouth. Move along, folks. Nothing here to see. And it goes on to say, you must continue reading to learn about Olson's pro-refugee, pro-Muslim bias, on display in the run-up to the Idaho trial of an Uzbek refugee on terror charges just last year. He was found guilty, by the way. She fretted in advance of the trial and held a meeting with refugee and Muslim advocates to be sure that they were ready for an anti-Muslim backlash in the state during the trial. Why was it so important for everyone on the pro-refugee side to keep this story under wraps? It is because the contractors, the businesses looking for cheap labor, the leftists looking for more Democrat voters, invested small-town elected officials, and naive do-gooders have spent years building an image of refugees as angelic people. Some may be wonderful, deserving immigrants, but some definitely are not, because they are so invested in the myth, in the story they have created. Any case like this that exposes the lie must be hidden from public view. How many more cases are out there like the one in Twin Falls Laundry Room that have been kept sealed from public view or dropped altogether throughout America? This makes you wonder, doesn't it? So, we got the Truth Ministry here. This is Call of Duty Goddess signing off, and as always, I've got your 6.
What's it like to put your home in good hands? It's protection tailored just for you, with unique features like claim-free rewards.
Welcome, friends. Starry Hilder is here doing another sermon, and I am just out hiking in my own backyard again, which I love. And look at the luscious fruit that is coming out now, and the vegetation is so green, and look at that. I love coming back up here into the mountains just simply because it refreshes me. It takes my focus off of me, which, you know, we have a tendency to do. We do focus on ourselves a lot, and our woes and our problems, and that's why I just love taking a break and getting out into God's creation to be reminded that, you know what? He's got it under control. Look at that. But in this sermon, I really have a heavy heart. And it's been going on for quite a while. And I really wanted to share with you, friends, my struggle, because I think it's important when it comes to fellowship that we share each other's struggles, because it seems like the more I share, the more God is bringing people to me and showing me a different way of looking at things. He is helping with my discernment. And that's why I had to pull out the camera this morning and share my heart with you, friends. You know, the one thing that we could always count on as believers is that God is always going to be there for us. Now, he may not give us the answers right away. He may present it in different ways, through using people, through his written word, through prayer, through silence sometimes. And I think we have to remember that when we are going through difficult times. My difficult time has been my struggle with church. And I have been finding more and more lately so many believers sharing with me their same struggle. They've done studies already. In fact, I think the last study I was reading, in fact, this morning, was about the Protestant church and how the membership has dropped from 50%. And the reason why they're leaving is because of greed. Now, there are other reasons why people are leaving the churches nowadays, but one of the top ones is greed. I'm sure there is also failure in leadership when it comes to not following the doctrine, God's word. We see a lot of that. We also see, hypocrisy. I think we're always going to be dealing with hypocrisy because we are of the flesh. And I truly believe that there is no perfect church, no perfect leader. We've got to get that out of our head, that our leadership can't fail, and remind ourselves that they are just merely men. But they do have a standard to keep. And I think this is the hard part that us Christians and fellow believers are struggling with, is that our churches, I say our leadership, has been failing us. And we can see the changes in the churches throughout the United States, the focuses of how they bring people in, why they bring people in. You know, some of the big mega churches are really just there to make money. They're not really, you know, and many of the mega churches are, you know, what is their purpose? They want to bring in numbers because numbers bring in money. And if you really listen to their doctrine, a lot of the times the doctrine is glossed over. They talk about God and love, and they talk about what God can do for you and how you can become maybe richer, you can become more successful, you've got the power of Jesus Christ in you, and that's a powerful thing. But it's all about what Jesus can do for you. And those mega churches really help facilitate that attitude. And, you know, Jesus did say, if they persecuted me, they're going to persecute you. They don't really talk about picking up your cross and following him. And they don't really talk about that you're going to have trials and tribulations. It's not going to be easy. So that's sad, because there are truly people out there who are seeking the Lord, and they're seeking his truth. Backyard churches, the ones in our own community, and even those are failing us. I have had enough feedback to know that they're failing us, because I feel even now today that my own church is failing me. And you know, God was really good. He brought me to my church. I was fed spiritually. I was saved in this community. I mean, I cannot thank the Lord for giving me that gift. But as I mature spiritually, God has opened my eyes more. My spiritual discernment is getting stronger. And if you know Jesus Christ is wisdom from God. So spiritual discernment and wisdom comes from knowing Jesus Christ. And this is really important, because those of you who are struggling with your church right now, and you don't know if you should leave, or if you have left and you feel bad about that, and you just don't know what to do, God gives us spiritual discernment. And discernment is wisdom. It is the ability to be able to discern truth from error. It's invaluable. And it is one of the greatest gifts that we have been given. When you have the ability to see the truth, it helps so much, because what has happened even with my walk is, as I matured spiritually, I was beginning to see that my church was failing in many areas. The fellowship, you know, my church is large. I felt like a number. I left my church for over 2 months, and not one person noticed. Not one person came up to me in the community and said, "Starry, I've noticed that you haven't been in church anymore." That is sad. And I'm thinking, what is that body of Christ supposed to be doing? You know, these are supposed to be my brothers and sisters in Christ. With my walk, those failures in the church now is affecting me spiritually. I am not getting fed the way that I need to be fed. And I truly believe, because so many people have contacted me about this, that you too at home are struggling with these failures with your churches. It is more common than you think. And when people started contacting me, and I started sharing my testimony with what is going on with me in my life, in my church, I knew I wasn't alone. It seems like we are living in times when this is almost expected. God did warn us several times in his word. And, you know, remember, always go back to God's word. It is the best manual for life. It's got everything in there that we need. And he talked about, obviously, the wolves in sheep's clothing. In Romans, he says, you know, watch out for those who cause division, create obstacles contrary to doctrine. Hello. Think about what he is trying to tell us. You know, the time is coming when people will not endure sound teaching. They'll have itching ears for their own passions. Think about the churches that we are going to, and we are seeing this. We're seeing, you know, I just read some research about Protestants. 50% now, there's only 50% in the United States. That's it. They used to be a much larger population of Protestants, and it has declined. And the number one reason why the Protestants' religion has declined is because of greed. Greed. The big thing in churches, not just mega churches, little churches, backyard churches, and it's turning people off. There are good people who want sound doctrine. They don't have itching ears. They're not going after their own passions. They're not interested in causing division and contradicting God's word. They want to be fed spiritually, like me. And that's why they are leaving the churches and struggling and saying, what is going on here? Why is this happening? Well, it's happening because it is foreseen that it is supposed to happen, and it's going to start with our churches. We have been warned. You know, the scripture again, avoid irrelevant babble, contradictions. You know, God's word, scripture after scripture is telling us, wake up, wake up. And the beauty of waking up is that God gives us that wisdom, that spiritual discernment to know the difference between error and truth. That is the best gift. You know, if you're struggling with leaving the church again, finding a church, or just worshiping God and having that relationship with him, which is more important than any four walls. And really, it is more important that you keep that relationship with the Lord, you follow the Lord, because, you know, you think about Jesus and the disciples, they didn't have the four walls. So forget about the four walls, forget about the building, forget about, you know, you have to have that leadership. If it is failing you in your community, if your church is failing you, don't feel guilty about leaving it. God will feed you, and he has given you discernment to understand and know what you need to do. And remember, God's word, he tells us, lack wisdom, let him ask God. If you lack wisdom, ask God. He will provide you with the knowledge. You know, and this is the thing. Often non-believers don't understand the spiritual discernment. God isn't saying that you can't use logic, can't use some reason, you can't apply your education to things, you know, what you know. But that is completely different from spiritual discernment. Spiritual discernment is a whole separate wisdom and knowledge base that comes from God. And again, friends, you don't have to struggle. When we have the spiritual discernment, we shouldn't feel like we are lost sheep when we decide to leave the church. I have had people come to me and they tell me how they are now feeding their soul with sermons, say on YouTube, or they are watching Billy Graham or Ravi Zacharias. They are reading articles in Christian magazines. They're feeding their soul, not through church, not through the failed leadership at their church, and that's why they left. So they're feeding it in a different way. And sometimes if you still have family members or friends connected with the church that you left, you might be having a hard time with them because they're going to look at you and they're going to be critical. They're going to want you back into the fold. They're not going to understand why you left. And many of them are coming at you with a very pure heart because they want you to become a part of that body of Christ again. But if that body of Christ is failing you, God gives you that discernment to understand that. So trust in the Lord, trust in your heart, and know that when you are being fed in a different way, it's okay. You know, the most important thing is your relationship with Jesus Christ, period. And no matter how you are fed spiritually, you don't need a church to do that. You don't need a building to do that, and you don't need a pastor to do that. Now, Jesus loves his church. He does. And he died for his church. And that's scripture. But also part of scripture is in Revelations how the church of, I believe, Laodicea fails. And that church reflects the churches now in America. How Jesus Christ spit that church out like warm milk, neither hot nor cold. And I think we're seeing that nowadays. And that is why really people who love the Lord are waking up and saying, hey, this doctrine isn't right. Or, hey, there's all this greed in my church. Or, hey, the hypocrisy is so thick among the leadership. You know, the members, we're all sinners. We're going there. We're broken. It's a hospital for sinners. We're looking to our leadership to guide the flock, and they're failing. They're failing. And I'm not saying there are great people in churches. There are strong believers, and they can't hold these churches together anymore. A lot of them can't. You can do a lot, but when leadership fails, leadership fails. So just trust in the Lord and know that he's going to feed you. And it doesn't take a church to be fed, and it doesn't take the leader of the church to feed you. You can find it by just looking at God. And just two other things before I close. Number one, just so your friends know, I'm not advocating anybody to leave the church. If you have a church and you're blessed with good, strong leadership and fellowship, even if there's a little hypocrisy or a little division, stick with it. Help feed the body of Christ. It's very important because Jesus Christ did die for his church and he loves his church. And the other thing is, I really do believe that for those of us who have left the church and are struggling, God is showing us a different way. And I'm beginning to see the way as coming full circle. Jesus and his disciples didn't have a church. He didn't preach from a pulpit. Where their couple was gathered, there he was. So it doesn't take, again, those church walls or that leadership, but what it takes is fellowship. And I see us looking at a different way of worshiping, really getting back to our roots, coming full circle. And I think we really are to the point where we are coming full circle because of the road that America is going down and just society is going down. So God, I believe, is providing a way for us. And he's showing us that, you know, this is what the Son of God used to do. And now I want you to do it. So start looking for fellowship, start praying, trust in the Lord, and know that he is going to provide a way for you. But always, always, always keep feeding yourself. Always. And remember, God's timing is great. Don't give up on him, and he will find a path for you. And that path will lead to him.
World government is in very, very deep shit. I don't normally use, quote, profanity to describe things, but when the shoe fits, wear it. A rose by any other name is still a rose. Well, the New World Order being in deep trouble by any other name, it's still the same thing. World government has been constructed by a consortium of less than 20 banking families who have openly announced their plan to establish a one world government based on an anti-human, post-industrial, globalist ideology. This is such a triumph over them that all their hoaxes, all their lies, all their disinformation saying none of this planetary government stuff exists, the fact that all their propaganda has failed shows how much trouble they're in and how much credibility they've lost. Herman von Rompuy and other former heads of the EU have openly admitted it's a world government. They write editorial articles calling for planetary government and carbon taxes. But then they think you're so ill-informed and so stupid. They come out on the news and say, tinfoil hats, none of it exists. There's no ruling elite. Nobody's screwing you over. It wasn't enough to get trillions in banker bailout money when they engineered the financial collapse 2008. They want 100 trillion every decade in carbon taxes alone. Just Google that. Davos Group wants 100 trillion in carbon taxes every decade. You'll get the London Independent. You'll get their statements. So I love it. I want to congratulate the whore media that has a 6% trust rate in Associated Press poll, and the Congress that has a 9% approval rating in Gallup polls. I want to congratulate you for cutting your frickin' noses off to spite your face. People don't believe you, they hate you, they disdain you. That is thinking people, real liberals, real patriots, real pro-human folks, not the fascist-controlled left or the fascist-controlled right. You people are an intellectual joke. You run this con game saying none of this exists when it's out there in the open. And despite all your fear-mongering and stealing votes and all your scams, England voted to leave the EU. And even if Scotland tries to block it or other shenanigans happen, the genie's out of the bottle now. That an unelected group in the last few decades got UK under its control and the UK never had an election. That's coffin nails right there. Then you're tax exempt, the bureaucrats are, and the parliament is ceremonial in the EU. What the hell? You've got a parliament that has no authority and permanent bureaucracies that are set up by the elites that created it. And the wives of these guys and husbands are the only ones that are allowed to own factories or run things. I mean, it's the new royalty. And the world's rejecting it. The world's waking up. The industrialized system came in the last 250 years. Had a lot of innovations, a lot of problems, a lot of good things happen. People kind of got to, hey, let the experts run it. Hey, you know, I'm just going to have my little job here. But people are now realizing that the technocracy is destroying the social contract. So we've had problems, but the last 60 years, globalism didn't really exist like it does now. Kind of like old-fashioned colonialism and robber barons, and we had some problems, some crony capitalism. But this viral, technocratic, centralized, anti-human garbage is so evil. It's now being recognized as the new Soviet threat, or the new Hitler threat, or the new Napoleon threat, or the new threat by the Genghis Khan, Attila the Hun. You now have entered the political lexicon of even the brain-dead public, of the unelected megabanks. And Nigel Farage is the biggest leader in Europe, talks just like me and comes on the show. Donald Trump is now coming out against world government and the megabanks and comes on the show. What we're doing is mainlined, and you just panic and you freak out, and the Village Voice and the New York Times and the New Yorker magazine, all the last 2 weeks, literally roll around like dogs, pissing on themselves in fear, going, oh my God, his narrative's getting out. He's influencing. I'm not influencing anybody. I went and read the globalist documents. I play clips of them on the air, and then I show the New York Times, after I play 14 clips of world leaders calling for world government, I show you saying it doesn't exist. You're the one discrediting yourselves, you dumb bastards. People like the sincerity. They like the reality. They like the fact I got a multi-million-dollar studio, and I'm out here in the parking lot of a restaurant about to go eat dinner with my family after I worked all day on Sunday fighting tyrants, and I'm just here talking about the reality of what's going on. It's real. Deal with it. I don't follow teleprompters. I don't sit there and shake in fear of the bureaucrats and everybody that wants to act like they're part of the establishment and get on CNN or get on Fox News. I used to go on those channels, some, but never kind of liked it. The last 5-6 years when they call, I just go, I'm not going on your stupid channel. No, I'm discredited when I go on your channel. I act like I need you when I go on your stupid channel. You people don't control reality. I love Trump pissing all over political correctness and not caring what you say about him and just criticizing you and degrading all you arrogant, filthy liars that think you're God. World government is degenerating. World government has the jitters. World government's being discovered. World corporate government. We're used to armies coming invading, not corporate bureaucrats. Agenda 21 taking over our farms, our ranches, our communities, shutting things off, picking winners and losers. The globalists shipping illegals in and turning them into political weapons. All of it's coming out. All of it's being exposed. All of it's being revealed. And it's such an exciting time to be alive. So I want to congratulate all the patriots and all the anti-globalists who've been fighting so long and being ridiculed, but didn't care because you cared about liberty, you cared about humanity, you cared about justice. Alex Jones, looking at you, man to man, human to human. I don't care what color you are or where you're from. The UN program that we see taking place in Europe and the United States is funded and pushed by the big central banks that want to have cheap labor and want to basically play different nation states and populations off against each other. It's classic divide and conquer. That's no secret. But if you look at the UN Migrant Borders Council and the holiday they've created, World Refugee Day, that they just celebrated last week, this is where the globalists weaponize third world populations from the Middle East and bring them into Europe, from Latin America and Asia and bring them into the United States, and then organize them into internal political groups, which are then given welfare at levels even higher than U.S. Social Security recipients, $17,000 plus a year in basic benefits, to leverage out the domestic population. This is classical tyranny, classical subterfuge, over-the-top treason. Now, we've been pointing out that in the last 3 years, Obama went from very lax enforcement of illegals, including illegals that have felony backgrounds and convictions, aggravated felons, rapists, arsonists, bank robbers, you name it, and went to total catch and release about 4 years ago, and he didn't get in trouble for that. So then Obama went to the mother of all tyrannies. The illegals get into the U.S. on trains and on buses. Mexico lets them in from South America and Central America, but doesn't let them stay there. And once they get into the country, buses are waiting at every major town and city from California to Texas and all in between, Arizona, New Mexico, Nevada, you name it. And they bus them to Democratic Party facilities, to public schools, to Catholic churches, where they are then put on welfare and given stipends. And then part of that money is donated back to the Democrats. You cannot make this up. Now, we broke this 2 years ago. The Border Patrol called us. ICE called us. We said, wow, thank you for giving this inside info. And they said, listen, Mr. Jones, we gave this to Fox News. We gave this to the New York Times before you. None of them will report. We drove down, Adon Salazar, Jakari Jackson, Kit Daniels, Joe Biggs, and met and did the interviews with the Border Patrol agents' faces blurred out and their voices scrambled. And then we went to where they said go, and there were dozens of buses 4 times a day pulling up in McAllen, Texas. It's a small town. And the emergency manager told us, oh, yeah, we bring them in. The Border Patrol gives them vouchers of money. We put them on Greyhound buses and send them to wherever they want to go. No one covered this but Fox a little bit, because the Border Patrol union head was on and said, we complete the smuggling process. We've warned people. No one will tell the public. We get threatened with our jobs if we tell you. So Jakari Jackson went down and got the report. Now, all these years later, 2 years later, this was 2 Junes ago, here is KRGV. This is so amazing. I'm not going to play the whole report here. You can see it at Infowars.com. But they report on it like it's no big deal. The UN, more Central Americans headed to the U.S. That's what Obama admitted last week. The State Department has videos that we played here admitting that they get their orders from the UN. Remember when Obama said, I'm allowed to go into Syria, I'm allowed to go into Libya because I have UN authorization and I have NATO authorization, and generals and others went before Congress, and Congress senators said, you get your authority from Congress, from us. They go, no, we get it from NATO and the UN. Just like Merkel says she gets it from the UN. They're like, it's illegal for you to bring these people in here unvetted. She goes, well, I have the UN. I have the EU. I have NATO. We're already in this global government. So they have KRGV TV in McAllen, Texas, and they report like it's, just helping the locals, helping the citizens, helping everyone. You'd never know. They say, they're immigrants. Yeah, they came here illegally, but we're just helping them, and we're loving, and we get them on the buses. No discussion of where they go, what they do. It's just, the UN gives the order. See, they don't announce it like Red Dawn. The UN is invading. We're under UN control, martial law. It's just Germany and these other countries are under civil emergency, and Greece gets its presidents appointed now, and so does Italy. And yeah, we're going to bring in 5 million people from jihad nations, and if you criticize it, we're going to arrest you. Yeah, there's no more free speech. Yeah. See, that's just, the UN says get ready for record numbers because they're running the program at the refugee centers, making a deal with Mexico to allow them in, but they don't get to stay in Mexico. They come here. Then Mexico came out last week and said, we're about to go bankrupt. We got to stop this. We got too many Latin Americans pouring in. Our border's collapsing. Oh, I'm so sorry. You're getting paid billions by the globalist to allow this to happen through U.S. taxpayer money. Mexico is paid $5 billion a year to allow this to happen. Look that up. Now, how do I communicate with the average dumbed-down American who just sees a newscast that's like, we're helping people, the UN said to? Oh, the UN suing Sheriff Arpaio because he arrests illegals. How evil, he arrests illegals that commit crimes. How horrible. So we're going to go to break at home. But first, I want to play part of Jakari Jackson's report. 2 years ago, here's the article up on Infowars.com. We've reposted it. Flashback, Obama admin busing illegals deep into U.S. In 2014, Infowars broke how Obama admin was bringing in illegals via bus. And to see how controlled it is, no one picked it up. 6 months later, the New York Times in one little blurb admitted they come in and then Obama has them shipped to other areas and released. Here's another one. Here's the original article. June 18, 2014, caught red-handed, Border Patrol paying to ship illegals deep into the United States. Exclusive. Federal government works to keep illegals inside the U.S. while passing the cost on the American taxpayers. And now the TB is pouring in, the diseases. We've got to pay for that. But let's go out to break with a clip of Jakari talking to the emergency manager head who's admitting it all. Let's stop right there. They give them vouchers, watch the whole report, and then the city gets to pay for it all, the taxpayers. Because after all, that's our job, right? We pay for everything, for everybody. We're evil and racist if we don't. But imagine, we go down and show buses lined up, just like 12 of them at a time or more, loaded 4 times a day with illegals from all over the world. And the media's like, they're just children. We're just helping children. Then it came out 17% were children. Had nothing to do with it. It was their whole families. They're like, that's okay. Why do you hate children? Everything's a lie. Everything's a gimmick. Everything's a, well, he's just helping children. No, outside of law, Obama just started saying, come here, it's free, it's open. Just like Van Rompuy, the head of the EU, did 6 years ago, and Merkel and Hollande, all the leaders of these countries transferring their power to the EU said to a bunch of Muslim radical nations, come in, everything's free. And they showed up, 5 million of them. They just called them Syrian refugees. The vast majority aren't from Syria. They're invaders of Syria. And that's all come out too. So, here is how they propagandize us when they announce the UN's running this and the UN controls this. Oh, it's just charity. Oh, they're just here. And then we just put them on the buses and they just go somewhere. And we don't test them for TB or the bubonic plague or all these hundreds of different ailments and parasites, which they admit in the news. I've got the stacks here. 22% of refugees have TB, drug resistant. Here it is. You know, just TB cases exploding across the country. 6 new diseases that weren't even in the U.S. are now here. They just take the kids, put them in school next to your kids. Anderson High, where I went to school, has 200 plus Syrian refugees, and no testing was done. That's one school in Austin. We called a bunch of schools. It's thousands in the high schools alone. My God, who knows the numbers of the adults? And they tell us not even 1,000 have come into Texas in the last year. I can call 3 or 4 high schools. It's over 1,000. We have no idea how many are being brought in from Mexico, China, Syria, Iraq, Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia won't take one of these people. This is a joke to bankrupt the country. This is war against the nation. But by the time it hits KRGV television, he's a firefighter and a patriot. He's here helping good people. It's like, well, I just feel good helping people. Because they tell him, hey, they're refugees. Hey, we're helping them. Hey, they get here. We just ship them somewhere. But when you come across the border, on come the gloves. That's ABC News reporting it. Let's play a short clip of this, and then I want to get to Nigel Farage. Here it is. Now, let's hit pause. Now let's back up, because we did a report this week where we played the State Department UN refugee liaison at the UN saying we get the authority to bring these people in because the UN, they run the program, just like in Europe. So see, the UN's running this. You used to, the UN suing over a sheriff arresting an illegal for drunk driving. The UN setting up strong cities to tell our police departments how to operate. I mean, this is all really going on. Loretta Lynch, remember 3 months ago, met with the UN and announced billions in federal funding to set up UN offices in every major city to watch our police, because we've got strong cities. You think having some communist community organizer Obama running around stirring stuff up is bad? Wait till the UN's involved, and now it is, with their refugee program that the founder of the EU, the founder, has now moved down from the top position to be the head of the refugee program. Peter Sutherland. Let's finish the report. Here it is. Let's hit pause again. Back it up 10 seconds, please. The UN that forced them to, the communism, the socialism, the UN corrupt programs that run most of these countries, the IMF, World Bank collapsing them, creating the Arab Spring. On record, the West funded that. Putting jihadis in control of countries that are our allies and stable, where Christians and Jews and Muslims lived in peace together, from Egypt to Libya to Syria, bringing them all here, and then, they're going to save us from the problem. The exact same program they're running in Europe. My gut tells me it's probably 1 million Muslim refugees. I really been looking at the numbers of all the cities. If my high school got 230 plus, and I called other high schools, they were getting 150, 270. Every high school, and then I called elementaries, they're getting them, but wouldn't say the numbers. It's on their websites at Anderson High, because they're begging for help. Who knows the true numbers? They're here illegally. They're from the EU, but the UN says it's okay, because they're fleeing something. They're fleeing the UN. Here it is. They have advertised, come here and everything's free. It's inspiring. Oh my gosh. Just come on in. Everything's free. These people can't believe it. They're like, what? All right, let's hit pause. Notice how they just, that bombshell news. They're caught and released by the Border Patrol. They end up here. The Border Patrol is ordered. They come in on trains. They're not coming across the water. Local Mexicans bringing drugs in are going back and forth in rafts. We videotaped it. That's what the rafts are. And then the packages, that's cocaine, marijuana, and heroin, okay? They show that to deceive you in the report, okay? It's on the news. They got big trains come in. You're not allowed to get off the trains, and the Mexicans arrest you and torture you. That's the London Guardian. Or kill you. They don't take illegals. They don't pay for stuff for free. They say, you come in, you go up, the U.S. pays us to do this, the globalists, and you get off, you are going to a forced labor camp. They bring them in. They load them in. They know what they're doing. And then they go, they wind up here. Yeah, where we first broke it for the Border Patrol is ordered to take them, not test them, not check them, and give them up to $1,000 apiece in vouchers to travel anywhere they want in the United States. And money for food, everything, and then they're bused to Democratic Party operations, who then house them under your city funding, your county funding, your school funding, as we just show the emergency manager admitting. Now, that's it for that report. I'm going to come back and talk about the EU, unelected but ruling Europe. The EU bureaucrats are tax exempt. Did I add that part? I mean, you couldn't make it up, but they hope you're so dumb and so uninformed they can run this on you and just call us conspiracy theorists. Doesn't work anymore, suckers. Conspiracy theorist is a badge of honor.
tip of time.
The next news network is sponsored in part by pt8.com, a powerful detox tea to support your health.
George Soros now set to make a killing off the Brexit vote. This next story comes to us over at from Market Watch. Mark DeCambre there is reporting that George Soros may be getting rich on an implosion in the British markets again. He writes that the landmark vote in the UK to leave the European Union has rocked global markets, sending the British pound to negative 8.5% to its lowest level in more than 30 years, as we've reported here. He states it is precisely the scenario that Soros, writing in Britain's Guardian newspaper last week, warned of. He states that the global financial carnage and Friday's tumble could be adding to the wealthy investors' bankroll if reports are true. He states here that Soros is famous for breaking the Bank of England and lining his pockets back in 1992 with his bet against the British pound, which resulted in sterling's ejection from the European exchange rate mechanism. He writes that Soros Fund Management, which manages some $30 billion for Soros and his family, has been scooping up gold assets and placing wagers that stocks will tumble. That's according to the Wall Street Journal in an article that was dated on June 9th. As you may already know, gold futures are up 4.23%. Yes, they stampeded to their highest level in 2 years. Wow. So Soros is set to really make a killing. And if you want to know how, if you really want to know how you can also make a killing yourself, we have daily market reports from a guy named Bob Kudlow. He goes by, he's the trade genius. There's a link in the description. You can go there. You can get the free ebook. You can sign up for a trial account if you want to get into the market and learn. Now, if you know, because you watch the channel, when the whole market started to collapse, Bob called me up on the phone. He said, Gary, it's going down. And we did that report. Well, what's curious is that Bob does a report on our channel every day. And I called him and I said, Bob, how come there's no report on Friday? What's going on? You know, or did you kill yourself? Did you jump off a cliff? I mean, because of the market's collapse? Well, it turns out he was trading for like 12 straight hours. Because he was trading for 12 straight hours, he made a killing as the markets were collapsing. So this is a perfect example of how, if you understand how the market moves, how you can take advantage of it. Soros is taking advantage of it, just like Bob Kudlow with the Trade Genius. So there is a link in the description. I encourage you, go there, learn about Trade Genius. It's like $10 for a trial. And I think it's like, if you decide to join up, it's like $100 a month, and you can actually learn the trades that Bob is doing. And between you and me and the internet, Bob said he made a killing. He reported making a killing. He made a lot of people a lot of money because of the Brexit, because of the collapse, because he knew where to place his money. And he actually, because he saw it coming. If you look back just before the Brexit occurred, he said there's a black swan event. It's about to happen. And he basically was saying, this is what you need to do. So those that didn't listen to Bob, well, they lost their shirts. And even Wall Street bet that the Brexit was going to happen. That the Brexit was not going to happen, that Britain was going to stay. And those guys lost their shirt. But Bob, Soros, and others who understand how to really understand the market made a killing. So again, hit the link in the description, become a trade genius, and sign up with Bob. He will coach you. He is awesome. He does one-on-ones. He's a great guy. He's just all-around great guy. So I encourage you to do that. So what are your thoughts anyway on Trade Genius? What are your thoughts on Soros and making money in the market when it goes down? I'd love to hear about it in the comment section below. And if you like what we're doing here at the Next News Network, go ahead, give us a thumbs up and share this report. For the Next News Network, I'm Gary Franchi.
My psychic put me in tune with my destiny.
It still amazes me how California psychics knew exactly what was going to happen.
I feel like I met a life coach.
Talking to my psychic is fun. Get started now to get the answers you need.
Well, the Brexit consequences continue as France, Italy, and now Holland want to leave the EU. Yes, the collapse of the European Union continues. This story comes to us courtesy of Matthew Holhouse for The Telegraph in the United Kingdom. He's reporting that voters in France, Italy, and the Netherlands are demanding their own votes on the European Union membership and the euro as the continent faces a contagion of referendums. He continues that EU leaders fear a string of copycat polls that could tear the organization apart as leaders come under pressure to emulate David Cameron and hold votes. They state it came as German business leaders handed a considerable boost to the Leave campaign by saying it would be very, very foolish to deny the UK a free trade deal after the Brexit. You see what's happening here? Exactly. What's happening is they go ahead and they leave, and then you just give them free trade, and everything's the same, right? They state here that Markus Kerber, who's the head of the BDI, which represents the German industry, said that 1970s-style trade barriers result in job losses in Germany. They state that in Italy, the anti-establishment five-star movement on Tuesday declared it would demand a referendum on the euro. They state here the party wants the euro to be split, one for the rich north and one for the south. So this continues to, the Brexit continues to have a ripple effect across Britain. They state here the quote, the mere fact that a country like Great Britain is holding a referendum on whether to leave the EU signals the failure of the European Union as a whole. So as we reported also, the French have also stated, Marine Le Pen stated that if she's elected, she will bring a referendum vote to leave the EU as well. And it continues. So this could actually, as the fear-mongering bureaucrats stated, the Brexit could lead to the breakup of the European Union. Well, looks like it might be true. We might see the collapse of the EU altogether. But that's not necessarily a bad thing. Okay, there will be instability in the markets. There will be a collapse. I believe the system will potentially right itself. We should plan for all scenarios, of course, individually as families. But nonetheless, the system, I believe, would right itself. We'll see a rise in nationalism. We'll probably see a rise in prosperity across the planet because you're not going to have globalist central government bureaucrats and bureaucrats trying to control every single move of every country, you know? Anyway, those are my thoughts. What are yours? Comment below. Subscribe for updates. If you like what we're doing, give us a thumbs up and share this report. For the Next News Network, I'm Gary Franchi.
It's time to live the life you deserve. Trade Genius offers daily stock market alerts sent straight to your mobile device. We do the research on the market, then we text you when.
Trainer Pass is a new way to train, featuring a variety of workouts. From yoga to Pilates, dance to cardio, a Flex Pass puts you in control. Create your own.
Donald Trump now praising the Brexit vote. This story comes to us courtesy of The Atlantic. Priscilla Alvarez reporting that voters in the United Kingdom have decided to leave the European Union. Yes, they sure have. And Donald Trump, who is on a two-day visit to Scotland, is embracing the move. Quote, I think it's a great thing that happened. Those are the words of Donald Trump as he told reporters on Friday, quote, people are angry all over the world. People, they're angry. Those are the words of Donald Trump as he was visiting Scotland for an official opening of Trump Turnberry. That's his new golf course there. And he suggested that the United Kingdom's break from the European Union may be a boon for his business. Quote, when the pound goes down, more people are coming to Turnberry. Quite frankly, those are his words. He said that during a press conference there. He also said, quote, for traveling and for other things, I think it could be very well, could turn out to be a positive. They state here, Trump has expressed support for the Brexit in the past, and on Friday he likened voters' decision in the UK to the US presidential election. Quote, people want to take their country back and have independence. You're going to have many other cases where they want to take their borders back, he said. They want to take their monetary back. They want to take a lot of things back. They want to be able to have a country again. So there you have it. We're seeing the rise of nationalism across the planet. People are tired of globalization. They're tired of the pressure that is put on from these distant federal institutions, these centralized governments that just, they rule from abroad and they take the power from the people. And we're seeing a move away from that. So certainly I am no globalist. I am anti-New World Order. I'm anti-globalization. I want things to be simple and local and individual, and I want people to remain free. And when we see these types of things happen, when we see the rise of nationalism, when we see the rise of anti-globalist movements, and we see them successful, yes, it is certainly time to celebrate. What are your thoughts? Comment below, subscribe for updates. If you like what we're doing here at the Next News Network, give us a thumbs up and share this report. For the Next News Network, I'm Gary Franchi.
Badass shirt now available. Link in the description.
What she like to do?
This is a follow-up video to my last one titled The Occult of Wizard of Oz and the Parker Hoax Connection. This is a vital piece of information that I unfortunately forgot to include. I left out. Let's take a listen here. It's all going to add up.
You know, Patience, I'm from Kansas, and your shoes remind me of Dorothy here. What in the heck are these?
Yeah, one of the nurses in the hospital actually gave this to me, Miss Kim, and you know, I wanted to wear them all the time, especially leaving Orlando, because it's definitely no place like home.
Yeah.
100% scripted when she said there's no place like home. And of course, again, the connection with the Wizard of Oz, Parker, you saw here with Taria Parker and Sandy Hook. And also I want to mention as well, just taking a look at this scene once again with Dorothy on the yellow brick road. And she, of course, has this little dog named Toto. Taking a closer look here at Toto. It's all about the occult of the OTO in Crowley, the Order Templi Orientis. It reminds me of this song, or this group, Toto, that had the 21st Century Blues song, which all has to do with the flat earth. Taking a look here in the connection, you'll see, again with Crowley, you see the two moons with Baphomet. And you see here, again, it's all connected. Our society is all connected. It all revolves around the occult. I'll play my previous video so people understand the connection once again when it comes to Orlando and that shooting hoax, and Sandy Hook and the occult of Wizard of Oz. I've already made a lot of videos on the Orlando shooting hoax. One thing I want to touch upon now is the occult of it all, with the selected characters involved, such as Taria Parker and the connection with the other Parkers and what this all is about. You have Taria Parker, you have Allison Parker with the Virginia shooting hoax, this news reporter, and of course you have Robbie Parker. Now take a look here when it comes to Parker in numerology. This is why they are selected. It's all about the occult of 33. It's all about Freemasonry, of course. I'm just taking a look here at some other characters involved. As you can see here, Angel Cologne, supposedly shot 6 times, once in the hand, once in the buttocks, the hip, in other places on his body. Now taking a look at here at his supposed friend leaning all over him,
For a guy that's all shot up, doesn't add up. Nothing about this adds up. Just taking a look here again with the occult of the shooting hoax, these Satanists, these Freemasons behind the scenes instructing their actors to display the devil horns. Of course, people mention as well the globe symbolism. Now, again, with Parker and the occult of Parker, and by the way, Robbie Parker, Robbie is 33 in numerology as well. Now, I find this very interesting with the connection with the name Parker. Again, this video is about the occult of these shooting hoaxes and the connection with Orlando to Sandy Hook. Now, take a look at this. I find this interesting with this Parker Brothers, and you see the occult of the swirl. Now, this is black and white, all to do with Freemasonry. Now, let's take a look at the other colors for Parker Brothers. You have another logo in blue and another in red, a reddish orange, but more like red. So you get the red and blue for Freemasonry. Now, again, the occult with Parker. Let's take a look at one of their famous board games. And actually, in the 60s, it outsold Parker Brothers Monopoly. And that was the Ouija board, as you can see here, by Parker Brothers. We purchased the rights of this game. It's all about the Satanists behind the scenes that control every aspect of our society, and it's always about the occult. Taking a closer look, states Parker Brothers and this very old Ouija board. Now, the occult, when it comes to 44, that keeps popping up with this shooting hoax in Orlando. As I showed before, you got the 4x4 truck, you got the Dunkin' Donuts. D is the fourth letter in the alphabet, so you get 44 with Dunkin' Donuts. And of course, as I showed before as well, the supposed stepfather in this microphone as he's smiling here. And you see the microphone, you see the 4 and 4. And this all has to relate to Obama, the 44th president. So everything is coded with all these news stories. Now, I'm going to show a previous video with the connection with the swirl, just like with Wizard of Oz, and the connection again with Parker, Taria Parker, and all the other Parkers, specifically Robbie Parker. And the occult again with the Wizard of Oz and the satanic swirl and what it's all about. As I've stated many times, Hollywood's all about social programming, shaping, informing the minds of the youth, programming the masses at a very early age, and understand the whole concept behind Hollywood. As I mentioned before, the name Hollywood, or where that derives from, the ancient druids in Europe that used to make witches' wands and magic wands out of Hollywood trees. And that's how you come up with the name Hollywood. Understand the whole concept, the Wizard of Oz and the Yellow Brick Road, and how it's a spiral. This is the exact opposite of the Bible. What the Bible states, they're going to do the exact opposite. Let's play this clip, and then I'll explain what's taking place here. Subconscious programming.
Follow the yellow brick road. Follow the yellow brick road. Follow the yellow brick road.
Follow the yellow brick road. They're going around the road. What does the Bible state? Again, Satanists do things in opposites. They work on duality. It states here in the Bible, make your path straight. And of course, this is not a straight path. That's what it's all about. It might seem, very minor detail, but this is the philosophy of the Satanist. We'll get to more about straight path, make straight the way up to the Lord. It's from John 1:23, and from Jeremiah 31:9, on a straight path in which they will not stumble. Now again, like I stated, Satanists work on opposites, understanding how the Freemasons that set up our society and how they operate, just like the court system. They make you take an oath in court, just like the Masonic oath that Freemasons take. It states here in the Bible, you're not supposed to take an oath of any kind. Just say yes or no, so you're not condemned. Understand, again, everything, there is a reason in our society. Take a look again at Wizard of Oz. So many subtle things are taking place in the movie that people, it goes right over their heads. Of course, with Dorothy picking the apple, and of course, This represents the Garden of Eden, just like with Walt Disney movies, with Snow White and the apple symbolism as well. It's right in front of us, our entire lives, and people just don't see what's taking place, and they can't make the connection. And of course, with the first Apple computer by Steve Jobs, price point was $666.66. Bite into an apple, and of course the RAM. Of course, getting back to Wizard of Oz and the supposedly the nice witch, the good witch. And what do you see? The satanic pentagram right in plain sight. So there's a good witch and bad witch, but of course all witches are bad. This is part of the deception. Again, getting back to the spiral symbolism, let's look at Anton LaVey, of course the founder of the Satanic Church in San Francisco, and Peter Gilmore, the current high priest of the Satanic Church. Just take a look at the symbolisms here. I'll point them out. Let's get a close-up here before I get to the spiral. There's a poster behind them, and it states, I'll get a close-up of that right here, where Satan wants you. And of course, Satanists claim they don't believe in a literal devil. Of course, they cannot admit to the devil being real. If they, in doing so, they also admit God is real. Now let's take a look at this quote from Susan Atkins, of course, a former member of the Church of Satan, where she states, Anton told me that as a Satanist, he does believe in the God of the Bible, but refused to worship him and made a conscious decision to worship Satan instead. Now, getting back on topic with the spiral symbolism, let's take a look, take a closer look, I should say, the spiral above the doorway. Of course, this is not the narrow and straight path, just like the Dreamcast system, the occult. The orange swirl, of course, orange is 33 in numerology. And a side note on the Dreamcast system itself, just take a look at the entire concept. Flip it over, you see the pyramid with the all-seeing eye. And as when you turn on the system, this illuminates, you get the illuminated eye. Now, people can't see what's taking place here. It's beyond me. People think Satan isn't real. Satan doesn't exist. Tell that to the people that own and control this world. Take it, and more of the same with the spiral symbolism. The 666 spiral staircase. People watch this show. Less than probably 1% understand what's taking place here. The symbolism. Let's take a look at this billboard in public for all to see. Make the connection with Sandy Hook and Satanism. Taking a look. The city sign, welcome to Sandy Hook, and what do you see? Right in plain sight, like always, the spiral symbolism. Break this down with Sandy Hook, Newtown, nothing but a satanic town. Of course, the Masonic Lodge. Of course, many people have seen this, and as many know, there's a lot of connections with 9/11 and predictive programming with Hollywood movie. The same thing applies to Sandy Hook. Let's take a look at this 2008 movie called Newtown Killers, and you see the as above, so below, like I pointed out in other videos. All revolves around Satanism, with the Masonic goat god Baphomet, the as above, so below. This movie Dream House from 2011. Let's take a look at this business card. I find this very interesting, with the address 1103 Riverside Road in Sandy Hook, Connecticut. Of course, as I mentioned many times, the highest degree in the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry is 33. You get 11 times 3 is 33. Always in plain sight. How obvious can it be? Taking a look at this map here. Just so happens here's Sandy Hook School, where it used to stand. It's no longer there. It's been demolished. And here is Riverside Road. Now, another movie, this one an animated movie from 2012. It was called Rise of the Guardians. What do you have here? A character named Sandman, also went by the name Sandy, with a character holding a hook. So you got Sandy Hook. There's a connection. Now the connection, going back in time, I mean, this is pretty reminiscent of 9/11. How far this goes back. Let's take a look at this Judy Garland release of this record album in 1981 called Judy Garland, Annie, Get Your Gun. Look at the close-up here, of course. Referring to Sandy Hook, Annie, get your gun, as in taking your guns away. What do you see in the top left corner? It says Sandy Hook. Amazing coincidence, I'm sure. Taking a look, of course, at this geek, Anderson Cooper, holding the owl of Moloch. Supposedly a 6-year-old child painted this. Look at the wings, approximately the same size. Highly unlikely, of course. Nothing but a hoax. More than likely done by an adult, of course. Let's get a closer look at this owl. You know, always hidden symbolism. Again, take a look at the owl's left eye, and you don't see much. Taking a look at the right eye, and you'll see something hidden in plain sight. That you see an N, you see a W, and you see an O for New World Order. Of course, the heart symbolism, all about the occult like always. And of course, with reference to Judy Garland and Sandy Hook, let's take a listen to this song with the kids singing Somewhere Over the Rainbow, the Sandy Hook Newtown kids. So you see the connection with Sandy Hook, Judy Garland, Annie Get Your Gun. Unbelievable how they love to mock. Getting back to the spiral symbolism, let's take a look here. Hypnotic spiral. You have the third eye, which is a mockery of God who created us with 2 eyes. Satan tries to outdo God with a third eye. The 2 lightning bolts, dual symbolism. Like I stated many times, the lightning bolt represents Satan. As Jesus stated, Satan falling from heaven as lightning in Luke chapter 10, verse 18 in the Bible. And taking a look at this movie poster for James Bond 007, it's called Skyfall, came out in 2012. And of course, the spiral symbolism within the barrel. And taking a look at this 1992 movie titled Dust Devil, of course, the spiral symbolism as well. I'm going to show a clip from downtown Las Vegas. They call these dust devils as well. Take a look. Of course, it's a spiral within. And to make the connection with CNN and Sandy Hook, let's take a look at who owns, of course, CNN. It's Time Warner. You have the all-seeing eye symbolism with Time Warner. This is Time Warner's logo. It's a combination of the spiral with the Eye of Ra, with the Eye of Lucifer, as it's known as well, and it's integrated to create this logo. And again, the easy connection to make with Sandy Hook. Of course, CNN was all over. They're covering it 24/7, and the spiral. So easy to see what's taking place with those that have eyes to see. The Vatican staircase, which is a spiral as well, of course. You just take a look again, as I showed in the previous video. The 666 Park Avenue TV show, which of course is the same exact spiral staircase. Take a look at this image of the serpent. Of course, this is what it's all about. You're also taking a look at Susan Atkins, who I mentioned in my previous video as well. And you see the 666 hand sign over the one eye. Just taking a look at the Pope, the previous Pope in the past. You can see the same exact hand symbol. These Satanists are all about signs and symbols. And interesting enough, you see the Pope here doing the 666 hand sign. This is actually in Phoenix, Arizona, which just so happens to be on the 33rd parallel. This was taken at Sun Devil Stadium, out of all places. Now taking a look at the current Pope of today, Pope Francis. What do you see? The staff, the two snakes swirling around it, just like Baphomet. How obvious can it be that this world is owned and controlled by these Satanists?
And he is, look at this move right here. Whoa! Spun him like a top. Drop him from over 7 feet tall.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Times with Obama down in UC Irvine, where he's throwing up the devil horns. It's known as the Anteaters, of course, giving a false, meaning for what it really is. This is some type of ritual taking place where Obama and these students say "zot, zot, zot." A lot of people ask what this is all about. Take a look at this in reverse. Take a listen, and I find this pretty interesting what is said.
And the signal will be 1, 2, 3, zot, zot, zot. We need to shake the rafters on this one. So 1, 2, 3, zot, zot, zot.
Now take a listen in reverse.
Yes, 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 yes.
Basically, the occult of Oz, as in Wizard of Oz.
This is what I do. I'm an undercover narcotics agent.
As always, liars can't keep their lies straight, and they always give themselves up. Let's take a listen to Norman Castellano, a supposed survivor at the Pulse nightclub. Take a listen to what he says here.
Once he shot him, he laughed.
The gunman laughed.
Yes, and that's something that's imprinted in my head for the rest of my life. Like, I've literally been in the hospital for 2 days trying to sleep, and one of the first things I hear when I close my eyes are guns, bullets hitting the floor, and just that laugh. I've literally been in the hospital for 2 days trying. Been in the hospital for 2 days, he states. Here's the problem. The supposed shooting happened on June 12th. Okay? The date of this upload of this interview was June 13th. So he said he's in the hospital for 2 days. Again, how is this possible? And this video is uploaded by CNN itself with Anderson Pooper on June 13th, a day after the supposed shooting. So once again, these liars can't keep their lies straight. Of course, Mr. CIA himself, Anderson Pooper, who always interviews the crisis actors. Now let's take a look at this interview I showed previously. Footprint bloodied on their pants to then get on the sink, and I had to pull myself up over the stall wall, and it had like a space this big, so I just pushed myself, and I literally just landed on the floor. And then I heard more gunshots, so I scooted over and hid under the sink. And once I saw flashlights, I knew that the police was here, and hopefully
we were going to be okay. At that point, I still yelled and was like, let's get out, let's get out. Everyone's being quiet or saying, shh. I poked my head out and it's dark, so the police didn't know what was going on, anything, and they fired. I then pulled back and started screaming. I guess I started going into a little bit of shock. Right. I started screaming and yelling, I'm a victim, and
I'll just stop right here for a second. So Norman Cassiano says he was in the nightclub, and when the police came in, they saw him. And they thought he was maybe a perpetrator, one of the shooters, or the shooter himself. So what's the deal here? Take a look.
They shine the flashlight. They're like, just if you're a victim, just show us your hands. And
then who is this? Who's this guy right here with the pigtail? Is that Norman the lunatic? Norman Cassiano?
Just run out as fast as possible. So that's what I did.
What an unbelievable story. Thank you for sharing it with us. It's an important thing for us to all hear.
So this guy, again, was in the nightclub. Cops saw him, and he took off, supposedly. Now let's take a look at this footage. You have all these cop cars back here. Okay, for some reason, again, they're walking this way towards the club. Play this footage here.
There in Orlando, did you see any of the rescued hostages leave the site?
No, sir. At that point,
there he is with his stupid pigtail.
At that point, they
with all these cop cars, why didn't anybody, the supposed shooting victims, he was supposedly shot twice. Why is he walking? All these cops are sitting in their car, not helping these supposed shooting victims. Does this make sense? He just walked by a bunch of cop cars. And of course, the reason they're doing this, they want to make it look more dramatic, pull the heartstrings. Obviously, you can place these supposed victims in the cop cars, bring them a few blocks down to the hospital down here on Orange. But no, they couldn't do that. They have to, show all these crisis actors walking down the street. One thing I also noticed is all the camera views are from this side. There's 3 camera views, one from this footage from RT and 2 on top of the roof, but no other footage on the other side of Orange. Let's continue on a little bit more here.
We were there for a little bit behind this fire truck. We heard the takedown. We waited.
Now, take a look here. Once again, for anybody that doubts, this is Norman Cassiano. Let's take a look at this comparison photo. Again, with this supposed cop, Anderson Cooper. These two are one and the same. Why would a guy supposedly shot twice, by the way, how did he get all the way down here, all the way to the end of Orange? There's no way this guy, supposedly shot twice, would run all the way down south of Orange here. No way. If you're shot, you'd be on the ground. You wouldn't even be able to walk, period. Supposedly shot on the side. No way. Again, just another hoax added to the list, and more to come, and the sheep are going to fall for them, just like always, hook, line, and sinker. What you make in this world is not what you know, it's who you know. And Anderson Cooper of CNN is well connected, with his mother being Gloria Vanderbilt, so it's no major surprise he's one of the so-called top newsmen in the industry. He was put in that position not because of any special skills, since he has no formal training in journalism, but what he does have training for is the CIA. And just taking a look at his net worth, they say over $100 million. And like they say, everybody has a price, and obviously Anderson Cooper was bought out. Now, taking a look at something interesting here with his resume, and seeing that he went to Yale University, which so happens to be the same school, the same university that George Bush and John Kerry attended, which is well known for the secret society, Skull and Bones.
You were both in Skull and Bones, the secret society.
It's so secret we can't talk about it.
What does that mean for America? The conspiracy theorists are going to go
I'm
wild.
sure they are. I don't know. I haven't seen the web.
Number 322.
You both were members of Skull and Bones, a secret society at Yale. What does that tell us? Not much, because it's a secret.
Now, one thing I find interesting is this older interview on ABC News Nightly from back in 2001, where Anderson Cooper is talking about his reality show, which was called The Mole. And this is from a mockery, because that's exactly what he is. That's exactly what he does for a living. He plays the role of a mole in real life, passing himself off as a newsman when he's really a CIA operative.
Tell us what you've been doing.
I've been, hosting Hollywood Squares, which has worked out really well for me. And Joker's Wild too. Big push. Actually, no, I'm doing a reality show called The Mole. It's going to start on ABC News Tuesday night at 8 o'clock.
Playing for up to $1 million. Among them, a saboteur, a traitor, the mole. The winner, the one who answers the question, who is the mole?
And that's what the CIA is all about. Trickery and deception. And one thing you'll always notice with the psyop or hoax is Anderson Cooper's always interviewing the crisis actors. That's one of his main jobs as working as a mole. He coaches them, tells them what to say, what not to say, goes over the lines. He's basically the crisis actors' handlers with all these psyops.
The person that I am most sad about. She was the nicest person in the world, and I cannot believe that man killed her. It's just this. I can't believe that.
Cetaphil moisturizes without clogging for healthy, hydrated skin every day. But how will that gentle power make you feel?
Hi everyone, this is Lisa Haven, and by now I'm sure you guys have heard about the Brexit, the British exit from the European Union. The UK has left the EU. This is huge. And I meant to do a video actually on this a day ago, but I got a little busy, so I'm just now getting this out. But this is a huge, huge, huge event, and I think we need to just keep that in the back of our minds, because here's the thing: what the UK has literally done is they've stomped on the heads of the globalists and the elite, and basically in a nutshell, screw you, so to speak, excuse my French there, but stomping on the heads of the globalists and saying, we're going to have our freedom, we're going to have our independence, and we're going to be a country all of our own outside of the New World Order agenda EU wants to push. That is huge. Now, thus far, they have exited, but I must warn you, that will not come without a fight back from the globalists and the elite. I'm going to get to that in just a moment. But here's the thing we need to think about. Thus far, UK has done it, but there's also 5 or 6, I believe, other countries talking currently, or that could possibly leave the EU as well. This is huge. We need to stand against all antics of the New World Order. And let's take a hint from the United Kingdom here in America. And I say we here in America start our petition to get the hell out of the United Nations, a global organization. We need to just leave that and become our own independent, free country again, apart from these globalist New World Order that want to initiate disarmament all across the world. That means they want to get rid of your guns, your everything, your weapons, your guns, all of your self-defense, so to speak, stuff, and put it in the hands of only them. They will have the guns. They will be in charge. So therefore, people can't fight back because they're disarmed. That's the idea behind it. Now, if you go to the United Nations, they have an entire disarmament page dedicated directly to disarmament. This video is not about that, but if you want to Google it, go UN disarmament page. It'll take you right to the UN disarmament page, and you can see it for yourself. But I say, let's, as Americans, take a play from the UK and get the heck out of the UN. And I know all of you guys out there will 100% agree with that. This is huge. Now, I want to show you some news reports on the Brexit, and then I'm going to come back and discuss that a little more detail. So let's delve into those reports. All right, so here's the first report on King's World News, and I want to show you this first and foremost because what it contains is an email from a person in Yorkshire about the Brexit, and I think it's going to make us all go, yeah. So I wanted to read that, but this is on King World News, a stunning email about the Brexit vote as elite and global collapse and closer. The elite panic as the elite panic. That's huge. All right, here's the email that I want to read, and I highly encourage you to go to these websites and read them in their entirety because I'm only given a pinch, but I wanted to share this. And this was a letter sent to King World News from a person in Yorkshire. It says, please, please, please do not listen to the distorted views of the mainstream media. Yes, immigration is a major problem, obviously everywhere, but not the reason why we voted to leave the EU. We as a people have demanded our country back from the unelected elites, UN, that we don't elect those people, which have become our masters. Same like the EU. The EU to them, a bunch of unelected people from them, and they're trying to take over. That's exactly what it is. An unelected EU government with no opposition, with the power to make our laws and determine how we live our lives. Immigration is a second topic. The economy is secondary. If we are worse off, we will live with our decision. Amen. Amen. If we suffer, so be it. Amen. Look, freedom isn't free. Freedom must be fought for. We have to fight for our freedom. It's not free. That's the thing. People have died. Oh, no, wait, go back. Our freedom and the freedom of our children is much more important. People have died in the millions to fight for this basic right. Agreed. We have given a shining example of democracy to the world. We have put our country and our future above individual interests. The British lion has awakened from its long sleep. Today, I have never been more proud of the silent dissent Britain who stood up to be counted. Wow, those are very strong words. That's music to my ears. Freedom, freedom, freedom. And guess what? The elite are panicking. All of you know who this is. This is on Reuters.com. You can see the link there, or Reuters, I believe. I don't know, I always mix that up. But investor George Soros calls for reconstruction of the EU after the Brexit vote. There is the famous guy, I think he's on his deathbed at some point soon. You know, he looks really old. But nonetheless, anything that this man says to do, we pretty much need to do the opposite of. So if he's pushing for the EU, you can betcha we're not. I'm not. Pushing for the EU. Also, now it's like a virus has caught on over there, a good virus, might I say. Britain has left the EU, you can see, and this is at the Washington Post, but these countries could be next. What are those countries? Sweden, Denmark, Netherlands, France, Hungary, and Greece. You know, they go into detail down below on these countries, why they could be next, and lots of great rebuttals and information there. I highly encourage you to come check that out as well. But I hope, in all honesty, it catches on like wildfire and they start leaving the EU and say, forget the New World Order. Moving on, here's one from CNN, not my favorite site. Clinton, this is like a Clinton-backed site, in my opinion, but Brexit, EU leaders demand quick UK exit as economic fallout grows. Now, here's the thing. We know that the pound has fallen quite significantly in the past couple of days. We know that with the exit of the United Kingdom, there's going to be economic turmoil, and there's going to be a lot of other things, because I predict that the globalists are ticked off. No, we all know they're ticked off, and they have an agenda and they have a plan, and they're going to fight back full force against the UK. All right, here's another one. This is on www.ft.com. It's on banks. Banks begin moving operations out of Britain. The EU will treat Britain like Greece. This is on telegraph.co.uk. The Telegraph here. Wow, they're going to treat them like Greece. Okay, that's just a tip, but that's not all. Now, there's also a petition going out, and this is on naturalnews.com. It's also on Breitbart, but it's globalists now trying to steal Brexit vote by nullifying the results. Democracy on the brink. What's going on here is basically, if you read in this report, please check this one out as well. They are attempting to sign a petition to redo the first referendum, calling for a second vote, a second referendum there in Britain. And so they're gaining signatures all across the country. Hopefully it doesn't go anywhere, but here's the one on Breitbart.com. 3 million plus remain petitions uses script to fake signatures. They're even going this low as to fake some of the signatures on there. 25,000 from North Korea. Oh, let me think about that. 2,800 from uninhabitable Antarctica. So they're going to fake these signatures, and let's just put 25,000 from a country that has nothing to do with it, and Antarctica. Interesting reports there. So there you have it. We have the elite in a panic, in an uproar. What is going on? So much so that they're even getting fake petitions signed, as you saw a moment ago, or fake names put on the petition. The petition ain't fake. But nonetheless, here's the thing. Here's my personal I guess, prediction. I have been studying this stuff for quite some time, but the globalists, the elite, the New World Order is pissed off. They don't like this. And they're not going to like the fact if America finally stands up against the United Nations and says, we're leaving the UN. We need to leave the UN. And if those other 5, 6, some odd countries follow suit with the UK, well, the globalists are in big trouble. Then what? Well, it could cause a lot of economic repercussions. We have to know that going in. That is what happens. A lot of other things could, but look, it's in the name of freedom. Freedom isn't free. It comes with a cost. And I will fight for it tooth and nail forever, amen, for my sake, for my children's sake. And I won't sit under a tyrannical government telling us to do this and do that. It's not freedom, it's bondage. We would be in bondage under a system like that. And that's where we're headed. And we need to stand against it, just like the UK did. And hopefully those other countries join suit. And hopefully it catches like wildfire. And I personally think this is a big push for Donald Trump. And it's, you know, because he stands for freedom. And I personally like him. I hope, I definitely don't want Hitlery in office for sure, because we will be going to hell in a handbasket. Now, my personal prediction, back to that, when you tick off the globalists, when you tick off the elite, when you tick off those kinds of people like the UK has done, like I'm hoping America will eventually do, well, they are not going to take it sitting down. They're not. Something big they're going to cause to happen. Look, they've got pretty big weaponry. They've got nukes, for crying out loud, in their possession. They have a HARP, we know, that messes with the weather. And now CERN, which there's a lot of theories and things on CERN even. We know it's, well, there's a lot more detail to that. But nonetheless, they've got major things at their disposal. So what could happen? Well, if it starts catching on more and more, first off, they could fight the UK and put a bunch of laws, and who knows? They could fight it with the UK and something could happen that forces the UK back. I hope that's not the case. I don't know that that will be the way it goes, but only time will tell. I don't know. So with that part, that could go a few different directions. But they have exited as it sits. And here's the other way it could go. Well, the globalists start seeing this thing catch on like wildfire. They're going to set off something big, be it some kind of weather issue, you know, some kind of major natural disaster or a man-made disaster for a nuke, something like that that takes out a big portion. Or maybe they send more of their terrorist ring. We know that ISIS, Hamas, all of them work with the CIA here in America. They're sending them weapons, for crying out loud. That's not even a conspiracy theory, that's a fact. But I do believe that my personal take is that ISIS, Hamas, and all the Islamic extremism kind of works under the banner of the globalist as well. So it's not just here in America. I believe they work for other countries to accomplish an end game, a goal. They're just upon peace, and when the globalists are done with them, they'll take them out. Okay, but for now, maybe they'll let them loose across the world, cause a terrorist problem. Now, this is just a theory. I'm not saying this will happen. So don't come back and say, you said, I said it's a theory, that they will start unleashing more stuff across the world, more terrorist threats, more terrorist activity, more terrorism. And then the world will cry out, we need a new world order to save the day. That's the idea. You piss off powerful people, you're going to have some pretty crazy things coming your way. So just be prepared for that because it's not going to go without a fight. Now, that's just a few ways it could go. So there you have it. Anyhow, wanted to bring you the latest on the Brexit. And quite frankly, I'm excited. Anytime a country stands against the globalists, I say go for it. And we need to leave the UN. Don't forget, by the way, to go and get prepared with food storage. I use foodforliberty.com/haven. The food tastes good. I have it. I've got some of it in my home with stuff in it that we save in the event of a crisis like this. Because listen, if things get down to the wire, like I said, we don't know what kind of event it would spark. At least have food on hand in the event of a crisis. You don't want to be one of those waiting in a line. Say if they allow the economy to topple, that's another way it could go. The globalists will say, oh, we're going to let loose the economy. Well, that's a big possibility too. And then we'll have a global meltdown of economy and we'll be claiming for a new world order. This is for those who are asleep. Let me put that straight. Us who are awake will not be crying for that. We'll be surviving with our food and all that stuff. So that's why I encourage you to do it, because when it does hit the fan, you need to be prepared. If not Food for Liberty, get someone. But foodforliberty.com/haven is my partner. Great stuff. Also getthetea.com, my other partner, separate. These are separate. He has got some great products right now. He's started a brand new line of like olive leaf extract. I really like it. It's a
Good evening. In a moment, full coverage of the financial shockwaves rocking the world from that historic vote in Britain. But there is breaking news in an unfolding tragedy here at home we need to tell you about. In West Virginia, at least 20 people are now confirmed dead in a catastrophic flood disaster, the worst in 100 years. At this hour, 500 people remain trapped by those floodwaters in a shopping mall. Water so powerful they're ripping homes from foundations and sweeping away cars. NBC's Ron Mott starts us off from the flood zone.
It was sudden. It was violent. Raging floodwaters ripping through whatever stood in its way. Houses, cars, just about everything.
I watched my car kind of flip into the abyss.
10 inches of rain, 1/4 of the average annual rainfall around here, fell in just 24 hours, swallowing whole neighborhoods, leaving tens of thousands without power.
Oh, Lord. I just watched 3 houses go down the river, just floating right down and then crash.
The governor declared a state of emergency.
The damage is widespread and devastating.
Deploying 500 National Guard troops, the death toll rising through the day.
This was supposed to be a quick trip.
Yeah, yes, it was.
And it turned into what?
A nightmare.
Shirley Slater and her daughter drove into the Crossing shopping center yesterday, but left on foot today. The bridge that got them there, the only way in and out, gone, stranding 500 people along with them overnight.
I know we're a whole lot luckier than a lot of people. So, hey, thank God we're all right.
Also flooded, the famed Greenbrier Golf Resort. Normally picturesque, now a muddy mess. Pro golfer Bubba Watson posting a video and photos on Twitter. Tonight, as floodwaters recede, the cleanup continues, and a new escape route is carved on a hillside outside the mall. Another long night ahead for many hoping to get home soon, if home is still standing. Now, the people who did not scale that steep hill on the backside of this complex are stuck here for a second night. The fortunate ones have a room at that hotel. Those who aren't so fortunate will have to sleep in their cars or the Kmart or the Kroger grocery store. Officials had planned to put a temporary bridge across this span here, but they say the road is still moving. It's too risky. Lester?
Boy, that is quite a scene. Ron Mott, thank you. Hey, NBC News fans, thanks for checking out our YouTube channel. Subscribe by clicking on that button down here and click on any of the videos over here to watch the latest interviews, show highlights, and digital exclusives. Thanks for watching.
A tornado accompanied by heavy rain and hail has hit the city of Yancheng in East China's Jiangsu province. 51 people are reportedly dead and many others injured. Rescue operations are underway. A factory where dangerous chemical products were stored has been destroyed. For more on that, let's talk to our reporter Xing Zheming, who's on his way to Yancheng City. Hello, Zheming. Tell us the latest you've got from the aftermath of this tornado, especially the situation of this chemical factory.
Good evening, Pendon. The severe weather condition took place around 2:30 in early afternoon. That includes tornadoes, strong winds, and hailstones. Some were as big as the eggs. Tornadoes were spotted in Funing and the Shenyang counties. Tornadoes are rare natural disasters in China, but Jiangsu province is the most vulnerable region to suffer such severe weather in the country, especially from March to September. It is reported that gusts at the time were blowing at a speed of 35 meters per second. Some power grid towers with steel structure were twisted by the tornado, and many have been blown down. You can just imagine how strong the winds were. Photos and videos shared on the internet show many houses were severely damaged by the strong winds, and roofs of many factories have been blown away, and some cars, even trucks, were turned sideways. Some roads are now blocked, but rescue workers have been working hard to clear the roads to allow more rescue efforts entering the scene. Power supply were temporarily cut off, and mobile phone services were unavailable after the tornado hit. The workers are also preparing the power grid to restore power. One factory in Funing County named Xixin, its 40,000 square meters of facilities have collapsed. But in the warehouse, there stores multiple kinds of chemicals, which poses great danger in this unstable weather condition. The local fire department has set firefighters to the scene to locate those unaccounted for. So far, 7 workers have been rescued. The massive damages have caused multiple deaths and injuries, and as we reported, 51 people have been confirmed killed, with many more were injured. The hospital in Funing County, about 58 kilometers from downtown Yancheng City, is now packed with injured people. The local authority has enacted a level 2 emergency response and rescue mechanism. Rescue workers from cities around the Yancheng City have arrived there. One last thing to note, heavy rains have started at 7 p.m. The local meteorological authority forecasts strong torrential rains pouring down this evening. A colored yellow torrential rain alert is not good for rescue operations. We will keep you updated on the latest as we are rushing to the site. Back to you, Pando.
Thank you very much and take care. Our reporter Xing Zheming on his way to East China's Yancheng City.
The worldwide fallout from the UK's decision to leave the European Union. Yesterday, markets plummeted after 52% of the British electorate voted to break free. Many believe the shockwaves will lead to a breakup of other parts of Great Britain and possibly a departure of other countries from the EU. Mark Phillips is outside Britain's Parliament in London with the latest on the dramatic decision. Mark, good morning.
Good morning. Well, it's been a day since this momentous vote, and the dust has begun to settle, but frankly, nothing looks more clear today than it did yesterday. This Brexit vote isn't the end of a process, it's the beginning.
Thank you very much.
When David Cameron announced that he was quitting and that negotiations on leaving the EU could wait until his successor was chosen in October, it may have been just another example of the wishful thinking that has characterized this debate. In Brussels, they take the view you would expect of a jilted partner. This won't be an amicable divorce, the EU Commission President Jean-Claude Juncker has said. It wasn't a very hot affair to begin with. The divorce should start now.
We now expect the United Kingdom government to give effect to this decision of the British people as soon as possible, however painful that process may be.
David Cameron had gambled and lost. He managed to turn a division over Europe in his own party into a revolutionary event in British and European history. Now he's been called a zombie prime minister, a dead man walking, and there are already murmurings in the party that he should go sooner. The leading candidate for the job, undeclared so far, is Boris Johnson, the former mayor of London. Yet he is deeply unpopular now in the capital, which voted strongly to stay in the EU. There may have been elation on the winning side, but there is no sense of urgency to negotiate a quick divorce.
Les Britanniques.
That is not the case in Europe, where France's François Hollande and Germany's Angela Merkel have said if Britain wants to go, it should go sooner rather than later, and that it won't get a quick sweetheart new trade deal. The last thing the EU wants is to offer encouragement to anti-EU movements in other European countries. Like the song says, Anthony, breaking up is hard to do.
Sure is. Mark Phillips in London. Thank you.
Well, one day after the United Kingdom voted to leave the European Union, major uncertainties remain over how this will actually affect the global financial stability in the long term. And in the hours following the announcement, global markets tanked. Japan's stock market dropped nearly 8%. And Germany's diving close to 7%. Here at home, the day didn't end much better. The Dow Jones heading into the weekend, 611 points in the red, and an estimated $830 billion felt in losses right across the board. Joining me now to discuss this situation, Washington Post columnist Catherine Rempel and chief strategist from Bell Point Asset Management, David Nelson. David, let's start with you.
Sure.
The U.S. market opened up with really what's the worst posting, the worst day since 2011. Do you think that the markets will rebound next week? Are investors going to remain jittery?
These are generally not one-day events. Usually takes some time to flush it out. If I had to pinpoint a day, then we might see a likely rebound. It might be a Wednesday, but it's going to take some time for this to all work out. I actually think in the long run, this was actually more of a political event than an economic event. It was really a vote against the political elite in Britain. And it was very much the people on the street. Some of our international managers were just over there, and they commented that when they talked to business leaders and politicians, they certainly wanted to remain. But the guy on the street who has to deal with the day-to-day influx of immigrants and how it's affected their job, they're the ones who voted to exit.
A lot of people call this, Nigel Farage, a politician in England, called this a victory for the ordinary people. Is there anything to celebrate here, Catherine? This is democracy at its finest, apparently, right?
Well, H.L. Mencken said that something to the effect of democracy is the belief that the people know what they want and they deserve to get it good and hard. So is there an upside to this? I'm not convinced that there is. I think actually the people who will be most hurt by it are the working class people who voted for it. They're likely to lose some of the subsidies that they get back from the EU. They're likely to lose jobs to the extent that they have much in the stock market. They're losing assets in that respect as well.
You talk about young people, David. 75% of the young people are talking between the ages of 18 and 24. They wanted to remain, but the baby boomers won out because they had more votes.
I understand that. And for young people in Britain and here in the United States as well, I think the young people in Britain, they think of themselves as more European. And I think the real loss for them is less about money, more about mobility. And mobility can translate it into money as well. But I'm going to take deference with what Catherine just said. I'm sure when the United States declared its independence, there were many that said this is an economic disaster, you'll regret it in the future. And we became the most powerful economic engine that the world has ever known. We don't really know what the outcome of all this is going to be. One thing's for sure, this is a wake-up call for both Britain, and it's a wake-up call for the EU. You might see some good things come out of this. Britain right now, the six original member states of the EU are now meeting in Berlin to discuss and chart a course forward. We might get some good news out of that.
And Catherine, you know, it does appear, do you think it appears that the British voters were aware that this vote to actually leave would have such repercussions on the global economy?
No, absolutely not. There were plenty of experts who warned that this would be terrible for financial markets, that this could potentially jeopardize lots of trade between the UK and the EU and potentially other countries around the world as well. There were lots of warnings. They were, for the most part, rejected. The leaders of the Leave campaign even said, when asked, are there any economic experts that can say that this would be a good idea? One of them in particular said in a debate, well, no, but that's a good thing because I think this country is sick and tired of experts. So there were certainly plenty of warnings, but if you look at the response from voters in the days since this vote, they have a lot of buyer's remorse. You're seeing people going on TV, going on Twitter saying, well, I voted Leave, but I didn't think it would really happen. But shouldn't we have a revote?
Don't they have a point here, though? The European Union, my research here hasn't grown more than 1% since 2000.
These people were already hurting right now, and things are already bad. So, you know, somebody coming along and saying it might get worse, they're willing to roll the dice here. They want something different, and it translates over to this shore. It's very much what the election is about here in the United States. Immigration was a big part of the electorate, a big part of the election campaign over there. It's a big part of our campaign over here. I think time will tell how all this fleshes out, but I think these people want change, and I think the EU in the end has probably likely failed. This is not the last country that's going to leave the EU, and I question the currency itself. I don't think you can have a common currency without a common government.
Isn't there a belief in economics that less regulated markets tend to do better? Could this possibly give Britain, the United Kingdom, a competitive edge?
I mean, it depends what regulations they replace the EU regulations with, right? It's not necessarily that regulation is good or regulation is bad. That's often the dichotomy that's presented. You need good regulation, not bad regulation. And there are some dumb things that came out of the EU.
There are some real dumb things. Some things like children can't blow up balloons. That's an EU regulation. Okay, but those are the kinds of things that really struck home to the British citizens.
But that said, I mean, the UK also has its own regulations. I mean, what's going to happen to the ability of workers to cross borders? That's going to affect the UK. How they decide to regulate worker permits now that there isn't free flow of workers.
For someone losing their job in Britain right now, that's probably a good thing. You know, they're seeing the workers come in, and they're seeing it's not even just, you know, the migration.
But you're also losing the access to high-skilled workers. I mean, there are lots of stories about people who are trying to join.
I'm not discounting it. There's a downside here. There's unquestionably a downside, but we're going to have something different.
And do you think they're going to send a message? The European Union is going to send a message when these trade deals are renegotiated?
That's the knee-jerk reaction that they want to punish Britain. But in the end, trade has to get done. There's life after divorce. They will work things out. If you live in France and you need a drug that's made in Britain, you're going to buy that drug. And the same for people in Britain that want goods from Europe. They're going to work this thing out. It's just going to be new agreements, and it's going to be a 2-year process.
All right. David and Catherine, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
In the aftermath of the Orlando massacre, there's increased security at LGBT pride events around the world this weekend. There were parades from London to the Philippines all the way to Cincinnati, Ohio. DeMarco Morgan shows us how New York City is gearing up for one of the world's biggest pride parades.
Pictures and flowers lined the outside of New York's historic Stonewall Inn, where people rioted after police raided the bar back in 1969. The newly designated national monument to gay rights now includes a memorial to the 49 people who were killed at a gay nightclub in Orlando.
They're going to be in the march with us.
Danny Ochoa works for the Latino Commission on AIDS. His organization is building a float for New York City's Pride March. It will be covered with 49 flower petals, one for each of the Orlando victims.
This is the opportunity to show our faces. This is the opportunity to say, hey, we are here.
We are Orlando! Friday night, Barbara Poma, the owner of Orlando's Pulse nightclub, spoke at a rally.
I want you to know that Orlando and the world's gay community are strong and united. We will not allow evil to prevail.
In his weekly address, President Obama said there is more work to be done for LGBT rights.
We got to keep pushing for equality and acceptance and tolerance. But the arc of our history is clear. It's an arc of progress. And a lot of that progress can be traced back to Stonewall.
Suzanne Goldberg is a law professor at Columbia University.
Designated the Stonewall Inn as the first gay national monument. What does that mean?
This is a tremendous marker in the trajectory of LGBT rights and really of American history, because it places the lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender movement in the pantheon of American civil rights.
Last year, 1.6 million people took part in New York's Pride March. Rena, the NYPD has heightened security. Event organizers are expecting nearly 2 million people this year.
Quite a turnout. DeMarco Morgan, thank you.
Oregon just won the right to choose non-binary as their gender rather than male or female. The ruling sets a national precedent that could challenge state and federal policies. Army Sergeant Jamie Shoup began this fight by filing a petition with an Oregon Circuit Court in April, requesting that they be allowed to identify as non-binary because they don't identify as either male or female. The New York Times reported that they had 2 documents from doctors that supported Shoup's case. Shoup told the Oregonian, "Being non-binary allows me to do that. I'm a mixture of both, and I consider myself as a third sex."
Back injuries, quadriplegics have been repaired simply by their own faith. This other realm, because that energy is contained in another dimension, so to speak. That's the containment wall. But when a person draws that energy in, it is the opposite of this realm. In this realm, again, we have to light a piece of wood with a flame to catch it on fire. In that realm, it's already on fire. You have to contain it to see the wood because it's engulfed in flames. It's the opposite of this realm. When a person changes their emotional state, their energy changes, and they begin to draw their energy from this other dimension, this chaotic and violent and uncontainable place where they draw dark matter from, intimately linked. And it's in operation all the time. Now, the scientists, they are aware of this. Now, here's the other part that's not so comforting. On the spring equinox, forces change on the Earth, and they know this. They know that forces do change, which will, in fact, allow them to have better results. And believe me, it's timed perfectly. It is timed perfectly. With the basic introduction of what CERN is doing and what it is, and the dark matter and matter itself, now we get into the heart of the matter of what's actually, there will be consequences. It's just that there have been consequences before. Nobody took notice, and the energy signature of dark matter, which, by the way, resides everywhere. But once you bring it into this realm where we can actually see it and observe it, it attracts things from the other realm. Dark matter is tied to dark matter. Everything has a connection. Everything has a connection. That connection can never be broken by anything. If they bring dark matter into this realm, it's still connected to that realm where the dark matter came from. No matter how far away they put it anywhere, it's still connected because that realm is everywhere and it's still connected. Because it's connected, it effectively increases paranormal activity around where it's contained. And this is why they shift facilities of where they once kept dark matter in a college. I won't name it for the sake of the college, but the university, they had to move it to a deep underground facility because of what was happening to the people in the college. People began to have vivid dreams, nightmares. The violence began to erupt and vile things began to happen in those places. And it's because it's a chaotic piece of matter. It is just chaotic. And it's very difficult to contain something that is so powerfully chaotic. This is what an explosion is, by the way. When an atom bomb explodes, it releases chaos. Chaos in the form of chemicals, reactions, and everything is out of order. An explosion is the absence of order. That's what an explosion is. When you contain something, you're giving it order. So it's controlled. Here's the worst part. Understanding that dark matter is always connected to its source, which is that realm where the dark matter came from, the realm that's all around us. Just imagine that dark matter being the ocean, right? Imagine this realm being the submarine. We're all in the submarine having fun, and we're doing our thing, and we have disagreements here and disagreements there. And then we find out there's a hole in the sub, but the hole is not, we thought the hole was in the sub, but it wasn't in the submarine itself. It was, in fact, in the people. The people's water inside their bodies began to increase based on their emotions. Let's just say that. And the dark matter can then come into this realm through people. That's, in fact, what they discovered in 1950, that people can also produce dark matter by way of, it's very minute, it's very tiny, but it's measurable, it's quantifiable. In fact, they now know how much energy a person has to have before they go absolutely berserk. They also know how much of that energy signature a person must have before an entity from that realm can possess them, which also allowed them to understand that not everybody can be possessed. Not everybody can be, the person has to be prepared to be possessed. They have to be, in essence, they have to be a portal themselves to be possessed. But not everybody can be possessed. And so, not to get way off target, but this dark matter is everywhere. That is, that, you know what, all these things, here's what, I mean, it really gets to me, is that these scientists, over the course of many years, have quantified, or they have calculated these things. They have extracted the truth, the facts, yet the Christians don't believe it. And these crooked people in certain places have already been harnessing this power for themselves, and it's been effective every single step of the way. Yet the Christian community, for some reason, has a mental block on certain things of God, as though they have all the time in the world. You know, I will say this, and then I'll get back to CERN, that if a person trusts their father, they don't need the father to explain everything. They just need they just need to know that the father said it, and they'll go do it. If you tell a child, you need to go rake the yard, a child's not going to sit there and say, well, what brings you to that conclusion? A child's not going to do that. You'll just go out there and rake the yard. Over time, you'll find out why, but you have already performed what the Father said. But in the Christian community, we have to know why everything is before we do anything. In the scientific community, they see the facts. They know they don't understand it fully. And so they have experiments and they learn along the way. In fact, they're obedient to their own disciplines, and we're not obedient to our own disciplines. So the problems about CERN, I know everybody's waiting on this. What could potentially happen from this? Well, they had another discovery that dark matter causes other pieces of dark matter that they have contained to react. In other words, if you have a container, say you had a teaspoon of dark matter, and let's just say you had it in Pennsylvania, and somebody else had that same teaspoon of dark matter in California, then as soon as the teaspoon of dark matter is exposed to the elements in Pennsylvania, it causes the dark matter in California to begin to activate. In other words, you lose containment in one place, containment in another place is going to be lost. It's going to be lost. So they're intimately tied together. Now, we've covered the fact that people have the signatures of the energy of dark matter in them and matter. So they contain both matter and antimatter, in a sense, the signature of energy. They're not put together. It's just that signature. And we draw upon those based upon our thoughts and what's in our minds and what's in our hearts, in a sense. With CERN, as they begin to collide these protons, dark matter is going to be produced in great numbers. I mean, in greater and greater numbers. Not only the matter, but the energy signature is going to also be released into this realm. You know what that's going to cause? It's going to cause the dark energy signature within people to begin to activate more and more. You see, it's going to become difficult for people to stay contained or controlled. In essence, they're going to become violent. They're going to have vivid dreams. The darkness within a person is absolutely going to begin to surface. And this is not theoretical. This is not some theory somebody thought of. This is absolutely 100% quantifiable, and it's happened before. It's going to happen in greater numbers this time. It will take effect. That's also been weaponized. Nobody knows this, and I probably won't be in trouble for this, but they have a weapon concerning dark matter that they can put within a country or a specific place to cause chaos. It's a weapon. They've used it before. They can unleash this, and it can cause chaos anywhere they want chaos to be rampant. Also, there's something very important about that. I know this firsthand. There are often times you have to partake in the weapons development program, and you become a rat, so to speak, in a maze, to see firsthand what the effects are going to be. I'll describe something. People can believe it or not, but sooner or later they're going to experience it too. I am a Christian. I know that Jesus died on the cross for the remissions of sins and now sits at the right hand of the Father, soon to be sent to us again. I rely on the blood of the Lamb. I am, as a soldier, I count my Lord and Savior as my commander. And so I am used to taking orders and to operate life or death in those orders that he gave. That's the only thing that saved my life one day. I was thrust into a position where I had to absolutely 100% fight to keep my flesh under full subjection. I could not believe the intensity of what was happening. My thoughts were all over the place. It was almost like every evil thing that was in me came to the surface with a snap of a finger. Irritation, aggravation, anxiety, fear, just anger, hatred, all sorts of things in the snap of a finger. The only thing that kept me still, the challenge was to be still. The only thing that kept me still, I had to absolutely 100% focus on the Lord. I had to focus on him. It's the only way to overcome that is to focus on him and place the flesh under subjection. If a person's out there and they say, well, I have no power to control myself. Yes, you do. You don't want to control yourself. Believe me, that power is within you, is given through the Holy Spirit. I felt the power, the protective power, the blood of the Lamb and the Holy Spirit during that test. I was amazed. I didn't know this could be harnessed in that way. I did not know, but it happened. And this was a weapon. This was a mild weapon. And you have to cling, people have to cling to the Word of God and his promises. Most importantly, his instruction. Not one time when I was in that test, I didn't think about his promises. I thought about his love. That's what I thought about. And when I began to think about his love, something happened within me. Everything came under subjection as though it took no effect. That's what happened. They found the force that holds the dark energy or the dark matter away from this realm. They call it the wall. There's another name for that. A name of which that those particles they're going to find, they found part of it. They're going to find the other pieces that are in that wall. And when they find the other pieces to this wall, they will then be able to undo that wall. There's another name for that wall, the veil. Call it the veil. It holds back that realm. They found out what's holding back the dark energy from, because it would be absolutely destructive if the two met. But they found out. Now with this as a weapon, there is no counter weapon to this. China is building an LHC facility. They're building a particle accelerator. There are, to present day count, about 14 particle accelerators in existence. 14, not just one. All the countries are vested in the CERN facility. Every single last country. But the United States, we have 3 facilities here. 3. I can't tell you where they are. One they began to build, but they couldn't, but they went ahead and built it anyway. It's in one of the biggest states in the United States, and it's there and it's operational. It's also going to be powered up during this time. I'm saying this because when this thing does power up, the immediate effects are not what I'm worried about. That's not my concern. The psychological effects on people is going to become quite evident. And I know that people will come under some strange attacks, some strange occurrences and incidents. I know that the only way they can be protected from such things is their unqualified belief in our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. You can't fake it. There is no substitute. People know if a person is real or not because they emit a different energy. That energy is that wall that this other realm cannot breach. It can't breach it. And it's absolutely going to take effect. The collider, think of a collider as Hundreds of nuclear explosions taking place within 1 second, they're containing it. It goes beyond fusion. It's in a realm by itself when they collide protons. They are going to find these particles, and within months, they're going to put into motion what we talked about today, and people are going to feel these effects. And then this other realm is going to begin to spill over in multiple places, everywhere. Violence will increase. The crucial side of this is that with this show coming up, people are going to realize, all too painfully, what we've talked about today, but they have to start now. They really have to. They can't make excuses for their flesh anymore. They cannot make excuses for their emotional state anymore. They're going to, if they love the Lord, if they truly want to be with Him, if they can recognize His love for them, they're going to have to fight for it today. They're going to have to fight for it every single moment. They're going to have to keep this negative energy away from them. They're going to have to immerse themselves in the truth of our Lord. That's the only way they're going to be able to survive. You know, in this time that's coming, which is coming quickly, I mean, like within weeks, people are going to be thrust into, they're going to have ideas and things that they didn't think they had. Now, some people may say, well, you know, all my thoughts are my own. Then why would God say, take captive your thoughts? Why would He say that? Why would He say, die to your flesh daily? Why would He say the flesh and the spirit war continuously? Why are those things said? Because we have the power to overcome our own flesh, because the darkness in this world is about to be pulled out of everything. Everything with darkness in it, that darkness is about to surface in a way that no one ever forecasted or thought possible, but it's absolutely going to take place. And the only way a person can overcome this is through the true power of the Holy Spirit, and to stay within the blood of the Lamb. There is no hypocrisy in purity. There is no hatred in purity. There is no accusation in purity. And people need to be in that purity, in truth, not acting like they're in the purity. They have to be there. It has to be in their hearts. They have to do everything they can do to get a heart transplant right now, so they can be strong enough to endure. Because we all have to finish this race. None of us knows when we're absolutely going, but I, for one, intend to finish this race, and I'm trying to sound an alarm that something very different is going to be all too evident to everybody who believes in our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. And without Him in truth, they're not going to make it. They will not make it without Him in truth.
Deja vu is a phenomenon that all of us have experienced, that eerie feeling when you walk into a room or enter a new situation and you say to yourself, I've been here before. I mean, everything here is familiar. It turns out that we can actually induce forms of deja vu in subjects in experiments. So there is a theory that says that deja vu simply elicits fragments of memories that we have stored in our brain. Memories that could be elicited by moving into an environment that resembles something that we've already experienced. So we don't have to invoke parallel universes. We don't have to invoke the multiverse in order to explain most deja vu. However, it does raise the other question. Is it ever possible on any scale to perhaps flit between different universes? And the answer there is actually rather unclear. We physicists believe, for example, that there is really a multiverse that exists even inside our living room. We are waves, vibrating waves given by the Schrödinger wave function. And these waves vibrate and then split apart with time. Steve Weinberg, winner of the Nobel Prize, compares it to the following. Think of radio. If you're inside your living room listening to BBC radio, that radio is tuned to one frequency. But in your living room, there are all frequencies. Radio Cuba, Radio Moscow, the top 40 rock stations. All these radio frequencies are vibrating inside your living room, but your radio is only tuned to one frequency. Now, in other words, when two universes are in phase, they are coherent, and you can move back and forth. But as time starts to evolve, these two universes decouple. They start to vibrate at different frequencies. They can no longer interfere with each other. So why is it that your radio cannot listen to Radio Moscow? Why isn't it possible for your radio to listen to all frequencies? Because your radio is decohered. It is no longer vibrating in unison with these other frequencies. And the same thing in quantum physics. We consist of atoms. Our atoms vibrate, but they no longer vibrate in unison with these other universes. We have decoupled from them. We have decohered from them. So in other words, deja vu is probably simply a fragment of our brain eliciting memories and fragments of previous situations. However, in quantum physics, there really are, in some sense, parallel universes surrounding us. The problem is we can't enter them because we have decohered from them. We're no longer vibrating in unison with them. Sorry about that.
There's no reason why I should be a Latin pop superstar. I'm not good looking or sexy. I have no rhythm.
There are moments in
Spanish
life that define
one
you.
class in 7th grade. But look at Vi.
Truth Unveiled here, and today I would like to go over with you all of the states of emergencies that we've been seeing these past couple of days, as well as share with you the bigger agenda behind all this, because yes, there's always a bigger agenda. Now I'm here at the LA Times, and the reason we're here is because it says wildfire burns more than 30,000 acres, prompting state of emergency. 2 dead and 100 structures were lost. And anytime you see this words or this phrase state of emergency, some serious alarm bells should be ringing, and we're going to go over that and we're going to see why that's the case. But it goes on to say that fire officials confirmed 2 fatalities Friday in a fast-moving fire near Lake Isabella that has scorched more than 30,000 acres and destroyed 100 structures. As of Friday evening, the blaze was 5% contained, and Governor Jerry Brown issued a state of emergency for Kern County, a move that helps more quickly get aid to impact the community. Now, this isn't the first time that California has been under states of emergencies, because we also saw states of emergencies in Los Angeles specifically a few months ago with the whole nuclear incidents that have been going on as well. So we know that it is common for there to be states of emergencies. However, could there be a bigger agenda behind all this? And the question you should be thinking about is, why are we seeing an uptick of these states of emergencies? Why are we seeing an uptick in all of these disasters? Has it ever occurred to you why we're constantly seeing these things if everything's supposed to be getting better, if everything's supposed to be okay according to Mr. Obama? Well, it looks like it's quite the opposite. I wonder why that's the case. But it even goes on to say the firefighters said they were dealing with increasingly gusty winds Friday evening, bringing new worries that the fire will start spreading rapidly again. About 2,000 people have been evacuated as firefighters try to defend some 1,500 homes. About 800 firefighters are on the scene now, now, and officials hope to eventually have 1,000, they said. And it goes on to talk more about the fire and gives more information about the fire, which I will leave links for below. But this isn't the first time that we've been seeing wildfires on the West Coast specifically, because we also saw the giant wildfires in Canada last month too that affected up to 90,000 people and destroyed many homes. So the question we should be thinking about is what is really going on here? Because there's something your government is not telling you. There's something that those Zionists at the top are not telling you. And there's something that your elites are not telling you. And you're going to find out exactly what that is. Because I'm here at KPBS, which even says Governor Brown declares state of emergency as Central California fire leaves 2 dead. And this was also reported by the Associated Press. And the reason I'm going over this is because I want to go over something cryptic in this. But it says a wildfire that has destroyed 80 homes and killed 2 people has prompted Governor Jerry Brown to declare a state of emergency in Central California. Okay, but then it goes on to say the proclamation issued Friday frees up money and resources for the firefight and the aftermath of the blaze. It also temporarily suspends some state regulations and waives fees as a way to ease the return of evacuees and those who have lost homes. And that's another thing. Where are they taking these evacuees? Where are they going is the better question. But even when it says suspend some state regulations, oh, suspending of states' rights, suspension of states' rights, there's something more sinister going on with all of this. And I'm going to tell you what that is in just a second. But I'm here at WSAZ, which even says West Virginia governor declares state of emergency for 44 counties. And what you will see is that this was around the exact same time as the state of emergency declared in Central California. Is that a coincidence? I think not. But let's keep going. It even says the state and local emergency officials are working to help families impacted by Thursday's severe weather. Governor Earl Ray Tomblin has declared a state of emergency for 44 counties. The flooding we experienced Thursday and into today is among the worst in a century for some parts of the state, Governor Tomblin said. And why are we seeing all of this flooding like no other in these different places? Why is that the case? But it goes on to say, our team in the Emergency Operations Center worked through the night and continues to coordinate efforts with local officials today. Now, the governor goes on to give his condolences to those who were affected, but it goes on to say, and it's interesting when it says 150 members of the National Guard has been called to assist in the situation. And you're probably thinking, oh, but that's normal. Oh, that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm telling you, there's something bigger going on here. It even goes on to say that a state of emergency declaration does not restrict travel or mandate the closing of businesses according to the release, sort of insinuating that it could at one point. But let's keep going. In addition, a state of emergency declaration does not mean the state will receive federal assistance. And then it talks about more if those who are affected need more assistance. Why am I even talking about all of this? Because you need to see the bigger agenda and just what's really going on and what time it really is. Has it ever occurred to you, or do you think it's a little suspicious and a little interesting and suspicious indeed that all of this would occur? Not only do we see a state of emergency in West Virginia, but also California around the same time as Brexit and around the same time that these worldwide economies are plummeting and plunging right now. Is that a coincidence? I think not. And it's time you wake up and see exactly what they're getting ready for. And it's also no surprise that both the state of emergencies issued in West Virginia and in California happened around the exact same day on a Friday, by the way. No surprise there. And you're going to see why that's so important. But don't worry, your government has a plan. Don't worry, Mr. Obama has a plan, doesn't he? Because I'm here at the BBC and it says West Virginia deadly floods. Obama declares major disaster. Some serious red flags should be waving. Some serious alarm bells should be ringing. If you're awakened to truth, then you should know exactly what time it is and why this is so important. And if not, I'm going to tell you why in just a moment. But it even says that U.S. President Barack Obama has declared a major disaster in the state of West Virginia, where the worst floods in more than a century have left at least 24 people dead. And he also ordered federal aid for 3 of the worst affected counties following a request by the governor, Earl Ray Tomblin. And that's exactly what it did to supplement state and local recovery efforts neighborhoods in the area affected by severe storms, flooding, landslides, and mudslides. But let me ask you this. Think nationally. What if something like this were to happen nationally? What if the president were to declare a state of emergency, nationally speaking, and there were to be some national emergency or emergencies that you didn't even know about or expected? What if that were to happen? No one knows the day or hour, but what if that were to happen? What would be initiated then? Are you starting to piece it all together and see what time it is? Are you starting to see the cryptic symbolism behind all this and how it's all a test, and it's one giant test leading up to the big one? Because your government has been conducting tests and has been getting ready for martial law for decades upon decades upon decades upon decades, and this is just one of the many ways that they're getting ready for this. Now, I'm here too at WESH, which also talks about the state of emergency declared from Tropical Storm Colin back in Florida. No surprise there, because it just seems as though the word state of emergency is the new word now for the government, just like the word terrorist. They love using these words and throwing these words out there because they know exactly the bigger agenda and what time it is. Because just remember, you could be a terrorist if you're watching this video right now, and I'm going to tell you exactly what I'm talking about. Because nothing is ever a mere coincidence whatsoever. And when you start to understand the bigger agenda, then you start to piece everything together and see exactly what time it is. Because do you really think that it's just a mere coincidence that, oh, West Virginia and California states of emergencies occurred on the same day at the exact same time that the worldwide economies are plummeting, around the same time as the Brexit situation, not to mention the Independence Day propaganda that we're even seeing with the Independence Day resurgence movie that just came out a couple of days ago. Oh, but it's all a coincidence, isn't it? And if you still think that it is, it's time to really wake up, reevaluate, try again, and think again. Because I'm here at Rex 84, and whether you know it or not, but Rex 84 is the FEMA's blueprint for martial law in America, and that is why you're seeing all of these things. Now, what Rex 84 is a comprehensive plan to lock up American citizens in detention camps during the times of emergency or states of emergency. Interesting. But it even says the plan is called Rex 84, short for Readiness Exercise 1984. Through Rex 84, an undisclosed number of concentration camps were set in operation throughout the United States, more than 800 of them to be exact, for internment of dissidents and others potentially harmful to the state, aka the government, such as those of you who are watching this video right now. The Rex 84 program was originally established on the reasoning that if a mass exodus of illegal aliens crossed the Mexican-U.S. border, they would be quickly rounded up and detained in detention centers by FEMA. Now, this plan was first revealed from the Iran-Contra hearings back in 1987 and was subsequently reported by the Miami Herald on July 5th, 1987, which says, quote, "These camps are to be operated by FEMA should martial law need to be implemented in the United States, and all it would take is a presidential signature on a proclamation and the Attorney General's signature on a warrant to which a list of names is attached." And by the way, it's unconstitutional what your president is doing through all these executive orders, and not just Mr. Obama, but all the ones before him. You're going to see exactly what I'm talking about, because if you are not aware of these executive orders and what they're doing through them, they're what? They're illegally pushing all of this stuff. They're illegally pushing all these so-called acts to implement martial law and to lock up American citizens and dissidents. That is exactly what they're doing. And the way they're going to do that is through all the so-called states of emergencies and planned emergencies. That's why it's upticking more and more, because the real purpose of FEMA is to not only protect the government, but to be its principal vehicle for martial law. And that's why you're seeing all these states of emergencies, because they're getting ready to round up American citizens, so-called dissidents, and place them into FEMA camps, courtesy all these so-called emergencies that are all planned and staged ahead of time. Because like I said, they're testing for what? They're testing not only for FEMA camps, but they're also testing for your reaction. They're also testing for martial law and getting ready to implement martial law, as well as the national lockdown. And that's why you see the National Guard and the military on board as well, because yes, your military is in on this scheme as well. That's why they're planning to flood both the West and the East Coast. I'm telling you, it's time to wake up and see exactly what time it is and see how deep this rabbit hole really goes. And even the governor of Iowa, Tom Vilsack, even called the proposal of Rex 84 one step away from a complete takeover of the National Guard. Didn't we just see the National Guard in West Virginia? Was it one big test preparing for the New World Order and martial law? Of course it is, especially when it happened on a Friday. Did you see X-Files Season 10 premiere? It's time to wake up and see what the truth is right in front of you. And that is exactly the problem, reaction, solution that we always see from the government. They cause the problems and then they cause the reaction, and then what they offer their own solution, which is to round up dissidents. And that is why they're pushing this whole terrorism agenda. If you're watching this video right now, and you could be a political dissident if you don't agree with your lovely government, and so they'll have to detain you because of that. I'm telling you, that's the bigger agenda, and that's where it's headed. And we already see it being tested with all these states of emergencies that are occurring around the same time as Brexit and everything else. Not a coincidence whatsoever. Now, I'm also here talking about Operation Cable Splicer and Garden Plot, and it even says that Rex 84 allowed many military bases to be closed down and to be turned into prisons. And yes, that actually happened. Operation Cable Splicer and Garden Plot are the two sub-programs which will be implemented once the Rex 84 program is initiated for its proper purpose. Garden Plot is the program to control the population, and Cable Splicer is the program for an orderly takeover of the state and local governments by the federal government, as we see going on with these unconstitutional executive orders that your lovely presidents keep signing into office. Why is that the case? But it goes on to say that FEMA is the executive arm of the coming police state and thus will head up all operations. The presidential executive orders already listed on the Federal Register also are part of the legal framework for this operation. And I highly recommend all of you look up Operation Cable Splicer and Operation Garden Plot more on your own time if you already haven't, but also look into the unconstitutional executive orders and how the government has the so-called legal right to displace you and to take over modes of transportation. They could take over your house, they could take over your car, they could take over your kids, they can take over you in case of an emergency, and they have the so-called legal right to put you into a FEMA camp or a detention camp. I'm not making this stuff up. It's time to wake up and see what time it really is. I'm going to briefly go over this with you, but it's called Executive Order 13603 that your lovely President, Mr. Obama, signed into office, and it's what? The National Defense Resources Preparedness, which gives rise to martial law and the FEMA camps, which is unconstitutional, by the way, but they threw that out long ago. You never had rights to begin with. But in a nutshell, this talks about how they're preparing for defense and national defense resources and how they want to enslave everybody into FEMA camps. Because if you even read Section 502, it even talks about mandated inmate slavery, so to speak, but also Section 601 even says that this government has the so-called right to collect and maintain data for your security. Because in the name of security, that's why we're doing this. Because in the name of national security, we're trying to protect you, and that's why we're spying on you. Don't you see that the military police state and the Gestapo is already here? Don't you already see that we're already in the military police state? It's only a matter of time. Please seek Yahuwah and his true son Yahusha, because time is running out. But this is Truth Unveiled here, keeping you updated and saying shalom.
How did the universe come to be? Why does it look the way it does? How did galaxies form? Planets and solar systems. Life. To find the answers, a series of missions has transported a battery of high-tech instruments above Earth's atmosphere. To peer into the most violent processes in nature and explore the mysterious workings of the high-energy universe. Decades ago, high-energy astronomy was motivated by a number of basic questions. Do supermassive black holes really exist? What are quasi-stellar objects, or quasars? Are they solitary objects in the vast darkness? Or are they part of larger structures? In the early 80s,
CenterPoint Energy.
a diffuse X-ray glow
We're giving
was
you
seen
more
filling
protection.
the night sky.
With Home Service Plus,
What
the
was it?
360 benefit means you can count on us to provide new
Bursts
heating and
of
cooling.
ultra-high-energy gamma radiation appeared almost
Products,
once a
repair
day,
plans, tune-ups,
lasting
and more.
seconds,
Weed out
or as long as a day. Are these events nearby, even within our solar
Expected
system?
repair bills this spring, and make sure you've planted the
Or are
seeds
they
of protection
extremely
with the
distant
HSP
and
repair.
highly energetic? Finally,
plan. Enroll in the repair plan today
astronomers
and get your
suspected that supernovae were violent explosions.
first month free.
Visit
But what was their
centerpointenergy.com/experts.
exact nature?
CenterPoint Energy.
We now know that they are the final moments in the lives of large stars,
Always there.
and that they are the source of elements that make up our bodies: calcium, iron, carbon, and so on. Because high-energy light does not penetrate our atmosphere, scientists launched a fleet of space observatories designed to capture wavelength bands from gamma ray to infrared. These wavelengths tell us the temperature of matter in an object. Gamma rays and X-rays, tens to hundreds of millions of degrees. Ultraviolet, hundreds of thousands. Visible light, tens of thousands. Infrared, hundreds of degrees. Here is a Hubble Space Telescope image of Cassiopeia A. It shows the visible remnant of a supernova, glowing at about 10 or 20,000 degrees Celsius. Here is an image from the Chandra X-ray Observatory, showing gas heated to tens of millions of degrees. Some of the first images from the Hubble telescope in 1994 captured the galaxy M87. For the first time, astronomers spotted the hot gas swirling around its central region. Knowing the scale of this picture and the speed of the gas, astronomers discovered that within a volume of less than a solar system, there is an object that weighs some 3 billion times the mass of the Sun. Nothing that dense can be anything but a black hole. Over the following years, Additional discoveries showed not only that supermassive black holes exist, but they lurk at the core of every large galaxy, including our own Milky Way. This animation shows a black hole moving through space. As an unsuspecting star gets too close, the black hole's gravity tears it apart. That creates a so-called accretion disk of hot gas and dust rotating rapidly around the black hole. Within the disk, charged particles spin off magnetic fields. They channel some of the inflowing matter out in jets so powerful they move at nearly the speed of light. The closer you get to a black hole, the higher the temperatures, 10 million or more degrees. As a result, if you want to study the inner parts of the accretion disk, you have to look at high-energy gamma and X-rays. This inner region can be hot and bright enough to shine across the depths of space, becoming a quasar. The brightest and most active quasars are probably consuming matter at a high rate. In this Hubble image, we see a radio jet coming out of the center of the galaxy. Zooming in, we see the accretion disk and a dark central region. Like Sauron in his dark tower, black holes are known for being terrifying, invisible sources of death and destruction. Black holes are such powerful gravitational monsters that they warp and twist the fabric of space-time. If you get up close, you'd see something like this, an accretion disk visible from both above and below. There is an inner ring caused by light that goes all the way around the black hole before escaping and eventually making it to us. It's actually difficult to get close to a black hole. Gas orbiting the event horizon can never actually reach it unless it first sheds its angular momentum. To understand how this can happen, watch a roller skating maneuver in which one skater catapults the other forward. The skater on the inside whips the partner around, transferring angular momentum outwards and slowing down in the process. Around real black holes, it's magnetic fields that sap the angular momentum of the disk, allowing some gas to fall in while throwing the rest out into space. Like rubber bands, these magnetic fields can stretch until the point where they snap, releasing massive amounts of energy and heating the gas to millions or even billions of degrees. You can see this in the magnetically active corona of our sun, where superheated gas shines very brightly in X-rays. One of the remarkable effects of a black hole's extreme gravity is predicted by Einstein's theory of relativity. It holds that space-time is not only curved, but twisted. In this computer simulation of particles plunging into a black hole, you can see the effect of this twisting right outside of the event horizon, where particles are being swept around in a counterclockwise swirl at nearly the speed of light. Taken together, the pulling, twisting, and slinging of gas by the black hole leads to ultra-high energy particles and powerful jets. We're just beginning to scratch the surface of what Einstein's theory predicts. Today, the New Star mission is the first telescope to look at the universe in high energy or blue X-rays. This is a Hubble Space Telescope image of the nearby galaxy Messier 82, seen in black and white. This is what its warm, dusty regions would look like if you could only see it in the red, orange, and yellow of visible wavelengths. Here, the blue reveals hot regions where stars are actively forming. NewStar was able to make high-energy X-ray images of the region around the supermassive black hole in the heart of our Milky Way galaxy. It discovered a hot haze created by a swarm of dead stars. When our universe began, it was a soup of hot hydrogen and helium gas. 13.8 billion years later, we are surrounded by a rich mix of chemical elements, ranging from the nitrogen in the atmosphere to the calcium in your bones. This movie follows the evolution of the universe as portrayed by theorists using supercomputers. Filaments of hydrogen and helium form, shaped by the gravity of dark matter. In these filaments, clouds of dust and gas condense and form stars. The massive ones burn hydrogen and helium, creating progressively heavier elements, like carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, and eventually iron. When these stars run out of nuclear fuel, they can explode in dramatic supernovae. As the universe grew older, countless generations of supernovae spewed chemical elements into the cosmos, where they condensed into galaxies, stars, and planets. How we know all this is, in practice, a dance between theorists and observers with telescopes, including infrared, optical, X-ray, and gamma-ray missions. Huge computational power and theoretical resources have gone into understanding the life cycles of stars. Here is a recent attempt to simulate a stellar explosion in a supercomputer. You can see here that the explosion halts. The authors of the experiment then inserted a theoretical sloshing of gas in the central part of the star, setting the supernova in motion. To find out whether this happens in nature, astronomers enlisted X-ray telescopes to take pictures of the remnants of supernova explosions. Here are images of the debris from the historical supernova remnant Cassiopeia A. The red and the green images were taken by the Chandra X-ray Observatory, which sees the universe in red and yellow and green colors. NuStar has added the blue. This combination gives us a window into the heart of the explosion. These observations suggest that the shape of the explosion was bubbly, consistent with the sloshing mechanism predicted by theorists. Here's Cassiopeia A in all its panchromatic X-ray glory. High-energy telescopes in space are revealing violent events in whole new ways. That includes the most violent of all, a gamma-ray burst with the energy equivalent of 1 to the power of 30 H-bombs. That's 1 with 30 zeros after it. They're the most energetic explosions in the universe. They occur about once per Earth day, and in every part of the sky. In the early days, they were the subject of intense speculation. Aliens in outer space, alien wars. This was an actual newspaper article. In 1998, an Italian and Dutch satellite discovered that gamma-ray bursts actually originate far outside our own galaxy. That means they must be extremely bright, energetic events. A pair of satellites, called Swift and Fermi, were launched to study them in detail and to push the frontiers of high-energy astrophysics. To date, they have detected over 1,000 bursts. Every time the Swift or Fermi satellites detect a gamma-ray burst, scientists get a page that sends them running to their computers to view the data. What they have learned is that gamma-ray bursts are generated by supernovae so powerful, their cores collapse to a black hole. A small fraction of the matter flowing into the black hole escapes in jets. When the jet is aimed at us, we see it as a gamma-ray burst. Gamma-ray bursts are so intense that they can destroy the atmospheres of nearby planets. We appear to be safe, at least for the time being. Imagine a dark and clear night. Overhead, the Milky Way spreads out across the starry sky. The beauty and grandeur of this portion of our own galaxy beckons us to ask our deepest questions. What is the nature of this marvelous universe? How large is it? How did it come to be? And are we alone in this vast cosmos? Astrophysics, the study of the universe and how it works, is central to our quest for answers. We are beginning to find them, thanks to instruments sent up into space, beyond the limiting effects of our atmosphere. High-energy missions, Fermi, Swift, New Star, and Chandra, are uncovering a dynamic universe that is dramatically different from the tranquil tapestry we see with our eyes. They show that the cold, dark reaches of space are punctuated by turbulent forces. Black holes, cosmic explosions, bursts of radiation. That violent energy is very much a part of the universe. As we ask once again the great questions, we know that what we see is just the beginning of a story, written in the great rumblings of the cosmos. A story that is unfolding still.
foremost, I think most people watching this program or listening live on radio right now would agree the internet is really the epitome of free information flow. The internet is a truly amazing, beautiful thing. The internets, right? The series of tubes. And as a bastion of freedom and a bastion of free-flowing information, a just kind of lexicon of information, the internet, therefore, is, of course, a threat, a direct threat to certain groups and people, whatever it is, right? It's even a threat to individuals. You know, people can make up stuff about you all day long on the internet and put it out there, okay? But that's kind of the inherent beauty of it, isn't it? Right? It's just such an open forum, but not so much anymore as certain groups kind of close in on it. Now, we've got this individual, James Knox, here, and the producer said this would be a really, really good guest to talk about the internet kill switch because it's back in the news. I mean, remember, we've got not only CISPA, the zombie bill, the internet regulation bill, CISPA, just comes back from the dead over and over and over again. Meet the new CISPA, same as the old CISPA. It's all the same junk, and SOPA and Homeland Security, working on the internet kill switch. It's just all this craziness. The internet really is a huge threat because it cannot be controlled. But James Knox, from his bio here, in 1984, James Knox joined the U.S. Army as part of the last class of 26Vs. He was honorably discharged in November of 1990. He worked as assistant COSMEC custodian, ran ARFCOS, lethal force authorized transport of theater. Basically, he has a lot of military background, and he is an engineer. He has done networks encompassing wireline to microwave to fiber optics for both commercial and government clients. And what I wanted to talk to him about and ask him about is the regulation of the internet kill switch, all of the craziness going on with the internet right now, and what kind of systems are in place for that, and if it were even possible for, let's say, a group to say, oh, we're going to go ahead and turn the internet off. I mean, it's not even a reality in my view, but I'd like to hear his take. So, James, are you with us?
Yeah, absolutely.
Hey, I wanted to get you on and ask you, because I know you're an engineer and you have a military background with networks on commercial and government levels and everything like that. Tell me about this internet kill switch that everyone's been talking about for years and years and years. Do you think it is a reality? What is it in your view, this whole internet kill switch?
Well, if we look at, let me back up a second just to say, let's look at the network as a whole. Okay, about 2000, the switches in, every central office in the States went to, and we'll use Lucent's equipment, went to what's called a 7RE switch. And that's an asynchronous switch, a packetized switch. So it becomes very much like the internet. But then what actually transports that is a synchronous network, which is mostly fiber and mostly SONET or SDH overseas. Now what this does, this takes a large pipe and breaks it up into smaller pipes. For the internet, you've got a pipe that, you've got a branch off this tree that's 12 inches in diameter. And we'll say that 30% of that is internet traffic. But that's mixed in with 70% of other traffic. Okay, so all these things have to go to different geographic locations.
Right.
So if you were to think about a conversation, if you were going to call from the bottom of the tree to the very smallest tip branch of the tree, you're going to have to go through all these different hubs to complete that phone call, correct?
Right.
Okay, same thing for the internet. Now, in the internet, you've got geographically located routing places, a lot of which are going to be major hubs if you're using like UUNet fiber and things like that. If you look at the train that follows Route 66, that is one of the fiber legs that goes from coast to coast. Basically, there's two that are really, we're talking big pipes. Now, again, you've got everything running over that. Now, that includes E911, a lot of DOT, but a lot of that's private. But you've also had a lot of mixing of infrastructure. So, if you're understanding this synchronous pipe that has this asynchronous internet data on it, how are you going to turn that off? Okay, you have to go in and turn off just that portion of the bandwidth. So in order to do that, you need a switch. And you could use a layer 2 or a layer 3 managed switch to do that.
So what you're saying is it's all consolidated into two different massive fiber pipes. And all of these are going to different networks, and they're extremely complex. And when you say you need a switch, I mean, break that down for people for a moment, as in you need a switch. It's not a light switch, right? So how exactly would one have a so-called switch over these pipes?
That's where I'm going. So if we're looking at this pipe, okay, and the president has this ability, he's got this authority, okay, in order to do that, that's just going to consist of a plan. And what you're going to have to do is go through and find all these geographical locations. Now, when we're talking a switch, we're not talking the Staples easy button. The internet kill switch is not anything remotely close to the Staples easy button. You need a very broad scope plan and a great deal of integration and logistics and resources to know where these switches are. Now, when I say switch, that means that this internet traffic is going, it leaves your machine, it's tied to an IP address, which is tied to your physical MAC address, and then it's basically like stuffing envelope with an envelope in order to tell that data packet where it needs to go. So in order to shut off the internet, you need to shut off all these different pipes. So in other words, all these different switches or routers. We can look at a router like a switch. And a router is basically just a traffic cop. It says, it sees a packet coming in. It's taking the synchronous internet that has been pulled off, and that's being stuck into it. And then it's dividing that up and deciding where it needs to go.
Right. Okay. Now, a quick question for you. So, we've got these massive fiber pipes. You're saying clearly that's not just a switch, right? The so-called internet kill switch that the government has essentially mandated through these acts. Now, also, you're saying that all of this traffic is going somewhere. It's going through routers, which are directing the signals to the appropriate locations, and that the switch would essentially be, if I'm understanding right, a shutdown of across the board, the routers, everything, just basically all the infrastructure shutting down at one time. So it'd be a massive, massive, massive operation.
No, actually the switch basically controls, let's say if you looked at and there was a picture that Alex had up with all those Ethernet connections in it. Each one of those ports is a switch. So each one is a circuit and each one is a switch. So you'd have to turn the router off. But what is that router transporting? Is it transporting just civilian internet, or is it transporting, government internet? Who knows? So it may be so complex that you have to go in to all these different switches and specifically turn off groups of circuits in all kinds of places. Now, to turn off the internet as a whole, you could do that much easier by going to, like, the major hubs, the major network operations centers of, say, AT&T or any other large telco, and you can shut those points off, but that's not going to shut off local use. So if you think about America as a whole, try to shut everybody off. I mean, just
it's pretty much not going to happen.
Just an OC 768 circuit, okay, which will travel over 2 pairs of glass or 2 pieces of glass that are smaller than a human hair. Now that's transporting, if we're using, say, CW coarse width division multiplexing, or we're able to take, or dense width, or we're able to take, a multitude of 16, say, OC48 nodes and multiplex them on to those 2 pieces of glass.
So in other words, something smaller than a piece of hair is transmitting all this data. And even if they go ahead and shut down, they, as in, whatever group, let's say the government decides, they need to do an internet kill switch operation, okay? And not saying that's going to happen, but under these bills, they do have the apparent ability to do so. They would go in and contact the major centers, because it's consumer internet. You're on your computer. You're not exactly rigging up your own system. You hired someone to come in, like AT&T or Comcast or whatever, and hook up your systems. So they would just essentially terminate your access. That's easy, is what you're saying. But of course, there's underground networks. You could set your own systems up. I mean, you could just get an Ethernet cable and connect to things. It's basically the concept of the internet is so inclusive and just ethereal that it's a silly thing to say all of the internet's going to be shut down. But the consumer access points from AT&T and all these major telecom groups, is what you're saying, can be shut down pretty easily. Did I get that about right then?
Yeah, it's relatively close, and it can be done in a large group where they shut off the entire, their entire revenue base, which they're not going to want to do, because that's how they make money, is revenue. Or they can turn off specific ones. But you're still dealing with so many different geographical locations. Now, let's say they go and do that. Let's say they shut down the internet so that we as civilians have no solid access. And what I mean by that, you and I can't talk from Cali to Texas, say. Well, okay, let's say screw them. And just screw them. Well, does anybody remember a BBS? So guys like me, or just a lot of normal people that know how to set up a BBS,
bulletin board system.
They set up a bulletin board system, and then you start meeting people.
Yeah, and basically it'll bring you back to the very early days before the so-called adoption of the internet, right? Bulletin board systems where people can communicate and contact, which they really can't do anything about. So even if they shut down the central hub, there's nothing they can do. So we're about to jump to a break here. I just wanted to mention this article. So Homeland Security must disclose internet kill switch court rules. And to let you realize this is the real deal. This is from Washington Times. The Department of Homeland Security must disclose its plans for a so-called internet kill switch. A federal court ruled on Tuesday. The United States District Court rejected agency's arguments. Then its protocols surrounding the internet kill switch, which are exempt from public disclosure. So in other words, they've got it figured out, and they are not exactly telling us all about it. So we'll be right back. Remember to check out InfoWarsLife.com for Deep Cleanse 20% off. We'll be right back with James Knox to talk more about internet censorship. Now, anyway, James Knox, before we end the show, I want to get your take. We talked about the internet kill switch and the kind of logistics of it. Let's talk about internet censorship for a second. This article came out just about a week ago. Internet activists are finding ways around China's Great Firewall. It says, it talks about basically people getting around the firewalls in various countries, escaping the censorship. In your view, what do you think is coming down the pipeline with internet censorship? And do you think that people that are internet activists and are against internet censorship are going to break free from it?
I think internet censorship is really an impossibility. I mean, you can certainly censor many things, but it's easy enough to break away from that. if it got so bad, and just as an aside, I mean, if we could get the right money players, 98% of the fiber in the U.S. is black. We could build our own internet as a private network, just by everybody buying into it. And then, there's little they can do. But as far as censorship goes, I don't think they'll ever be able to pull it off. I mean, in my view, to censor the internet, there's too many back doors. I mean, we could all start running Tor and Tails and basically go to the dark internet, which they're probably not going to shut down.
Right. And I think also the backlash. Look at CISPA. They couldn't run these things through because we freaked out about it. We got upset about it. Because people deeply care about the internet, as they should. It is the bastion of freedom. It is an amazing, amazing thing. And it's a land of opportunity and free flow of information. James, thank you so much for joining. It's been really interesting talking to you and learning about this stuff. I'm Anthony Gucciardi. This is the 4th hour of the Alex Jones Show. And Alex will be back Sunday, 4 to 6 p.m. Central Standard Time.
Super fly. Keep it heavy.
Yo, pick a can, man.
Alex Jones here with just one more note today on how big the British exit is to every man, woman, and child listening. No matter your race, your religion, it doesn't matter. Everybody should understand that human liberty is under attack by the World Government Project, and this thing has been devastatingly dealt a death wound. They threw everything they had at this, and they failed. We've turned the tide. They're failing on every front. But understand they're going to launch counteroffensives that are going to be mind-blowing, and we've got to be ready for them. But this is such a big deal. They're going to try to block the EU program being basically dismantled in the UK. They're going to try to keep them in all these contracts. They're going to fight tooth and nail. They're going to manipulate stock markets. They're going to, absolutely pull out the stops with Europe opening its borders even further to all the invaders. But in the final equation, it's an unelected, secret corporate world government, and it's fundamentally unfair and fundamentally evil. And their whole hoax to try to block us and keep patriots from exposing their program has failed, and our credibility is only rising. Their credibility is only falling. And you ask, why does the mainstream media dig its hole even faster? It's because they can't help it. It's their arrogant nature. It's like I talked about earlier when the Financial Times of London came out and said, yeah, okay, we're building an authoritarian world government. We know best. Get used to it. But then would separately come out and write articles saying we're crazy, it doesn't exist. That mind game doesn't work anymore. And remember what Mark Twain said. It's my favorite quote. In the beginning, a patriot is a scarce man, hated, feared, and scorned. But in time, when his cause succeeds, the timid join him, because then it costs nothing to be a patriot. This is such a momentous time. And to see humanity waking up and fighting back is so beautiful. I tend to make fun of people and get angry at folks that are brain-dead zombies and totally buy into the whole media hype system. But remember, they have been brought into this by birth. They didn't have parents like you or I did that were informed or somewhat informed. A lot of people never really had a chance. And it's time for us to give them that intellectual chance, not from some fake liberal perspective of arrogance, but from the need to have our fellow humans be awake and informed so that we can live in a free society. It's not charity we're talking about, it's survival. We've got to be engaged in this war because I'm telling you, our enemies have turned themselves over to pure evil. There's a saying from one of William Shakespeare's plays. I guess it's the Cleopatra and Mark Antony. And there's a line when she says, I'll never be a slave to love. I'll never be dominated and controlled by love. I'm never going to let love control me. Never going to let love be the number one thing in my life. And Mark Antony says to her, then you'll never have love. We ask ourselves, why are these people so bad? Because they've turned themselves over to wickedness. They're so blind and so into it. It's their nature that they can't help it. They don't know. They look at us and think we're fools. But historically, and the psychology shows this, and the criminology shows it, psychopaths, sociopaths, and other people that follow this whole system of me, and lies and fraud and arrogance always bite off more than they can chew. They always think they're invincible. They're always too optimistic, and they always fall. The problem is now if they fall and try to stay in power like other elites have done, they'll use nuclear weapons to destroy the entire planet. So that's why folks in the military and people in the elite who understand this is true, but basically were brought up in it and don't know how to get out of it, we've got to have a real public discourse, and you've got to have a discourse in your councils of government and councils of governance to understand that this isn't a game, folks. And yes, we, the Patriot Liberty Movement of the United States, are Americana. We are the birthright of the Renaissance and the Magna Carta and all that came with it. And that we are here resisting this program. And that we've been right all along, and we've been your arch enemy all along. And you've told the public that we're violent and evil and horrible because you know we bring the light into the dark. You know we are fans of humanity. You know we're honorable. You know we're committed. And you know we're never going to stop. So I tell our enemies now, turn back, stop, pull back your programs. You're so evil that you want to destroy prosperity so you can control us. That is so fundamentally bad to try to destroy progress, and you will not destroy progress. I love how you call yourselves on your avant-garde, cutting-edge progressives when you are regressive in everything you do. Breaking down society, dismantling, selling us austerity is a good idea while you live like kings. Your fraud's going down. Your fraud's coming down, and people resisting the leadership, the Nigel Farages, the Ron Pauls, the info warriors, are only one of the current waves against the globalists. I'd say the third or fourth wave since the 40s and the resistance against tyranny. But the next wave, as I've been telling you for a decade, is going to be gigantic. And the one after that, even bigger. Nothing can stop it. It's going to the stars. It's the true singularity of freedom. And that fourth wave is now coming in. Get ready, ladies and gentlemen. Get ready for epic times. I don't want to hear from anybody that we're living in boring times. We're living in incredible times. The enemy wants you to be tuned into false media, tuned into false paradigms, and just be bored and unhappy and not know what's going on and talking about sitcoms and drama and sports. They want you to sleep while they live. Well, I'm here to say it's time for the world to awaken. And it's time to make America and the world free again. And then we will be great again. Back to the live transmission emanating from Austin, Texas, worldwide. And I'm so proud that one of the main outposts of human liberty against tyranny is Texas. And I'm so proud of my fellow Texans and Americans and everyone else across the world and what the great folks in the UK have done. I salute you because we have won the war. The enemy doesn't know it yet, and it's going to be tough. It's going to be rough. Hitler didn't give up at the Battle of the Bulge. He didn't give up at Leningrad. He didn't give up. But finally he gave up in that bunker, didn't he? Well, we're not giving up. And it's funny that the EU was a project of the Nazis. I'm not saying it's a Nazi conspiracy, but it is a Nazi project. That's a fact. That's admitted. That it kind of came back, and we're fighting it again. And we're going to go on fighting it, and we're never going to surrender any form of authoritarianism. I will tell you, after the EU globalist project is defeated, and that's a long way off still, the next big one is going to be the communist Chinese, and they are probably even more evil. That's why they're wedded to the globalists, but only in treaty, not in spirit. Infowars.com is where the resistance starts. It ends with you taking action. I want to salute all of you.
Joe Biggs here with Infowars.com with an extremely important message. You're probably asking yourself right now, what's the most important phrase in America right now? Well, it happens to be Hillary for prison. Get your Hillary for Prison t-shirt today at the InfoWars store for $9.95. That's half of what it used to be at $19.95. Why do you want to get this? Why should you buy this for you and your friends and family? Because number one, it's a great conversation starter. And number two, hell, you get to trigger a whole lot of crazy liberal commie bastards. And that's what I like to do. And maybe you're just at work right now and it's Casual Shirt Friday and one of your hipster buddies walks in with a Hillary Clinton shirt saying I'm with her. Negative. This is what you're going to do. You're going to stand up and go, ah, Hillary for prison! Benghazi!
What difference at this point does it make?
Go to InfoWarsStore.com and get your Hillary for Prison shirt today for $9.95 and trigger more assholes like him.
Come on, Hillary. Just a little sip. Open up. Come on, take it. Take it.
Welcome back to the Alex Jones Show. I'm David Knight. On this day that Britain has declared its independence through Brexit, joining us now to talk about the implications is Dr. Steve Pieczenik, no stranger to InfoWars listeners, but let me remind you of his qualifications: an MD, a PhD in American psychiatry, a former State Department official, author, publisher, critically acclaimed author, along with Tom Clancy of the paperback series. Dr. Steve Pieczenik, and you'll find him at stevepieczenik.com. Welcome, Dr. Pieczenik.
Thank you for bringing me on the show, Paul. I really wanted to come on the show just to give a little perspective from my point of view and to say to our audience, a wonderful audience, and to you and Alex, that this was coming about for quite a long time. First of all, I've been writing about this for about 20 years. In one of the Op Center series, I wrote about the devolution of the EU and the necessity for the EU to devolve into entities, not necessarily nation states. Then in my book 1 and book 2 of Steve Talks, I insisted that Brexit be the beginning of the end of the EU. Now, let me explain if I don't think anybody else has explained. The EU was created at the time when I was in France in '88 on a mission, was created between France and Germany as an attempt to stop Germany from coming into power again or allowing it to become a martial force. This was a total ethereal concept concocted by a few French socialists and sociology, none of which had any bearing on reality. What France was afraid of, and it has always been afraid of, is that France has lost wars since the time of Napoleon Bonaparte, who, by the way, was Corsican. But because of World War I and World War II, France decided that it needed to co-opt Germany into a concept called the European market. The whole aspect of it was fallacious. It had one currency, it had no military, no intelligence, no force behind it. It had France not as the central power, but Germany became the central power, and the Frankfurt Bank of Germany was actually the most powerful element in all of the EU. So for the past 10 to 15 years, as much as France would like to think that they co-opted Germany, Germany in fact became the dominant power, paradoxically. As a result, they lent out a lot of money and credits to Spain, Italy, and Portugal, who in turn defaulted on all their loans. So what does this mean for the Alex Jones Show and for us in general? For America, quite frankly, at the bottom line, it's extremely good what happened in the EU. The reason for that is that flight capital and and certain immigrants will start to come to the United States, because in this world of uncertainty and disorder, the one country that maintains its political, economic, and military stability is the Republic of the United States. What in fact will happen to the rest of Europe is that nationalism will arise, and eventually we will see Catalonia or Barcelona break away from Spain, which is already a corrupt country, was not really a country itself. It was created by a French king who, in fact, coagulated the Basque in Valencia and Madrid and the Catalan provinces. That will break up. Part of France will overthrow probably Hollande, the president, who's a socialist, because they have a major unemployment problem and they're now in riot mode. The immigration problem that came in from Syria as a result of Putin's punishment to the West for our taking down the Soviet Union has now made it more imperative for the European countries to make sure that they don't have what's called the Schengen Agreement. In other words, they will refuse to accept immigrants and they will refuse to accept other Europeans to come through their own country. From our point of view, unfortunately, as a republic, we did not anticipate this on the formal level, although some of us who wrote and were part of the Alex Jones and the Alex Jones Nation and the Infowar Nation, we could see it coming very quickly and actually insisted on it because it had a strong bearing on what we do here in America. And what do I mean? For many reasons, and we've talked about this for over 14 years, the stand down and the false flags that were created by Bush, Cheney, and eventually the Clintons were involved, and now Obama, was really part of not only taking away our guns, but more importantly, reinstituting the federal government as a major source of power over the states and the governors. I had warned the federal government repeatedly at expense to myself and others, as has Alex and as has many people at the Infowar Nation, that the federal government can no longer sustain its legitimacy if it continues to produce these false flags like Orlando, Sandy Hook, and the various other elements we were talking about. The President of the United States is not qualified to be the president. The problem is now we don't have an individual other than Trump to be able to take over the entity we call the Republic and make it viable economically. Now, why am I optimistic? Our stock markets will go down in relative terms to the European markets. But what in fact will happen is the dollar will increase in value. Gold will go up to a certain point. The euro will drop. The pound will drop. The yen will drop, all because these are stagnant economies. In the meantime, because we're based on an entrepreneurial nation, we will have a very strong dollar and a very strong capacity to now reconstitute our manufacturing base using 3D printing and all the other elements that we've developed in technology, and therefore our markets will be overseas, but more importantly internally. I see this as a very major revolution across the board for both America and the world. It's the end of what we would call the internationalists, the ones who wanted a unified one world nation, the Council on Foreign Relations. All that nonsense is gone. It was gone in one day. Yeah. But the preparation for the Brexit was really about 10 to 20 years in coming. And I think in part, I know Alex would say I'm wrong, I think in part shows like Alex Jones and the other shows that were the alternative media were very important in promoting nationalism and promoting and saying, listen, we can no longer exist in an ethereal concept called the EU or even the United States of America, with presidents who are not qualified, with presidents who begin to attack our own people, kill our own people, and therefore we have to decide what we want to do at this particular point. I just wanted to add those elements in at a time when I think it's extremely propitious for us to understand we are going to do better, and now we have the ability to say to our federal government, enough is enough. And now I understand Texas is even going into a nationalist movement.
We've said we ought to have a Texit. As a matter of fact, it was about a month ago, Dr. Pachinick, that I did a video where I took Boris Johnson's 8 points. He said, here's 8 reasons why Britain would be better off outside of the EU. And so I looked at these things, like the net amount of money that was being sent from Britain into the EU. And I said, what's the net amount of money that Texas is sending to Washington and so forth? Each one of these things. And actually, we can make a much better case for us leaving Washington if they don't stand down. There was an article today on the Drudge Report saying that there are more armed bureaucrats than there are Marines in our country. That's the danger that we have. That's the true standing army of potential oppressors that we have there. And that's a very dangerous thing, I believe.
No, I agree with you. Actually, I had an armed IRS agent come to my house in the area I lived in, and I told him, you get out or you get shot, because that's not going to happen. And that was a while ago. But you hit it right on the head. The question is, do we really need the federal government at this point in time? Mm-hmm. Given the quality of people who populate that particular area the White House, and having worked for 5 presidents, at this point in time, I can say categorically, we don't really need the President of the United States. It's a disposable. I wrote a blog saying it's a disposable entity. Barack Obama was the ultimate or penultimate of someone who was totally unqualified, someone who came in through what we call the dark side, or the CIA and the Intelligence Bureau, along with what we call the CIA of the Catholics in Action, who brought him up through the system, and the Democrats wanted him. The reason the Democrats wanted him was that they can impose federalism and the legislation that they needed in order to obviate the strength of the governor. And I remember having a discussion with an extreme liberal congressman saying eventually the governors and the local commissioners will have far more power than Congress or the president, and he was furious. So there's no question in my mind now that these false flags that will continue and are the result of an incompetent FBI, an incompetent CIA, an incompetent Secret Service. I mean, we are wasting so much money for nothing. Every time Obama does something, it costs us millions and millions of dollars and accomplishes nothing. So now we have an opportunity to begin to build up a referendum peacefully. I have to say that peacefully, because in fact, once the will of the people is known in each state, then in fact we can demand our own secession, because the United States of America was brought together by an artificial war, by a man who really was not a very honorable man. And I'm one of the few who did not like Abraham Lincoln, who found him to be manic depressive, to be Marfan, and created what we call the auto-genocide.
I agree. Oh, absolutely. I agree. I mean, look at his record in terms of setting up martial law, in terms of jailing politicians, in terms of disbanding legislatures. I mean, it was absolutely, he gave us our first income tax, and on and on and on, suspended habeas corpus for people. It was a total dictatorship. And of course, there were factors, as I've pointed out before, there were factors happening in Europe. The competition between agrarian and industrial interests, as well as the consolidation into a nation state. I mean, in Italy, they had a war in 1860 with Garibaldi's army. But I see the same narrative being put out by Biden, even though we've had Hillary Clinton, who's been busted. It was only about a month ago that she was saying Britain needs to stay in the European Union. We had Obama go over there and threaten them, telling them that they're going to get at the back of the line on trade deals if they get out. And so now we see Biden still trying the same old, tired, divisive, divide and conquer. He said he's in Ireland right now, and he says this is going to provide fertile terrain for reactionary politicians and demagogues who are peddling xenophobia, nationalism, isolation, et cetera, okay? That's the way they do this. Nobody was buying that. Nobody's buying that here in America. And Dr. Pt8, I think the true multiculturalism is what they've been trying to shut down so much in Europe. Trying to shut down all of these native cultures, this rich tapestry of culture that was European culture. They're trying to subsume that, dumb it down, homogenize it, and overrun it with immigration from the third world. I think that's the true multiculturalism that they despise. I think is really something that ought to be lifted up.
Well, I agree with you, Paul. Not only is it demagoguery coming out of Biden and Hillary, it's both arrogance and ignorance at the same time. That's why they can no longer really represent the voice of the American people. But let's be even more clear about it. We have had an army that did not have a country. We have sent our boys to war over 30 years into areas which have no national security interest whatsoever to us. Iraq, Afghanistan, Syria. And I was in Syria. I was interrogated there. It was clear to me Bashar Assad could control 80% of the country. He did. We had no need to get involved. And in fact, we have generals who really failed in their performance. But more importantly, we have to hold Congress accountable for all of this and really dissolve Congress. I've seen, for the most part, most of these individuals are totally useless. What they've done is to incur a lot of cost on our part. And basically, we've paid more and more money to keep our generals on pension funds than to have active military capability. In fact, now our military is really very poor. And when you see them dispersed all over the world, what you have is Pax Americana. We now have an empire. The republic is dissolving, and that's why we have to reconstitute ourselves to say, no, the republic cannot dissolve. We, the people, will stand by what we want, but we do not want expansions into areas that we have no interest whatsoever. And instead, we want to get into effective trade negotiations, as Trump has been talking about, and build up our own infrastructure. The truth of the matter is that, for the most part, Europe was finished right after World War II. When FDR was quite brilliant, what he did was to pit the Nazis against the Soviet Union so that we could arise, we, the United States, a capitalist country, could become a formidable superpower. And we did. Our legacy then went downhill. After the Vietnam War, it continued to go downhill. We went into wars that we had no need to go into. Our brave soldiers were restricted from doing what they needed to do because of incompetent generals, incompetent leaders, and incompetent POTUSes. You know, we glorify JFK, but at the same time, we don't talk about the fact he had Addison's disease. He was totally incompetent. He had to be on drugs. He had to be on steroids. He should never have been president. Same thing with LBJ, who did false flags on the Liberty, who did the Gulf of Tonkin, a totally false flag there. And the same thing with Nixon, Reagan, Bush. I mean, each one had their own major problems. It wasn't a question Republican or Democrat. It was a question that we no longer needed a president of the United States of America. That was a fallacious concept. It's outdated now. With the internet and cyber nation, we no longer need that.
Oh, absolutely. And if we look at talking about Texas becoming independent, if we look at the population of Texas, it's 10 times bigger than the original 13 colonies combined when they got their independence. And we have energy self-sufficiency and other issues. We'd be one of the largest economies in the world if we were on our own. I want to ask you about where you think this is going to, what's going to happen in the next couple of years, because this is going to be a very long and protracted process. We've got a lot of different countries where there is a rising movement. And I think it's important to point out this is not all on the right. It was ignored pretty much by our press earlier in the week because I think they didn't want to give any momentum to Brexit. But the fact that they had the first woman mayor in Rome, some people talked about the fact, hey, they got the first woman mayor. But the real issue was that she was a populist, that she was an anti-globalist, and she wasn't even a person on the right. This party is very much a left-wing environmentalist party, but they are anti-populist. And so I look at that and I say, I think that's a strong indication that Donald Trump can win some of the people who are thinking who are Bernie Sanders supporters. And this is not just right-wing extremism and xenophobia, as they point out. It's people understanding that they're getting a very bad deal from this. How do you think this is going to play out? I mean, certainly, Paul was right. They're going to use everything that goes wrong to demonize this. They're going to try to bring back a second referendum. We'll talk about that when we come back, Dr. pt8. I want to get your thoughts on that. Sure. We're talking about, you mentioned Catalonia, Basque probably getting independence. Now Scotland is saying, we want to try that one more time as well. So this is not done. They're still fighting, and East right now on the loose, and that is the globalists. We're going to be right back with us. Welcome back to the Alex Jones Show. I'm David Knight, and we're talking to Dr. Steve pt8. We're talking about the consequences of Brexit. What is going to happen next? We've talked about how there's a moving independence movement. People want control of their government. They want government to be closer to them. And yet what we see happening is both in Brussels and in Washington. We see a government that is increasingly distant from the people, though they are less and less attuned to what we want them to do. They are talking very loudly to us, managing the smallest details of our lives. Before I go back to Dr. Pt8, I want to point out that we have a new special. We have Deep Cleanse, 20% off. And of course, that is the Rolls Royce of cleansers that we have here. It is an all-in-one cleanser, our fastest selling product. It's a new special we have at InfoWarsLife.com. Also, we have the 20% off the Alexa Pure water filters. Every one of the filters, from the largest to the smallest, are 20% off. And then there's the huge sale that we have at InfoWarsStore.com on the Hillary for Prison t-shirts. You can get the first one for 50% off. There'll also be a link where you can sign up for our free newsletter. If you do that, you can get additional shirts at 75% off. So that's a huge savings. 75% off unlimited Hillary for Hillary for Prison t-shirts if you sign up for our free newsletter. And of course, that has unique content. That's a good thing anyway. I mean, it's got specials in it all the time for those people that are unique, short specials, as well as unique content that you won't see